Chapter 1. As the sun dipped below the horizon and tall buildings cast shadows across the streets, the rhythmic clatter of dishes echoed from a small restaurant. In the back, a young boy, about 13 or 14 years old, diligently scrubbed plates, his face calm and peaceful, a faint smile tugging at his lips as if anticipating something. He rinsed the last plate, carefully drying his hands, when a soft voice called out to him. "Liam, it's time to close up. Are you done?" Lauren called from the front of the restaurant. The small, plump woman had gentle amber eyes that always carried warmth, and tonight was no exception. "Yes, ma'am." Liam responded with a grin, wiping his hands on his apron before heading out of the kitchen. He swung the door shut behind him and walked briskly to where Lauren stood by the entrance. She handed him a folded $30 bill. "Here's your pay for today," she said, then added with a wink, "and happy birthday, Liam. The extra 10's a gift, get yourself something nice." Liam's smile widened, his eyes gleaming under the restaurant's dim lighting. "Thank you, ma'am." Lauren chuckled, mirroring his smile. "Good night, Liam. See you tomorrow." "Of course," he called back as he stepped into the cool night air. Lauren watched him go, her smile faltering ever so slightly. She knew all too well the hardship he was returning to. Liam walked quickly toward the convenience store, his face alight with excitement. The moment he stepped inside, the cool air-conditioned breeze hit him, but he barely noticed his eyes were already locked onto the manga section. He practically dashed over, scanning the shelves until he spotted it, the latest volume of My Hero Academia Volume 37. His fingers brushed over the glossy cover as he picked it up, a small, satisfied grin tugging at his lips. Tucking it carefully under his arm, he turned toward the food section, where the real challenge awaited him. "What should I eat today?" Liam murmured, scanning the shelves. His stomach rumbled in protest, but his mind was elsewhere doing quick math. The manga costs $10. Dad thinks I only make 15, so I can only spend 5 on food. After a brief hesitation, he settled on a pre-packaged burrito. Cheap, filling, good enough. He made his way to the counter, handed over the cash, and offered the cashier a polite smile. "Have a good night." Outside, Liam perched on the store's curb, unwrapping his burrito as a cold wind brushed against him. The first bite was warm, comforting, making up for the chill that nipped at his skin. He ate slowly, savoring each bite, his fingers occasionally tightening around the plastic bag containing his precious manga. 10 minutes passed. With a quiet sigh, he dusted off his hands, picked up his MHA volume, and began the slow walk home. 20 minutes later, Liam slipped into a dark, silent alley, carefully weaving around the scattered piles of trash. His heartbeat quickened as he reached a worn, splintered door embedded in one of the walls. With a glance over his shoulder, he turned the knob and stepped inside, shutting it quickly behind him. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and stale booze. As he climbed the rickety, half-rotten stairs, each step creaked beneath his weight. At the top, a warped wooden door loomed before him. From the other side, voices clashed in a drunken battle. "We don't have any more money. We need to do this," a high-pitched female voice screeched, raw with desperation. "You're crazy," a deep, slurred voice shot back. "You'd really do that to him? He's our son." The words stumbled out unevenly, punctuated by the slow glug of another drink. "Your son," the woman spat, venom dripping from each syllable. "And don't act like you're any better than me. You hate the little shit just as much as I do. After all, you can't forgive how he killed your WI." A loud crack split the air. A slap. A heavy thud followed, then silence. A thick, suffocating silence. Liam flinched and froze, his breath catching in his throat. He didn't dare move, afraid that even the slightest sound would draw their attention. "Shut up," the man snarled, his voice thick with alcohol and anger. "Don't you dare mention her." A tense silence followed, so heavy it pressed against Liam's chest. Then, the woman let out a ragged exhale. "Fine. But we don't have cash, and this is the only way. Make your choice, because they'll be here in a few minutes." Liam stopped listening. His feet carried him forward on instinct, carefully weaving through the minefield of beer bottles and used syringes. By the time he reached his door, he was trembling. He slipped inside and shut it silently behind him. Only then did he let out a shaky breath. His heart pounded against his ribs, but he forced a smile onto his lips. "I know Dad doesn't hate me. He's just still sad that Mom died when I was born." Slowly, Liam slid down the wall until he was sitting on the floor, arms wrapped around his knees. He swallowed hard, blinking rapidly to force the tears back. As long as his anger makes him feel better, that's all that matters. It is my fault she died, after all. The thought sat heavy in his chest, suffocating, but he shook his head sharply. No. He couldn't think about that now. Can't be sad now. I need to see if Bakugo survived. He can't die. Pushing the emotions aside, Liam crouched on the moldy mattress, carefully unwrapping the My Hero Academia volume he had brought with him. The tiny room, barely large enough to be called a closet, was damp, the air thick with mold. But in the dim light, stacks of neatly arranged mangas stood beside his bed, the only part of his world that he could control. Liam sat on the moldy bed, a thin blanket his only barrier from the cold. He carefully flipped to the first page of his manga. The door slammed open. Melissa, his father's girlfriend, stood in the doorway, eyes burning with rage. "Get up, you brat!" She grabbed his arm before he could react, yanking him forward. His manga slipped from his hands, fluttering to the floor. "What are you doing?" Let go. Liam struggled, digging his fingers into her wrist, but her grip was iron tight. His feet scraped against the floor as she dragged him out, sending empty beer bottles skittering. A sharp sting ran up his leg as a stray needle from a syringe poked his skin. Dad. Dad. Liam's voice cracked as he looked around frantically. His father stood against the wall, bottle in hand, watching blankly. As Liam's desperate gaze met his, he looked away, gripping the bottle tighter. The wooden door leading outside groaned open as Melissa pulled Liam down the stairs. She moved with no care for his stumbles, no concern for the bruises forming on his arms. Stop whining and just follow quietly, or else. Her tone was cold, final. Liam clung to the rotting stair railing, his fingers squeezing for dear life. Melissa let out an annoyed scoff. Seriously. She raised her foot and kicked his arm hard. Pain exploded through his wrist. Liam screamed, his grip breaking as he tumbled down the last few steps, landing in a heap at the bottom. His body ached from fresh cuts and bruises. Dad, stop her, he sobbed, twisting to look up. His father stood at the top of the stairs. For a split second, guilt flickered in his glazed-over eyes. Then, without a word, he closed the door. Liam's stomach dropped. Melissa yanked him back to his feet and shoved the alley door open. Cold night air bit at his skin. Through teary eyes, he saw them. 2 men. They were dressed in black, their faces hidden behind masks. Melissa straightened, putting on an almost eager smile. See? He's healthy. He'll fetch a good price, right? One of the men stepped forward, eyes scanning Liam like he was nothing more than an object. Malnourished. Bruised. The best we can give you is $1,000. Melissa's jaw clenched. $10,000. You said. The second man lifted his shirt just enough to reveal a pistol. Melissa's breath hitched. She forced a cough, then quickly muttered, $1,000 is fine. She snatched the money, stuffing it into her pocket. The door slammed shut behind her. Liam collapsed onto the cold ground, silent tears streaking his face. One of the men knelt beside Liam, his cold, impassive gaze locking onto him. Without a word, he pulled out a syringe, flipped it once, and plunged the needle into Liam's arm. A sharp sting. A spreading numbness. Liam's vision blurred as his body grew heavier. His breath hitched as he tried to fight it, but the drug pulled him under. It's nothing personal, kid. Darkness swallowed him whole. When Liam woke, his mind was foggy, his limbs sluggish. A blinding light beamed down at him, making it impossible to open his eyes fully. A muffled voice. Shuffling movements. A sharp, sterile scent burned his nose. He turned his head weakly to the side. A man in a surgical mask loomed over him, holding a syringe. Who? Liam rasped, trying to move his arms. The metallic clink of chains sent ice down his spine. His wrists were bound to the table. The masked man tilted his head, studying him with detached curiosity. You're awake? Did I not use enough anesthesia? He muttered to himself before stepping out of view. A few seconds passed before he returned, adjusting the syringe in his gloved hand. I've upped the dosage, so just drift off to sleep. He hesitated, as if contemplating something. Then, almost absent-mindedly, he added, I suppose letting you die in ignorance would be a bit cruel. Liam's breath came in short, panicked gasps. His heart pounded in his chest. The man leaned closer, his voice calm, almost gentle. We're harvesting your organs, so you won't have to suffer anymore. The words barely registered before the darkness took him again this time, for good. Chapter 2. Liam awoke to nothingness. Not the dim glow of a hospital room. Not the harsh buzz of fluorescent lights. Just pure, endless darkness. He tried to move, but there was no weight to his limbs. No sensation. His breath hitched except, there was no breath. No lungs to fill, no air to take in. Then, he saw them his hands, his legs. They shimmered, faint and translucent, glowing with an ethereal light. He reached out, but his fingers simply passed through the void. Panic clawed at his mind, even as his body refused to respond. What is this? Where am I? A voice cut through the silence, echoing from everywhere and nowhere at once. Ah, you're awake. Liam turned toward the sound, eyes widening. A figure stood before him, a man, or at least the idea of one. Their form flickered, shifting like a swarm of luminescent fireflies, a living silhouette of light. Despite the lack of distinct features, the being radiated an air of majesty, as if simply existing commanded reverence. Liam POV. The man locked eyes with me, or at least, that's what it felt like. He had no eyes, no mouth, no real face at all. And yet, his form shifted, glowing slightly brighter. Somehow, I knew he was smiling. That realization unsettled me more than anything else. Then he spoke, his voice resonating from everywhere at once, as if the space around us itself was carrying his words. You're in limbo. That's the closest word to describe this place. Simply put, as I'm sure you're aware, you died. And now you're just a soul awaiting processing. I'm the one who will decide what happens to you next. His glow pulsed slightly, and without understanding how, I knew that meant amusement. Oh. So I really am dead. I should have felt something: shock, despair, terror. Instead, my thoughts moved mechanically, as if I were simply reading a script. What happens next? Do I go to heaven? Hell? Do I just disappear? A hollow feeling settled in my chest, or at least, where my chest should have been. I tried to panic, but it was like grasping at smoke. The fear wouldn't come. The more I reached for it, the more it slipped away, draining from me like water from a leaky pipe. What's wrong with me? I turned toward the glowing entity, seeking answers. I stared at him blankly, suspicion creeping in only to fade just as quickly, slipping away before I could grasp it. His form brightened slightly, and somehow, I knew he was smiling again. This time, it felt different. Condescending. Mocking. A spark of irritation flickered within me only to die before it could fully ignite. His grin seemed to widen as his glow pulsed with amusement. Well, I'm feeling quite generous today, so I'll grant you the opportunity to be born again. He exclaimed with what I presumed was mock excitement. I continued to stare at him, unamused. I thought that was reserved for the living. The entity mimicked a cough, going through all the motions a human would despite having no throat or lungs. Somehow, he pulled it off flawlessly. Tough crowd. He let out a theatrical sigh before continuing. But no, I mean it literally. You get 3 wishes, and afterward, you will be sent to a random universe, fictional or otherwise, to live again. As for your earlier concern, mortal souls can't exist here for long, so you should make your wishes soon before you really do disappear. Then, with a dramatic poof, he vanished. A second later, he reappeared behind me, his glow pulsating expectantly, as if waiting for applause. I ignored his antics and focused on what truly mattered: my wishes. For the first time, I felt emotions that were slightly more permanent, stubbornly refusing to melt into the void like all the others before them. Desire. Hope. A flicker of excitement. But even those began to fade as reality set in. What are the limitations? I asked, wary. The entity gazed at me in silence, the intensity of his stare stirring a discomfort that, for once, lingered. Finally, he spoke. There are no limits, but... His words trailed off, his glow shifting ever so slightly, something I could only interpret as a malevolent smirk. There is no greater disaster than greed. Be careful what you wish for, as humans always say. I considered his words carefully. I assume my wishes could backfire if I aim too high, like wishing for omniscience and having my brain explode. I stated plainly. He dimmed slightly, the glow of his form pulsing in irritation, as if I had just taken away his favorite game. A small smile formed on my ethereal lips only for the void to steal it away just as quickly. There was no time to waste. My existence in this space was limited, and I wasn't about to squander it. For my first wish, I want to be born into the world of My Hero Academia. The manga brought me so much joy whenever I read it. I could escape into that world whenever I flipped the pages, and now I can go there and meet the characters. The entity's glow dulled as his frown deepened, but he begrudgingly nodded in approval. Second, I wish to retain the memories of my previous life. I hesitated, uncertainty creeping in. Had I lived before even that life? Wording was crucial in moments like these. As if reading my thoughts, the entity's irritation spiked. Flickers of annoyance crackled through his form, his glow darkening at the edges. The space around me felt heavier, suffocating. But I pressed on. For my last wish. His form stiffened, his glow sharpening into something almost predatory, as if daring me to make a mistake. I want my quirk to be telekinesis, specifically, the ability to move, manipulate, and interact with matter and energy without physical means. I want the potential to reach absolute mastery and power over it. The void around us seemed to shudder. The entity didn't respond immediately. Unlike before, he hesitated, his form darkening, glitches of crimson flickering through his light. I could feel the anger simmering beneath his silence, thick and suffocating. Then, just as suddenly, it vanished. The tension drained, replaced with something worse, delight. A sharp, almost manic satisfaction radiated from him as he finally spoke, breaking the unbearable silence. Granted. The word resonated and vibrated with the void around us. His voice dripping with something sinister. Since that will be all, I wish you a pleasant second life. Before I could react, my soul body began to dissolve. The last thing I saw was his pulsing glow, vibrating with twisted amusement, then everything faded to black. Third-person POV. The sterile scent of medicine and disinfectants filled the hospital room, clinging to the air like a constant reminder of life's fragility. On the hospital bed, a woman lay exhausted, sweat glistening on her pale skin, strands of her straight, snow-white hair sticking to her forehead. Her light red eyes, filled with both hope and desperation, fixed on the doctor standing beside her. The doctor, a tall man with neatly combed black hair and dark eyes, met her gaze with a reassuring smile. Congratulations, Mrs. Okada. It's a boy. With gentle hands, he passed the newborn into her waiting arms. The baby had sparse patches of snow-white hair atop his tiny head, and when he barely managed to open his eyes, they gleamed a striking ruby red, almost glowing under the fluorescent lights. Tsuko Okada let out a relieved sigh, her lips curving into an awkward but relieved smile. Cradling the infant carefully, she murmured, "Thank you, doctor." Her voice was soft, slightly hoarse from exhaustion, yet filled with warmth. She studied the tiny face nestled against her chest. "I'm glad he's a boy, we always wanted a boy." The doctor observed the moment quietly before breaking the silence. "One last thing before I leave you to rest, have you decided on a name?" Tsuko smiled tiredly. "His name will be Kata." The doctor nodded approvingly. Then, after a brief pause, he hesitated before asking, "His father wasn't able to make it?" A shadow flickered across Tsuko's expression. Her smile turned bittersweet as she shook her head, a faint yawn escaping her lips. Fatigue was already pulling her under. No. He's probably busy with hero work again, she murmured, her eyelids growing heavy. With one last lingering glance at her son, she surrendered to sleep. The doctor watched her for a moment, then, deciding not to disturb her further, gently took the baby back into his arms. He turned and exited the room, leaving the nurses behind to tend to the resting mother. Katas POVH 1. I'm 1 year old now, and for the first time in what feels like forever, my mom is holding me. We're walking through the park, the sun casting a warm glow over everything. A small smile tugs at my lips. This is strange. She usually avoids holding me unless absolutely necessary. She never smiles when she looks at me. In fact, she always seems unhappy when I'm around. She's always arguing with Dad, but I don't understand most of it. I'm still learning the language Japanese, I think. I'm not sure how I know that, but somehow, I do. Even though she doesn't seem happy, I can't help but enjoy being in her arms again. I giggle softly, looking up at her expectantly. Her face immediately twists into a frown, and she clicks her tongue in annoyance. Damn it, why that, with this, shit, she mutters under her breath. Most of it is gibberish to me, but I can tell she's upset about something. I don't know why, but deep down, I feel like this reaction should have been expected. Before I can think too much about it, my eyelids grow heavy, and I drift off to sleep. Katas POVH 2. I'm 2 years old now, and I think I finally got a solid grasp of the language. And I've come to realize something. I don't think I'm wanted. It's not like I can explain why, I just know. Mom feeds me once a day, leaving me with a bottle before walking away. She doesn't talk to me much. I've learned to walk now, and I can babble some simple words, but no one really listens. Most of the time, I'm alone. Unless guests come over or we go outside to meet people, I spend my days in silence. It's lonely. Tonight is no different. I can hear shouting from outside my room, Mom and Dad arguing again. Their voices pierce through the walls, their anger seeping into the air like a heavy fog. I've met Dad a few times before. He's strong. I overheard someone say he has a powerful strength quirk. But he never holds me, never plays with me. He just looks at me. Maybe he's afraid of hurting me? The yelling gets louder. My little hands grip the blanket tightly. I try to shut my eyes, willing myself to sleep, but their words cut through the quiet. Do your job and take care of him properly, Suko. Don't make me repeat myself again. My dad Jiro Akita, his voice is sharp, seething with frustration. Or else what, hey? Mom snaps back, her tone just as vicious. You'll hit me again? I never wanted this marriage. I never wanted that child. Don't you dare think you can get whatever you want with those threats. Her words sting, even though I don't fully understand why. Silence. Then Dad speaks again, his voice low and dangerous. I'm warning you. Don't make me force you. Mom laughs bitterly. Oh please, Mr. Hero. You care too much about your goddamn reputation to do anything to me. You're nothing but a fake, and don't think for a slap. The sound echoes through the house like a gunshot. I flinch under my blanket, squeezing my eyes shut as tears well up. It's nothing new. They always fight. But, something about this feels too familiar, like a déjà vu I don't want to understand. A heavy silence follows. Then, Dad's footsteps slow, deliberate fade away down the hall. I hear Mom's choked sobs, muffled and shaky. I don't want to be awake anymore. So I let sleep take me. Katas POVH 3. I turned 3 a few weeks ago, and I'm sure I'm a nuisance now. I can walk on my own, even open doors with some effort. That means I see my parents more often, though I doubt they see me. Dad ignores me completely. Mom, on the other hand, doesn't bother hiding her irritation. She looks at me like I'm something unpleasant she stepped in. It hurts. But for some reason, I feel numb to it. Maybe they just need more time to get used to me. Maybe if I try harder, they'll change. I take a deep breath and step toward Mom, wrapping my little arms around her leg. Mom. I say softly, voice laced with childlike innocence. But the word feels foreign, wrong, like it doesn't belong to me. A sudden wave of dread washes over me. A sharp, phantom pain stings my cheek, as if I've just been struck. The sensation vanishes almost instantly, leaving only confusion behind. I look up at her, searching for warmth, for kindness. But all I see is revulsion. Her lip curls in disgust as she violently shakes me off. I stumble backward, barely catching myself before I fall completely. Ugh, just stay away from me, you pest, she snaps, her voice dripping with barely restrained aggression. She pats the spot where I touched her like she's dusting off filth, her expression twisted with hate. Then she turns on her heel and storms away, leaving me on the floor. My abdomen aches from the kick, my heart aches from her words. But my mind? My mind is clear, eerily calm. As if whispering to me, what else did you expect? I press my lips together and slowly, shakily, rise to my feet. I walk back to my room in silence, close the door behind me, and curl up in the corner. Tears well in my eyes. But no one is there to see them. Katas POVH 4. I turned 4 a few weeks ago. Things were manageable, I guess. Until my quirk didn't manifest. Now everything's worse. Dad has started getting angrier, arguing with Mom more. When he yells, things break. When he looks at me, his expression is filled with something I can't quite name, but it's not love. Mom has changed too. She's always been cold, but now she hits me. She curses at me. I don't think she sees me as a child anymore. Just a mistake. They took me to a doctor. He told them to wait a few more weeks, that sometimes quirks take longer to appear. But patience isn't something my parents have. Every day that passes without a quirk, they get worse. Useless. Pathetic. You better not be quirkless. That last one is said with such venom it makes my stomach twist. The word quirkless is spoken like a death sentence. A few days ago, I got a fever. For a moment, they thought it might be my quirk awakening. When nothing happened, they hit me. A lot. I think I let them down. Since then, something hasn't been right. My head hurts all the time. I'm always hungry. My body feels weaker than before. But worst of all, I see things. Hear things. Crying. Screaming. The sound of fists colliding with flesh. Sometimes I see hands reaching for me, large and violent, but they vanish before touching me. And the dreams. They don't feel like dreams. They feel like memories. I'm locked in a small room, starving. I'm being beaten in the streets, trying to get home, but where is home? The pain, the desperation, it's all real. Too real. I tell my mom about the dreams, about the things I see. She stares at me like I'm crazy, then ignores me. When I try again, she screams at me, calls me a burden, a curse, and hits me harder. I'm sorry, Mom. I'll do better, I tell her, even though I don't know what I did wrong. She only gets angrier. What will your apology do? Just get away from me and stay out of my sight. So I do. I stay out of sight. I don't eat during the day anymore. I wait until nighttime, when they're asleep. But, for some reason, I hesitate before taking food. Something in me whispers, you shouldn't eat. You don't deserve it. The hallucinations get worse when I think that way. The shadows linger longer. The hands feel closer. And in my dreams, I'm left to suffer. Over and over again. Where are the heroes who smile and save people? Where are the police who protect the innocent? Do adults protect children? They should. I feel like they should. But I've never seen it happen. What's happening to me? Comment. 20 comment. Vote. Chapter 3. Kata POVH 4. A few months after the visions began, something strange happened. I was walking outside with my mom on our way to a mandatory checkup, something she clearly resented. But I didn't mind. I was just happy to be outside again. That's when I saw it. A row of TVs in a store window was broadcasting footage of All Might's latest rescue. The tall, muscular man with bright yellow hair and an impossibly wide smile was carrying multiple people from a collapsing building, laughing as he reassured them. It's fine now. Why? All Might's voice boomed through the speakers. Because I am here. The words left my mouth before I even realized. I repeated them perfectly, every inflection identical. But I had never heard them before. A shiver ran down my spine. My vision blurred as images flashed across my mind, a young boy, sitting cross-legged on the floor, eagerly reading a comic book. The same scene. The same words. The same visions that had been haunting me for months. Beside me, my mom stiffened. She tugged me forward, her lips curled into a strained smile, though her fingers gripped my wrist too tightly. As soon as she saw I was following, she released me quickly, wiping her hand on her skirt. But I barely noticed. I was still trapped in my own head, replaying the moment over and over. How did I know those words? Kata POVH 6. The house was silent. I pushed open my bedroom door, wincing as the hinges creaked. Holding my breath, I tiptoed across the hallway to my father's study and turned on his computer. I wasn't supposed to touch it. But I needed answers. The hallucinations were getting worse. The screen flickered to life. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, hesitating then moving instinctively. I had only discovered my father's password 2 days ago, yet somehow, typing it felt familiar. I started searching. The first name I typed in, All Might. A hero ranking list appeared. All Might. Endeavor. Gang Orca. With each name, new visions crashed into me. Images of people I had never seen. Powers I should never know. And yet I did. A sharp pain lanced through my skull. I slumped forward, gripping my head as my breathing turned ragged. Who am I? Am I even real? Is any of this real? And then Liam. That name. That boy. Why does he feel more real than I do? I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing the panic down. I couldn't afford to break down now. My father would punish me if I got caught. With shaky hands, I navigated to the browser history and erased everything with surprising familiarity. Then, just as quietly as I had come, I slipped back to my room. I barely made it to the floor before my legs gave out. The truth clawed at my chest, making it hard to breathe. The visions are real. Which means I'm not. A shudder ran through me. My stomach twisted violently, and I curled in on myself as the tears came, silent but endless. Kata POVH 9. I started elementary school 2 years ago. At first, everything seemed fine. But that changed once they found out I was quirkless. It started small. The few friends I had made began avoiding me, making excuses not to play together. Then the rumors spread. Soon, the entire class the whole school treated me like I was invisible. At first, it stung. But I was used to being ignored. At home, my parents barely acknowledged my existence. I wasn't allowed outside much anyway. So, I told myself it didn't matter. Being alone was better than being noticed. But then, it got worse. I was smart, really smart. Lessons felt effortless, numbers and words stuck in my head like they belonged there. I always scored first, aced every test. For the first time, I felt proud of something. But there's a saying, jealousy is the tribute mediocrity pays to genius. The other kids didn't like it. They couldn't stand a quirkless kid being better than them at anything. Their jealousy turned to resentment, and soon, to something worse. It started with petty pranks. Stolen books. Scribbled insults on my desk. Spitballs when the teacher wasn't looking. When I told them to stop, they pushed me. I fell easily. My body had always been weak since I was 4. No one stepped in. And once they realized they could get away with it, the pranks escalated. Shoves in the hallway. Tripping me mid-step. Then, fists. Kicks. If my parents cared enough to pack me a lunch or give me money, they probably would have stolen that too. I told the teachers. They brushed it off. Boys will be boys. It's just roughhousing. I told my parents, hoping praying they'd care, if only to protect their own reputation. It backfired. You useless pest. How dare you embarrass my family name like this? The slap cracked across my face before I could react. The taste of blood flooded my mouth as my baby teeth hit the floor, and that only made it worse. My father saw the mess and beat me harder for daring to dirty his floor. He stopped before he could kill me. Barely. The next morning, I woke up in a hospital bed, something I would soon become familiar with. They said I had fallen down the stairs, and the doctor either didn't care enough to question, or was too scared to question a famous pro-hero for the sake of a quirkless child. And that was how 6 years of elementary school life went. Caught POV age 12. I stepped out of the hospital as the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the pavement. The familiar sight should have brought comfort, but it didn't. This place was a second home at this point. For the past 3 years, my parents had used me as their personal stress relief, beating me until my frail body could barely move. The hospital was the only place where I got regular meals. The only reason I could keep up with school, along with my high intellect. The only place where, even if just for a moment, I wasn't suffering. I sighed, dreading the walk back home if I could even call it that. Catching my reflection in a store window, I barely recognized myself. Snow-white hair, messy but curling slightly where it fell over my forehead. 2 crimson eyes, dull and lifeless, half hidden under tired lids. My body was still weak, but I had grown taller than most kids my age 4'11" at 12. My face was quite handsome, a 9/10 if I was being harsh. Another thing I got bullied for. A bitter laugh escaped my lips. It didn't matter. No amount of height nor looks would make me strong. I turned into an alleyway, a shortcut leading home, and stopped dead in my tracks. A crime in progress. A woman lay crumpled on the ground, blood pooling around her. A man, no, a hero stood over her, his chest rising and falling with uneven breaths. For a second, I considered running. But then the vision started again. A scene from the manga flashed through my mind. A pro-hero. This exact hero tried to rape a woman, accidentally killing her in the process, only to be killed by Lady Nagant afterwards. And now I was here. Living this moment. The hero turned, his gaze locking onto me. He was surprised. He must have checked to make sure no one was watching. My heart pounded in my chest as cold sweat formed on my forehead. I put on a fake look of shock and dejection. Oh no. You must have failed to save her in time, I'll go look for help. I took a cautious step back. Another. Just a little further and I could run. He moved. Faster than I could react, he was in front of me. His hand wrapped around my throat and slammed me against the wall. My vision blurred from the impact as his grip tightened. Sorry, kid. Nothing personal. Wrong place, wrong time. I struggled, gasping as black spots danced in my vision. Life was flashing before my eyes. But something was wrong. It wasn't my life, it was Liam's. His entire life. His death. Even after death. And then, it all made sense. The hallucinations weren't hallucinations that predicted the future. They were memories. That thing, the bastard who sent me here, had planned this. He wanted me to suffer. Wanted to delay my quirk awakening, make it nearly impossible to manifest. No loving family. No support. Just isolation, trauma, and despair. A smile crept onto my lips. The hero hesitated, confused, maybe even disturbed by my reaction. Then, I felt it. Something ancient. Something primal. Anger. Not just mine. The anger of generations. A bottomless, seething rage against everything that had brought me to this moment. My parents. My classmates. The teachers who ignored me. The bystanders who turned away. The society that let it happen and perpetuated discrimination against the quirkless. I welcomed it. The ground trembled. The walls shuddered. The hero's grip loosened in shock just enough. My vision cleared for an instant, and I focused everything, all of my hatred, on him, and he flew. One moment, he was holding me. The next, he was a blur, slamming into the opposite wall with bone-crushing force. I dropped to the ground, coughing, my throat burning as air flooded my lungs again. A sharp pain pulsed through my head, but I ignored it. I staggered to my feet, barely glancing at the hero or his victim. I needed to get out of here. So I turned and used this shortcut as it was originally intended and ran. 10 minutes later, I was home, shutting my bedroom door behind me. I sank onto my bed, heart still hammering. Then reality hit. I wasn't just some quirkless punching bag anymore. I had my power. A power with the potential to make me a god, maybe more. A grin formed on my face and disappeared just as quickly as a comfy bed and clearer mind began to think. I had either just nearly or successfully killed a hero. A hero on the Hero Public Safety Commission's hit list. I am so fucked. Third-person POV. A few minutes after Coda disappeared into the night, a woman stepped into the alley. She moved with a quiet, deliberate grace, her tired yet sharp eyes scanning the scene. Tall and imposing, she had long indigo and pink hair tied into a high ponytail, strands swaying slightly as she walked. The faintest scent of blood lingered in the air, but she paid it no mind. Her gaze fell on the lifeless woman sprawled across the pavement, her body soaked in blood. No reaction. No pity. Just a moment of detached observation before her attention shifted to the gaping hole in the alley wall. Without hesitation, she stepped through the wreckage, her arm bending at the elbow with an eerie fluidity. A long-barreled gun extended from within, the smooth metal gleaming faintly under the dim light. Reaching up, she plucked a strand of her hair and watched as it hardened, reshaping itself into a sleek bullet. She loaded it effortlessly before continuing deeper into the rubble. Then, she saw him. The hero lay crumpled beneath layers of broken bricks and debris, his form mangled, his breath ragged. Blood pooled around him. His body was a mess of shattered bones and torn flesh. Whoever did this had already done most of the work for her. Without hesitation, she raised her gun. A single, precise shot. The hero's body jerked once before falling still. The alley was silent again. She exhaled slowly and pressed a finger to her earpiece. Her voice remained calm, neutral, devoid of any emotion. Mission complete. However, the target was already close to death when I found him. A brief pause. She listened as her superior relayed new orders. Find whoever dealt with him. Eliminate them and anyone else who asks questions. Yes, sir. For a moment, the faintest hint of a frown touched her lips. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. Stepping out of the rubble, she surveyed the scene with a practiced eye, scanning for anything out of place. That's when she spotted them, several strands of fine, white hair caught on the jagged remains of the wall. Not the heroes. Not the victims. Someone else had been here. Someone strong. Plucking the strands from the debris, she studied them for a moment before tucking them away. Then, without another word, she turned and disappeared into the quiet night. Comment. 7 Comment. Vote. Chapter 4. Kanetsutsumi POV Akita Residence. Under the cover of darkness, I approached the front door, my mind drifting to the intelligence report. The HPSC processed the hair sample and identified it as belonging to a 12-year-old quirkless boy. Quirkless, yet he left that kind of destruction? Highly unlikely. The house is silent. All the lights are off. Good. That means they're asleep. I kneel by the door, slipping a lockpick from my belt. Years of practice make the process effortless. With a faint click, the lock gives way. I push the door open just enough to scan the entrance. Clear. I step inside, dagger already drawn. Using my quirk in close quarters is too risky. Best to be quick and quiet. I glide through the dimly lit hallway, past the living room, until I reach the master bedroom. According to the schematics, this is where the father of Pro Hero sleeps. A physical enhancement type. Dangerous. I should take him out first. The door creaks slightly as I push it open. My grip tightens on the dagger. Inside I hear rhythmic breathing. 2 people with no signs of awareness. I step forward, positioning myself beside the bed. One precise strike, throat slit, hand over his mouth. He jolts, muscles tensing, but his body is already shutting down as blood spills onto the sheets. His wife stirs, but she doesn't even get the chance to scream before my dagger meets her neck. A sharp inhale, a gurgle, and then, silence. I watch with cold detachment, as the last embers of life flicker and fade. I check for pulses and confirm they're gone. He was on the HPSC's list for a few minor crimes. Maybe not deserving of death, but he was a necessary elimination. My gaze flickers to the woman. She was just a civilian. I clench my fist, then release it just as quickly as I sigh. One more to go. I move swiftly to the boy's room. Empty. A frown tugs at my lips. I search the wardrobes, under the bed nothing. Did he run away? A small, unwanted flicker of relief ignites before I shove it down. No, I need to make sure. Room by room, I sweep through the house. No sign of him. Until the storage closet. I reach for the handle, open it and freeze. 2 blood-red eyes stare back at me. No signs of fear or surprise. No tears threatening to spill. No. They watch me blankly, as if staring into some void beyond me, but I know that's not the case. My muscles tense. The memory of the destroyed alley flashes in my mind. It's too dangerous to get close. I leap back, activating my quirk in an instant. Bending my elbow as a rifle barrel extends from it. My fingers move with practiced ease, plucking a strand of my hair and loading it into the chamber through my palm. I take aim and fire. A perfect, silent shot. No warning. No hesitation. And yet I miss. The bullet punches through the wall to his right, only grazing his cheek. A thin trickle of blood slides down his face, yet his expression never changes. His eyes remain locked onto mine. Impossible. I shift my stance, already loading another shot when. You're Lady Nagant, right? The words root me to the spot. The pro-hero from a few years back. And for the first time in years, my hands falter. Caught up POV. Fuck. That was too close. A few inches from death, literally. If I hadn't used telekinesis the second she aimed, I'd be dead, again. But it wasn't enough. The bullet still grazed me. I keep my breathing steady, locking eyes with her. Any hesitation and I might not survive the next shot. At least I've been beaten enough to ignore a little pain. I've had much worse. You're Lady Nagant, right? I say calmly. She doesn't answer, but I notice the faintest flicker in her eyes. She didn't expect that. The pro-hero from a few years back. She's still aiming. Still watching. But I see it now, she's listening. Good. I keep my posture relaxed, though my mind is on high alert. So, could we talk first before you decide to kill me? At the very least, I'm innocent. I raise my hands, feigning surrender, but I'm ready to deflect another shot. Silence. She's still aiming. Still waiting. Guess I have to start this conversation myself. Don't you find it weird? The way our society operates. No bullet. No reaction. I take that as my cue to continue. People live in ignorance of the evils that happen behind the scenes. Corruption plagues hero society, and no one sees it. No one wants to. She doesn't move, but I can tell I've got her attention. She's listening. I've known about it for a while now. My dad's a pro. And I've been getting abused for as long as I can remember. That gets a reaction. A subtle one, barely a shift in her expression. But it's there. I get it. If you don't believe me, I add. You can check my hospital records. Or. Slowly, deliberately, I pull off my shirt. I move slow enough not to provoke a response, revealing the scars and bruises littering my torso, back, and arms. Her eyes narrow slightly in stunned silence. So yeah, I've had my doubts about how real most heroes are for a while now. The silence lingers. She's still hung up on the scars. Probably trying to reconcile them with my age. 12-year-olds aren't supposed to look like this. I take the chance to push forward. Anyway. I say, snapping her out of it. Based on how many heroes have disappeared, the ones with shady record or violent behavior mostly, and how you acted before joining the HPSC, you wanted to make a difference, didn't you? Her eyes narrow. She's analyzing my words. I can help with that if you are willing to listen. Another long silence. I begin to wonder if I'm playing a losing game. Then. How? Her voice is cold. Detached. But there's something beneath it. Curiosity and the hope that my words do hold truth. I allow myself a small smile. She's hooked. The best way to bring them down is to expose them. And who better to do it than you, their victim, their weapon, and a witness to all their crimes. Her eyes harden. I raise a hand quickly. And no, I'm not planning to use you as a sacrifice. She tenses slightly, as if the thought had already crossed her mind. I know someone who can protect you. Someone with power. And someone who disagrees with their methods enough to support us, given the right incentives. She studies me carefully before speaking. Who? I exhale through my nose. Of course, she's not one for conversation. Nizu, I say simply. The principal of UA. She still looks skeptical. Understandable. He might not help us just because we ask. But I have something to offer him. Something he can't refuse. Her expression remains unreadable. Then, and what is that? I can't tell you. I say, watching her frown. But I wouldn't lie. We're in the same boat, forced allies, whether we like it or not. If we fail, we both die. You, because you know too much about the HPSC. Me, since I was already a target. She watches me for a long moment, weighing my words. Then, with a quiet exhale, she lowers her arm and releases her quirk. I let out a small breath of relief and reach into my pocket, pulling out a folded piece of paper. Take this. Go to UA, find Nizu, and tell him everything about the HPSC. If he refuses to help after that, hand him this paper. It should be enough to convince him. I hesitate before adding, but don't read it. It'll make things more complicated if he knows you know what's written on it. It's a secret relating to him, so I think he'd prefer it that way too. She eyes me, then the paper, before taking it without a word. Turning, she begins to walk away. I exhale. Still alive. I'll consider that as having succeeded. Before she leaves, something compels me to speak, something beyond strategy or survival. Just one broken soul reaching out to another. Lady Nagant. She stops, turning her head just enough to look at me. That cold, detached mask still in place. I believe the intent is just as important as the result. You aren't a villain. The ones who used your kindness to do evil, they are. I pause, watching her carefully. And for what it's worth, you saved people. More than most so-called heroes ever could. That makes you more of a hero than them. For the first time, her expression cracks. A flicker of something shock, maybe even relief crosses her face before she forces it away. She turns sharply, walking off faster than before. But just as she reaches the door, I hear it. Thank you. The door closes behind her. I let out a slow breath, the tension finally leaving my body. Slumping against the wall, I close my eyes. Now. I just have to wait and see what Nizu does. A small smile tugs at my lips. He won't refuse. Not with what's on that paper. Nizu POVUA High School, Principal's Office. That's right, it's me, Nizu. The one who could be a dog, a mouse, or a bear, but most importantly, the principal. I declare with a high-pitched laugh, addressing my unexpected visitor. Lady Nagant. Pro Hero. HPSC Operative. I take a slow sip of my tea, setting the cup down gently before lacing my fingers together. To what do I owe the pleasure of such an early morning visit? I ask with a pleasant smile, analyzing her every movement. She stands still, expression unreadable. A long silence stretches between us. Finally, she speaks. I'm here to talk about the HPSC, and I need your help to bring them down. She doesn't stop there. She tells me everything: how she was recruited, the dirty work she was forced to do, the doubts that have haunted her. But most interestingly, she refuses to say who sent her here. I tilt my head. Lady Nagant, while I'd love to assist, I'm sure you understand this is a rather delicate situation. And without knowing who you're working with, I can't in good conscience agree to anything. She merely nods, as if expecting that, and hands me a folded paper. Saying nothing more, she waits. I unfold the paper, reading its contents in silence. My smile fades with every word, my usual playful expression replaced by cold calculation. They know about All Might's battle with AFO. That alone is alarming but not impossible. Perhaps they witnessed it, or spoke to someone who did. But then, the letter mentions something far more concerning. Nanashimura. I narrow my eyes. Do they know about One for All? If not, why bring her up? And if they do? I exhale slowly, processing the implications. In the end, there's only one answer. I need to meet them. They've made it clear, the information will only be revealed after we bring the HPSC steeds to light and ensure Lady Nagant's and Thea's safety. They said that is sufficient. I smile once again, turning my attention back to Lady Nagant. Upon further consideration, I'd be delighted to assist you. I pick up my teacup once more, already planning my next steps. Let's discuss the finer details while I arrange a press conference, and call in some old friends. I sigh, already envisioning the mountain of work ahead. Comment. 5. Comment. Vote. Chapter 5. Kata POV Akita Residence. After Lady Nagant's departure, I sit in the dark, piecing together my next steps. First, Nizu. I know he'll agree to help. He and All Might would never ignore any information about Nanashimura. Especially if they suspect I know about One for All. Second, my identity. Revealing who I am would simplify things, but it would also put me under Nizu's watchful eye. He'd keep tabs on me, limiting my freedom. Third and most urgent: how do I deal with my parents' bodies? Disappearing isn't an option. If I want to enter UA later, I need my identity intact. I take a slow breath, steadying myself. One step at a time. Standing, I leave the closet and move through the house, opening every window I can find. I need to set the scene. I turn my attention to the house's structure, searching for key support beams. Using my telekinesis, I compress some from within and bend others ever so slightly, just enough to simulate years of unnoticed damage. In the kitchen, I locate the light switch. A standard setup. With careful focus, I use my quirk to weaken the internal wiring and external plastic, ensuring a spark when it's next flipped. Finally, I crouch by the gas stove, tracing the pipe that supplies it. A slow twist of the valve releases a faint hiss of gas. I let it flow for a moment before shutting it off again. Then, with delicate control, I weaken the connection inside the stove itself, making it look like a mechanical failure. The smell of gas begins to spread. Good. I turn toward my parents' room. My stomach tightens at the sight. The blood-stained sheets. Their lifeless bodies. I swallow the bile rising in my throat and force myself forward. Using my quirk, I focus on my father's body. It takes effort more than I'd like, but I carefully mimic the natural movements of a groggy man waking up and stumbling toward the kitchen. The process is slow. Slower than I want. My control isn't refined enough, and I can feel sweat forming at my brow from the strain. Once I position him near the light switch, I move on to my mother. Her body is lighter, but the task is no easier. I focus on her ankle, carefully twisting the joint not enough to break, just enough to simulate a severe sprain. With precision, I pool her remaining blood into the area, creating the illusion of swelling. My hands tremble slightly as I wipe sweat from my forehead. Almost done. I make her corpse stand upright, then release my hold. The body collapses unnaturally fast, but I ignore the unease gnawing at me. No one will question it too closely once the fire starts. I take a step back, scanning my work. Believable enough. But just in case. I return to the kitchen, twisting the gas valve open once more. This time, I let it flow freely and wait. I need to make sure it's already far enough. The scent thickens, seeping into every corner of the house. Backing away, I lift my father's body with my quirk and hold it there. Walking to my room, I brace myself, then trigger the final act. I make him flip the switch. The door slams shut behind me as a deafening roar consumes the world outside. Heat. Pressure. A violent gust shoving against my walls. Even with my door closed, I feel the force of the explosion shake the house. Heat seeps through the cracks in my door, licking at the edges like a hungry beast. The air is thick with smoke, suffocating, and the crackling flames beyond are enough proof that the house is truly burning. Perfect. I smile weakly, though it fades almost immediately. Only the hardest part remains. Taking a deep breath, I stumble toward my window, watching the fire spread across the ceiling. Not yet. Just a little longer. As the flames devour the wood above, I use my quirk to snap the weakened segments, sending them collapsing in front of the window the only way a weak, quirkless 12-year-old might have survived. This is gonna hurt. I sigh only for it to turn into a violent cough. Smoke coils in my lungs, burning my throat like sandpaper. I glance back at the door, but I already know, if I go that way, I die. Turning back to the window, I shove my hands into the burning wreckage, fingers sinking into scorching wood. Pain explodes up my arms as my skin blisters instantly, the fire chewing away at my flesh. The smell of burning meat my own hits me, and I nearly gag. You need to do this. You need to do this. You need to do this. I chant it over and over in my head, clinging to the thought like a lifeline as the smoke thickens, choking out my vision. I pull at the charred beams, breaking away just enough to reveal the window. Through the haze of tears and pain, I force myself onto the burning wood, my legs barely holding me up as my ruined hands slam into the glass. It shatters. The jagged shards slice into my arms and shoulders as I fall through, tumbling onto the dirt outside. My lungs seize, a final desperate cough ripping from my throat as I lay on my side, barely breathing, barely alive. My hands and feet throb viciously, charred and useless. My back stings, shredded by the glass. I try to push myself up, but my legs don't cooperate. Instead, I crawl just a few steps, then a few more before collapsing near the road. The flames roar behind me, a beacon of destruction. The smoke is still in my lungs, clogging my thoughts, slowing them down. Finally, my vision wavers. Success. The thought barely forms before my world tilts sideways. The last thing I hear is the distant wail of sirens before everything fades to black. Third-person POV. Early in the morning, the news buzzed with reports of a devastating tragedy. Pro hero Jiro Akita and his wife, Suko Akita, perished in a fire late last night. The only survivor, their son Kata Akita, miraculously escaped but remains unconscious, suffering from severe injuries. Authorities suspect a gas leak as the cause, leading to the home's collapse. The report played on countless screens across the country. The public mourned the loss of a dedicated hero and his wife at least, for a few hours. Because by midday, another story seized the world's attention. At noon, UA High School's principal, Nizu, appeared before a crowd of reporters. At his side stood All Might, the symbol of peace, and Lady Nagant, the infamous sniper. The room buzzed with anticipation. Then, Nagant spoke. She laid everything bare. Her voice steady, she recounted the truth behind the HPSC's corruption, exposing years of hidden crimes and unethical operations. Evidence backed every word. And though she apologized for her past actions, she vowed to redefine what it meant to be a true hero. With Nizu and All Might publicly supporting her, outrage against the HPSC ignited like wildfire. The headlines shifted instantly, no longer about the Akita fire, but about justice. Hours later, Kenji Tsuragami, Japan's chief of police, led a full-scale raid on HPSC headquarters. The organization's president was arrested on live television, with the vice president stepping in to take control. Public trust in the agency was shattered, forcing the new leadership to promise sweeping reforms just to contain the backlash. Lady Nagant was taken into custody, but with both UA and the new HPSC president backing her testimony, her punishment was surprisingly lenient: strict monitoring, psychological evaluations, and a chance at redemption. Nizu even made his stance clear. If she proves herself worthy, I would be honored to have Lady Nagant join UA as a teacher. The world was changing. And the Akita family tragedy? Already forgotten. Kata POV hospital room. Groggily waking up, I blink against the harsh light streaming through the open window. My eyes settle on the plain white ceiling. A sigh slips past my lips. This ceiling looks familiar. I shift, only for pain to shoot through my entire body like electricity. My breath hitches, and I grit my teeth as I glance down. Bandages. Everywhere. Wrapped so tightly around my limbs that even twitching feels like a chore. Survived the fire, only to feel like a damn mummy. I groan internally. Resigning myself to stillness, I stare at the ceiling, mentally checking off the next step in my plan. All that's left is telling Nizu about Nana's grandchild. That'll have to wait until Lady Nagant gets a chance to make contact, which might not even happen if they keep her under surveillance. The sound of a door creaking open draws my attention. A nurse enters, notices I'm awake, and immediately rushes back out to call a doctor. I sigh. Here it comes the speech. "That you're an orphan now, talk." Minutes later, a doctor walks in. He's tall and somewhat lanky, with messy blue hair and matching tired eyes. He offers a small, professional smile as he checks my vitals. "Glad to see you're awake. Do you remember what happened?" "I remember a fire." My voice is hoarse, my throat painfully dry. The doctor notices and gestures to the nurse, who carefully helps me drink some water. I gulp it down obediently, relishing the relief. "Good. Can you tell me anything else?" He scribbles on a notepad, his face unreadable. I rattle off my name, address, and a few trivial details, aware he's checking for brain damage. He nods, seemingly satisfied, before his expression shifts serious, almost hesitant. Kata, I have some unfortunate news. Here it comes. I keep my expression tense, neutral. Cue the fake devastation. Your parents died in the fire. The way he says it like he's personally grieving almost makes me laugh. Instead, I bite the inside of my cheek and force my face into a mixture of shock and heartbreak. I blink rapidly, letting just enough tears pool in my eyes before quickly blinking them away. He watches me carefully, as if gauging my reaction. I understand this is a lot to process, he says gently. Someone will come by later to discuss your options. For now, just rest. I nod stiffly. The doctor and nurse leave, the door clicking shut behind them. Only then do I exhale, sinking deeper into the bed. I got away with it. The next few days blur together police interviews, check UPS, and meaningless well wishes from people I couldn't care less about. I stick to my story, the house caught fire, I barely survived, and in the chaos, I may have awakened a quirk. The lie settles easily. Weeks pass. My burns heal, leaving only minor scars on my palms and feet. The glass wounds fade into mere decorations on my already scarred body. Then, finally 3 weeks later I'm discharged. A police officer informs me that I'll be sent to an orphanage. Apparently, being 12 makes me unlikely to be adopted. Not that I care. More importantly, I learn that my father's pro-hero salary left behind a sizable inheritance. The funds will be locked in an estate until I turn 18, but they'll cover my education and living costs. Perfect. That takes care of UA funding. No financial issues, no loose ends, almost. There's just one last thing to handle. The night before I leave for the orphanage, I take action. In the cover of darkness, I write a note. Short. Precise. Every word carefully chosen. It details everything about Tenko Shimura, his tragic quirk awakening, the deaths of his family, and the truth that he survived. No name, no signature. Only the facts. I leave it anonymously delivered to UA, addressed to Nizu. It would be troublesome if he knew it was me who sent Lady Nagant. The questions would never end and it'd be hard to lie to someone as smart as him. With that final piece in place, I step outside and into the car arranged for me, watching as the hospital fades into the distance and my new life begins. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 6. I don't know if people read the author's notes, but I put a lot of my thought processes and extra information there for anyone interested. Kata POV Orphanage. As I stepped out of the car, I took in my new home, the orphanage. It wasn't anything extravagant, but it wasn't run down either. A large, 3-story brick building stood before me, its design reminiscent of student dormitories. The front yard stretched wide, enclosed by a simple fence, and the location itself was relatively secluded, away from the heart of the city. Inside, the orphanage was neat and orderly. I was promptly escorted to the director's office, where a woman of average build, unremarkable height, and a plain face waited. Her sharp gaze peered at me through thin-framed glasses. You must be Kata Akita. My condolences about your parents, she said in a professional yet distant tone. You may call me Mrs. Potters. I'll be looking after you for the foreseeable future. She offered a small, polite smile. I returned it with a nod, keeping my expression neutral as I introduced myself. The tour was brief. I met the other children, exchanging names I knew I'd soon forget. My room, thankfully, was mine alone, a small mercy. Along with it came a strict schedule, mealtimes, chores, mandatory activities. No room for negotiation. No leniency. It didn't take long to adjust. Despite my circumstances, I secured a scholarship to a prestigious junior school, thanks to my near-perfect grades. Had it not been for frequent hospital visits, my academic record would have been flawless. Unlike many public schools, bullying and discrimination were not tolerated here, a welcome change. More importantly, the police had documented my quirk during their investigation, meaning I was never mistaken for quirkless, an advantage that spared me much grief. Some students approached me, eager to befriend me. Some sought the secret to my high grades, hoping to replicate my success. Others were drawn in by my appearance, their smiles bright but their intentions shallow. I played along with those who seemed genuine and ignored the ones who weren't. But I never let myself trust them. Their laughter rang hollow. Their compliments felt rehearsed. I often wondered, would they treat me the same if I was still quirkless? The thought alone was enough to keep my walls firmly in place. Of course, not everyone welcomed me with open arms. A few idiots attempted to bully me, but I quickly made it clear I was no easy target. I wasn't powerless anymore. At first, I handled them subtly. A minor inconvenience here, a frustrating mishap there, tripping over air, books mysteriously sliding off desks, chairs shifting just as they sat down. Harmless, petty misfortunes. But when some persisted, their punishments escalated. Falling down the stairs, sudden missteps during gym class, unfortunate accidents that no one could quite explain. No one ever suspected me. How could they? It's hard to prove someone pushed you with telekinesis. And even then, I had severely understated just how powerful my quirk could be when getting tested. Over the next 3 years, I studied my quirk relentlessly, determined to get into UA and earn my hero license, my key to using my abilities freely. The first week was all about testing my limits. My control was rudimentary at best. I could push, pull, and levitate objects, but handling multiple at once was nearly impossible. I struggled to control even 2 at the same time. My raw strength allowed me to lift up to 100 kilograms and move objects at a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour, but prolonged use left me drained. 10 minutes of continuous exertion was enough to give me splitting headaches. More frustratingly, my reaction time was my greatest weakness. I had to see something, register it, focus, and then only after a slight delay my quirk would act. That small window of time could mean the difference between life and death in a real fight. With these limitations in mind, I devised a strict training regimen, adjusting it weekly as I built my endurance. I began with body weight exercises: push UPS, sit UPS, squats, gradually increasing reps to avoid injury. As my endurance grew, I incorporated my quirk into my workouts, lifting objects telekinetically while training physically and using it on myself to simulate weights and added gravity, forcing my mind and body to develop together. For my quirk, I focused on extending my stamina. I pushed myself to the limit daily, noting that each time I reached exhaustion, I could last slightly longer the next day. Perhaps it was my sheer willpower or something innate in my quirk, but every session made me stronger. 2 months in, I started lifting heavier and heavier objects, testing both power and precision. My speed training hit a snag when I realized accelerating objects past the speed of sound caused too much noise. I had to scale back before I attracted unwanted attention. To combat my reaction delay, I trained with falling objects. First, I dropped small stones above me, forcing myself to stop them mid-air. Then, I had multiple stones fall at once, honing my ability to react instinctively. Over time, the delay between thought and action disappeared. I could manipulate any object within my line of sight almost instantly. Meditation also became part of my daily routine. By keeping my quirk active even when resting, lifting small stones at all times, I strengthened my subconscious control. Eventually, what had once taken active focus became second nature. 3 years later, the results spoke for themselves. I could now lift and exert force on objects weighing up to 10 tons with ease. My max speed didn't increase much, and kept at m/s as flinging supersonic rocks wasn't exactly subtle. My reaction time had been honed to near instantaneous action, my quirk responding the moment my mind recognized an object. I could maintain my abilities for extended periods enough that exhaustion was no longer a major concern in most fights. And one of my greatest achievements was developing a force field, though it wasn't quite perfect yet. It remained a crude barrier rather than a form-fitting shield and required full focus to be of any use, but with time, I'd refine it. Although, I was disappointed that I failed to achieve flight or enhance my physical ability with my quirk without launching myself through the air or into the ground. But now, after 3 years of pushing my limits, I was ready. The UA entrance exams were just 1 week away. Kata POV 1 week later. Early morning. I stand in front of the mirror, psyching myself up. For a brief moment, I take in my reflection: 6 feet tall, short, messy white hair curling slightly over ruby red eyes, their lazy, calm gaze belying the intensity beneath. My face is sharp, handsome even, but it's the body beneath that tells the real story. 3 years of relentless training have sculpted a lean, muscular frame, marred with scars and burns, remnants of a past I've long since buried. I get dressed, throwing on a sleeveless black t-shirt, matching tapered joggers, and a pair of running shoes with white soles. Stepping out of the orphanage, I hail a cab to the exam site U.A High School. As I arrive, I find myself standing before the school's massive gates, the towering structure beyond it designed to inspire awe. And judging by the looks on the faces around me, it's working. My eyes flick across the crowd. Some are brimming with excitement, others tense with nervous energy. The hopeful, the determined, the ones already doubting themselves. Most of them won't make it. Only 1% of applicants will enter the hero course. I smirk. My spot is already reserved. Is it arrogance or confidence to think like that? Shaking off the thought, I head towards the lecture hall for the written exam. Along the way, familiar faces catch my attention. Okako and Izuku chatting nervously, Tinya reviewing notes with his usual intensity. Others, 2 characters I once saw only on a page, now living, breathing people. I let out a quiet chuckle. It's surreal. But I don't linger. We'll be in the same class soon enough. Upon arriving at the hall, I notice only a few students have taken their seats. I move towards the back, sit down, and close my eyes, embracing the temporary silence. More students trickle in, their chatter steadily rising. My peaceful moment fades, replaced by the buzz of anticipation. I frown slightly but keep my composure. Eventually, the hall fills, and the test begins. It's a straightforward assessment: hero ethics, mathematics, English, a comprehensive evaluation of junior school knowledge and a gauge of our understanding of heroism. Some students are visibly stressed, but I breeze through it. And then, a voice booms through the hall. Welcome to today's live performance. Everybody say hey. Silence. I stifle a chuckle. Even funnier in real life. Present mic moves on, explaining the practical exam rules and the point system for each villain. Tinya predictably calls out Izuku for mumbling and questions the omission of the 4th villain. Soon after, we're assigned different zones for the practical tests. I glance at my number: zone 4. Separate from both Bakugo and Izuku. I grin, slightly amused. Maybe that's for the best. If we were in the same zone, they wouldn't stand a chance. We're herded onto the bus, where I promptly take a window seat and wait as it fills. Soon enough, we're off to one of the mock cities where the test will take place. The moment we arrive, we're dropped off without a single word of instruction, just left standing there, abandoned. I scan the cityscape, rolling my shoulders in anticipation. My muscles tense as I prepare to sprint the second present mic gives the word. Technically, I could use telekinesis to propel myself forward, but I'd rather not roll through the dirt and embarrass myself as soon as the test begins. A&D. Begin. The moment present mix voice echoes, I take off. Behind me, the others hesitate, stunned by the abruptness of it all. What's wrong? The test's already started. Run. Run. His words snap them out of their daze, and suddenly, it's a mad rush to catch up. I maintain the lead as we reach the city, only for a three-pointer, a massive green, tank-like robot with what look like missile launchers to roll out of an alley, locking onto me. I don't slow down. My eyes flick toward a stop sign on a side road. With a flick of my wrist, I rip it from the ground, angling it like a spear before launching it at the robot with a deafening crack. A sonic boom shatters nearby windows as the sign pierces straight through the machine, its metal shell crumpling on impact. +3 villain points. I grin, pushing forward, using whatever loose debris I can find, ripped up street signs, broken robot limbs, turning them into high-speed projectiles that leave trails of destruction in my wake. I hear the whispers, the nervous glances. Some of the other participants stare in awe, their faces painted with a mix of shock and intimidation. But they don't have time to dwell on it while they scramble for leftover points. I keep moving. I round a corner and come face to face with a small swarm of enemies, 4 1-pointers and 3 2-pointers. 7 in total. Individually, they're nothing. But this is the perfect chance to show off. I plant my feet, stopping about 15 meters away. I raise both hands, palms facing inward, and with a quick motion, I slam them together. The air vibrates as an unseen force crashes into the robots, pulling them toward the center of the street. Metal grinds against metal as they collapse into each other, sparks flying as limbs tangle and circuits fry. I smirk, clenching my fists tighter. The wreckage compresses, screeching in protest as the individual machines deform into a single, crumpled sphere. Small explosions burst from crushed joints, sending flashes of orange through the tangled mass. Before the destruction fully settles, another 3-pointer emerges from an alleyway, its targeting sensors locking onto me. Perfect. I swing my arm. The green metal sphere rockets forward, slamming into the fresh enemy with a resounding clang. The impact sends shockwaves rippling outward as the machine buckles, then erupts in a small explosion. I exhale, a satisfied grin tugging at my lips. Too easy. Time to find more prey. Comment. 11 comment. Vote. Chapter 7. Third-person POV. A dimly lit room flickered with the glow of multiple monitors, each displaying live footage of the UA entrance exam. The UA staff sat in front of them, observing the students' performances with serious expressions. At the center, Nizu wore his characteristic smile, sipping tea as he watched intently. Beside him, All Might, still in his emaciated form, sat with sunken eyes, his aura weighed down by an invisible burden. Lady Nagant, the newest addition to the UA staff, watched with a neutral expression, her gaze unwavering. Other UA teachers, including Aizawa, leaned forward, taking mental notes on potential candidates. A few promising students had already been identified, and their screens were enlarged. One monitor focused on Bakugo, who propelled himself through the air, destroying robots with controlled explosions. He's got a powerful quirk, one of the teachers noted. Yes, but he seems a bit violent, Nizu mused, his smile unwavering. Nothing we can't fix. Aizawa grunted, recognizing the potential for trouble. Meanwhile, All Might's worried eyes scanned the screens until they locked onto a familiar green-haired boy. Come on, Midoriya. I know you can do this, he muttered almost silently. But as he watched, his shoulders slumped. Aizuko was struggling to destroy any robots. Then, one of the monitors switched to another student, Kata Akita. Lady Nagant's brow furrowed for the briefest moment before she schooled her expression back to neutrality. Nizu, ever observant, caught the slip and grinned. With the press of a button, he pulled up Kata's file. Kata Akita. Quirk, Telekinesis. So far, he has the highest villain points. At this rate, he might even break the record, Nizu mused. The room's attention shifted. On the screen, Kata methodically dismantled robots, hurling debris at supersonic speeds. He took moments to assist struggling examinees but never lost his relentless pace. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. It looks like he's prioritizing destruction over heroics. Helping others seems like an afterthought. Well, Nizu chuckled, that is the goal of the exam. Even if it's not exactly heroic to steal points from the others, he has helped struggling students when there weren't robots gain points from. We'll just have to wait and see. A mischievous glint shone in Nizu's eyes. He pressed another button. People show their true colors in moments like this. On screen, the buildings at the center of the exam site split open. Massive, towering robots 0-pointers emerged with thunderous roars, their engines howling as they plowed through the streets. Panic erupted. Examinees scattered, running for their lives. On one monitor, a brown-haired girl tripped and fell, struggling to move as a towering machine loomed over her. On another, a white-haired boy stood still, gazing at his own approaching giant with a calm, calculating expression. Inside the observation room, the tension thickened. When there's nothing to be gained. A voice echoed through the room. The first monitor showed Midoriya, fear and determination battling on his face as he sprinted toward the girl. Rising to the challenge at those times. The second monitor showed Kata. Large chunks of debris levitated around him before launching forward at supersonic speeds. The 0-pointer shuddered as its joints buckled under the force. Kata smirked, stretching his hands in a tearing motion, ripping one of the machine's arms clean off. Then, he gripped the floating arm midair, adjusting his stance as though swinging an invisible bat. The UA examiners leaned forward, unable to decide which screen to focus on. Is surely the mark. Midoriya soared through the air, his fist drawn back. Kata swung. Of a true hero. Midoriya's fist smashed into the robot's head. Explosions erupted as metal crumpled beneath his strength. At the same time, Kata's makeshift weapon, a giant mechanical arm, slammed into the zero-pointer's torso with a deafening crack, obliterating it in an instant. Both robots collapsed, crashing into nearby buildings, sending shockwaves through the air. For a moment, silence reigned as everyone, examiners and examinees, watched the spectacle in awe. Then, it's all over. Present Mick's voice boomed, breaking everyone out of their daze. Some examinees collapsed in despair, while others cheered in triumph. Midoriya stared at his broken arm and leg, tears welling up in his eyes. Kata, on the other hand, exhaled calmly, a small, satisfied smile playing on his lips. Back in the observation room, an eerie stillness settled. Some teachers sat in stunned silence. Others nodded in appreciation. All Might, however, smiled proudly at the screen displaying his successor. Kata POV examination site. I nodded in satisfaction as I observed the remains of the robot. Around me, examinees stared, their gazes a mix of caution and awe. How troublesome. With a quiet sigh, I turned away from the wreckage and walked toward where the bus dropped us off, ignoring the lingering stares. The bus arrived shortly after, taking us back to UA, while the injured were transported elsewhere, probably to Recovery Girl. Once we arrived, we were informed that our results would be released within 2 weeks before being dismissed. I definitely passed, I thought, recalling my 103 villain points. And I probably got a decent number of hero points from all the people I helped. But until I had the official acceptance letter in hand, I couldn't move out of the orphanage. With another sigh, I hailed a cab and headed back to the orphanage. The moment I stepped inside, I was swarmed. How was it? Did you meet any heroes? What did you do? Their questions came fast and careless, their excitement felt distant, more about the spectacle than about me. What else did I expect? A flicker of annoyance ignited in my chest, but I forced it down, pasting on a polite, empty smile. I answered each question patiently, waiting for their excitement to die out. As quickly as they had come, they lost interest and left. I kept my distance from them and we barely interacted. Why would they care about me beyond what I could give them? Shaking my head, I walked past them, informing the director of my return before heading straight to my room. All I can do now is wait. The next morning, I ate a quick breakfast and started planning. I researched apartments and small houses near UA, reserving a place. I made a list of everything I'd need to buy once I moved. Then, to pass the time, I trained. For the next 10 days, I followed my usual physical training: push UPS, sit UPS, squats, and a jog. For my telekinesis, I focused on covering my greatest weakness, defense. I spent the first 3 days improving my force field formation speed, activating and deactivating it in rapid succession until I could form it within a second. Once I'd refined the timing, I moved on to stress testing. The results were disappointing. While the barrier could withstand basic attacks, its strength was lacking. Anything over 500 kilograms of force damaged it. A direct hit with around a ton would get through after being slowed down a bit. To measure this, I lifted large rocks, dropped them on myself, and observed how my shield reacted. Not enough. Since the force field needed my full attention to maintain for now, I can't fight with it active. I needed my shield strong enough to handle the Nomu during the USJ attack. Sighing, I adjusted my training. Instead of dropping random rocks, I systematically increasing the weight of the rocks, reinforcing my force field until it could survive heavier impacts. Day by day, I repeated the process, pushing the shield's limits. By the 10th day, I'd raised its durability to about 3 tons. But even then, I wasn't sure if it would be enough for the Nomu designer to handle All Might. On the 11th day, the letter from UA arrived. Unfortunately, it was sent to the director. I stood beside her as she opened it. A small disc slid out, projecting a hologram of Nizu. That's right. It's me, Nizu, the one who could be a dog, a mouse, or a bear. But more importantly, I'm the principal. The director tensed beside me, her fingers gripping the letter. Nizu's hologram let out a light-hearted cough before continuing, Kata Akata, congratulations on successfully making it into the hero course. A polite clap followed his words. His grin widened. Not only that, you earned the highest score in both the practical and written exams, setting a new UA record. A leaderboard flashed into view. My name stood at the top. Kata Akata 103, villain points /78, rescue points. The director turned to me in shock, excitement replacing her previous tension. She's probably happy about the publicity this will bring the orphanage. Nizu continued explaining the exam details, particularly how rescue points were awarded. Then, finally, we look forward to helping you strive to become the best hero you can be. Welcome, to your Hero Academy. The hologram cut out, leaving the room in silence. The director composed herself before turning to me with a congratulatory smile. I knew you could do it. Her calm demeanor quickly faded as she started listing off preparations. Now we need to get everything ready: accommodation, daily necessities. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Now she was concerned? I've already handled it, I interrupted, explaining my arrangements. I only need the approval so I can use my inheritance funds for everything I need. My parents' inheritance covered everything U.A. tuition, rent, food, supplies. Money wasn't a concern. Thanks, Mom and Dad. I mocked internally as I was reminded of my loving family. Another week passed as I settled into my new home. The day I left the orphanage, most of the kids gathered to say goodbye despite how little I'd interacted with them. Either they were forced, or are just being polite. But I still returned their farewells before heading off. The house was already furnished when I arrived. As I explored, assigning purposes to each room, I noticed something strange. It was quiet. Too quiet. I frowned. Growing up, there had always been noise, arguments, shouting, chaos when Mom and Dad were around. Even at the orphanage, laughter and footsteps filled the halls. But here, nothing. It felt unnatural. Shaking the thought away, I focused on unpacking, and by the time I finished, the sun had set. Tomorrow would be my first day at UA. Time to see what's in store, I thought, as I drifted off to sleep. Caught POV next morning. The shrill ringing of my alarm pulled me from sleep. Blinking groggily, I glanced at the time, 4 a.m. With a quiet sigh, I swung my legs over the edge of the bed and stood up. Routine was important. Good habits needed to be maintained. I had a light meal, then moved into my morning workout: push UPS, sit UPS, squats, and a quick jog. Afterward, I took a shower and ate a simple breakfast. Just cereal. Nothing fancy. As I pulled on the UA uniform, I took an extra moment to make sure I looked presentable. Normally, I wouldn't put much thought into it, but today was different. First impressions mattered. At 7 a.m., I left my house, arriving at UA by 7:25, an hour before homeroom. Walking through the gates, I took a moment to appreciate the view. They really did a great job designing this place. It looks wonderful. The halls were mostly empty, save for a few other early arrivals. It didn't take long to find my classroom. 1A. I stopped in front of the door. Suddenly, it felt imposing. My heart pounded in my chest, an unexpected wave of anxiety creeping up my spine. Am I nervous? Why? They're just kids from a manga. A manga that was now my life. I tried to push the feeling away, but it lingered. It wasn't fear. It wasn't intimidation. It was something else. And then it hit me. Deep down, I wanted to fit in. I wanted these specific people, these characters who had once brought me comfort and joy, to accept me. With one last breath, I reached for the handle. The door slid open, revealing the classroom that had once been a source of comfort for a hurting child. Comment. 8. Comment. Vote. Chapter 8. Third-person POV, Class 1A. The classroom was quiet, the only sound being the occasional rustle of a page as Momoye Iorozu read her book by the window. Though her eyes were fixed on the text, her fingers fidgeted slightly against the cover, betraying her nerves. Every so often, she stole glances at the other two students in the room. Fumikage Tokoyami sat with his arms folded, his eyes closed as if meditating, completely undisturbed by his surroundings. Meanwhile, Tsuyu Azui idly tapped her fingers against her desk, her wide eyes scanning the room with mild boredom. The silence was disrupted by the soft click of the door sliding open. A tall figure stepped inside. Kata Akata. He moved with quiet confidence, his red eyes sweeping across the room in quick assessment. His messy white hair and the faint scars on his hands and neck painted an imposing image, one that made Momo hesitate as she considered greeting him. A strange tension settled in her chest. Tokoyami cracked one eye open, observing him briefly before deciding to return to his own thoughts. He knew better than to disturb someone who clearly preferred solitude. Tsuyu, on the other hand, watched him intently. From the moment he entered until he took his seat, she didn't look away. A low hum escaped her lips as if in thought. The room, once again, fell into silence, only this time, the air felt heavier. Kata's POV. Damn it. I sighed internally, already regretting my decision to stay quiet. Had the perfect opportunity to introduce myself, but I freaked out and tried to play it cool. Now I just look like a douche. Well, no point dwelling on it now. Someone else will start talking soon. When they do, I'll just introduce myself then. Patience is key. Taking a steady breath, I reached into my bag and pulled out a notebook, a compilation of ideas I'd put together for my quirk's future development. I'll probably master the force field soon. The real challenge is making it strong enough to withstand serious attacks while keeping it passive enough that I can still fight. After that, I'll work on controlling objects continuously instead of just launching them. Maybe even sensing things telekinetically. I was mid-thought when the door opened again. My gaze lifted instinctively, and I saw a tall, sharply moving figure enter the room. Tenya Ida. Hello, everyone, he greeted, his tone formal yet enthusiastic. My name is Tenya Ida. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Finally, my chance to speak. Before I could so much as take a breath, Momo shot up from her seat as if she had been waiting for this exact moment. Good morning. My name is Momoye Iorozu. It's a pleasure to meet you, as well as the rest of our classmates, she said, offering a small bow. With that, the delicate balance was broken. Tsuyu followed, her voice calm and composed. Hi, I'm Tsuyu Azui. Nice to meet you. A quiet ribbit followed her words. Then Tokoyami, ever the enigma, simply said, Tokoyami. A pleasure. All right, my turn, I thought, as eyes turned to me. I inhaled, preparing to speak. The door slammed open. 2 more students strode in, laughing and chatting as they entered. I shut my mouth, my moment stolen. Damn it. Keeping my face neutral, I resigned myself to silence once again. Mina Ashido and Denki Kaminari. Mina wasted no time making her presence known. With a bright grin, she threw up a hand in greeting. Hey, everyone. I'm Mina Ashido. Nice to meet you all. Right behind her, Denki followed, smirking confidently. Denki Kaminari. How's it going? A second round of introductions kicked off immediately. I watched, waiting for the perfect moment to speak up. Just wait for a pause, then jump in. But before I could, the door slammed open. A sharp voice cut through the chatter. Out of the way, you extras. A spiky-haired blonde stormed in, his very presence radiating hostility. Without hesitation, he dropped into a random seat and kicked his feet up onto the desk. Ida reacted instantly, his movements rigid with indignation. That is highly disrespectful. We must honor those who came before us. The two immediately fell into a heated argument, Bakugo's aggressive snarls clashing with Ida's authoritative scolding. The room, once quiet, erupted into full conversation. Mina gravitated toward Momo and Tsuyu, quickly roping them into a discussion filled with laughter and giggles. Denki's gaze landed on me for a moment, but between my intimidating presence and the way I was pretending to be busy desperately avoiding further embarrassment, he chose Tokoyami instead. I heard him attempt to start a conversation, his usual playful tone present. I exhaled slowly, barely audible. Missed my chance again. Even if I forced myself to join now, I wasn't confident enough to just insert myself into a conversation. I could try to faking a persona like I do with everyone else, but I didn't feel like being fake with them. That mask would crack quickly anyway. Minutes passed. More students entered, their chatter filling the room as groups naturally formed. Eventually, Midoriya arrived, followed closely by Eureka. The only ones who still seemed outside the major discussions were Todoroki and Tokoyami. Not exactly how I hoped things would go, but I guess it's not unexpected. I glanced around, observing the class dynamics, when movement near the door caught my eye. A yellow caterpillar slid inside. No, not a caterpillar. A sleeping bag. I narrowed my eyes. Shota Aizawa. Dangerous. He can shut down my quirk. I'll need to find a way around that. Mentally filing that away, I watched as he unzipped the sleeping bag, much to the confusion of Eureka and Midoriya. If you're here to socialize, then get out, he said flatly, pulling out a juice box and taking a sip. Silence fell over the class, all eyes on the disheveled man in the sleeping bag. This is the hero course, he continued, deadpan, finishing his juice. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. Time is a precious resource. Murmurs spread throughout the class as Aizawa's tired eyes swept over us. You lot aren't very rational, are you? The murmuring grew louder as Aizawa introduced himself. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleased to meet you. With a sigh, he packed away his sleeping bag and gestured toward the lockers. Change into your gym uniforms and meet me outside. We're going to see what you are really made of. Aizawa turned on his heel and walked away. Minutes later, the entire class stood on the sports field, dressed in gym uniforms as Aizawa explained the purpose of this exercise. Eureka hesitantly raised a hand. What about orientation? Aizawa barely spared her a glance. If you want to make friends, do it on your own time. Without missing a beat, he turned his deadpan gaze on me. Akita. How far could you throw in middle school? The class's attention snapped toward me. I blinked, momentarily thrown off. Didn't he ask Bakugo in the original timeline? Must be because I got first place in the entrance exam. A small part of me felt pride, but it was quickly drowned out by the realization that this meant everyone just learned my last name. Great. Now I have no control over when I introduce myself. Even worse, Bakugo was glaring daggers at me, fists clenched. It didn't take a genius to figure out why. Sigh. How troublesome. Meeting Aizawa's stare with an even expression, I answered, 95 meters. There were murmurs from my classmates, some eyebrows raising in surprise. What? Is my voice weird? I've been told it sounds nice before. Aizawa nodded. Alright. Now use your quirk. Do whatever you need, just don't leave the circle. Give it everything you've got. Stepping into the designated throwing circle, I debated whether I should hold back. They're benchmarking us, so if I go easy, Aizawa might see right through it. Better to go all out now. I'll also test continuous application of force until the ball leaves my range. Taking a stance, I gripped the ball tightly. My arm tensed as I pulled it back before swinging forward in a sharp motion. The moment the ball left my fingertips, I activated my quirk at full force, pushing it forward with my mind accelerating it far beyond what should be physically possible. A deafening boom shattered the air as the ball broke the sound barrier. Then another. And another. By the time the fourth sonic boom rang out, half the class had their hands over their ears, wincing at the force of the shockwaves. The ball rocketed into the sky, a blur against the clouds, and kept going until it vanished beyond the horizon. Silence. No one spoke. The only sound was the distant rustling of trees in the breeze. Aizawa's phone beeped and he raised a brow when the number appeared. 27,307 meters. I swallowed. Didn't think it'd go that far. Keeping my face neutral, I stepped out of the circle. The weight of my classmates' stares pressed down on me, some filled with awe, others with something closer to unease. Kinda hope that ball didn't hit anyone, but, well. Not my problem. As I reached the group, Kirishima was the first to snap out of it. Whoa, man. That was insane. How'd you do that? You even made sonic booms. His eyes practically sparkled with excitement. Yeah, that was sick, Denki chimed in, along with a few murmured agreements from the rest of the class. Even some of the quieter students gave approving nods. Not everyone was impressed, though. Bakugo's jaw was clenched so tightly I thought his teeth might crack. His hands twitched at his sides, explosions faintly sparking from his palms. Across from him, Todoroki's fingers curled ever so slightly. Finally, a chance to talk to someone. I made a mental note to thank Aizawa for forcing this moment, then immediately realized I had no idea how to respond. Thanks. It was short, but no one seemed to mind. Before the conversation could continue, Aizawa's voice cut through the air. Awesome, you say. His tone was sharp, edged with something unreadable. The energy shifted instantly. You're hoping to become heroes after 3 years here, and you think it's all fun and games. His eyes swept over us, his presence suddenly suffocating. A heavy pause. Then. The one with the lowest score across all 8 events. He let the words hang in the air before delivering the final blow. Will be expelled. Panic spread like wildfire. I saw Midoriya tense, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Others shifted uncomfortably, nervous whispers passing between them. Aizawa pushed his hair back, his sharp gaze locking onto each of us. Your fates are in our hands. The class stilled under the weight of his words. Welcome. This is. He took a step forward, voice dropping. The hero course at UA High. Comment. 13 comment. Vote. Chapter 9. Kata POV Sports Grounds. I watch in silence as my classmates protest the unfairness of Aizawa's declaration. Their frustration is expected, but Aizawa remains unfazed, his tone as flat as ever. Natural disasters, unjust villains, random accidents, life is unfair, he states matter-of-factly. Heroes are the ones who correct that. The class falls silent as his words sink in. For the next 3 years, UA will push you past your limits. That's plus ultra. His voice carries more energy in that single statement than it has this entire time. A challenge. A warning. Use your strength to overcome it all, he finishes. So bring it. I glance around, noting the shift in my classmates. Nervous expressions harden into steely determination. It's impressive how easily he turned the mood around. Then again, I have no doubt Aizawa would actually expel someone if they didn't meet his standards. First test, 50-meter dash. Just like in the original timeline, Ida finishes first with 3.04 seconds. When my turn arrives, I step onto the starting line, debating whether I should simply run normally. I'm sure I'd be faster than most of them without using my quirk, but I might as well experiment a little. A grin tugs at my lips. Nothing major. Just a slight push forward and some wind resistance reduction. The moment Aizawa signals the start, I sprint forward. I focus on creating a thin barrier in front of me to block air resistance while simultaneously applying a subtle force behind me to propel myself forward. The finish line arrives faster than expected. 3.81 seconds. Second place. Not bad. Second test, grip strength. This is too easy. With minimal effort, I apply my quirk to the grip strength device while squeezing it in my hand. A loud snap echoes across the field as the machine gives out, the screen freezing at around 3 tons of force before breaking entirely. Silence. Shoji, the runner-up, gets 540 kilograms, but no one seems to be paying attention to his score. Maybe I overdid it a little. Third test, standing long jump. I crouch slightly, preparing to jump. Instead of relying solely on my legs, I push off the ground with my quirk, adding extra force through a small timed burst of telekinetic energy to help me along. I land near the edge of the sandbox, just short of clearing it entirely. Not quite there yet. I mentally note the flaw. While I can launch objects, controlling my own movement still needs work. Maybe I should start practicing controlling my own body with my power, not just external objects. Aoyama and Bakugo completely clear the sandbox, prompting smug grins from them and one irritated glance toward me. Bakugo's gaze lingers, as if daring me to react. I don't. Which seems to annoy him even more. Fourth test, sidestepping. This one's annoying. Without finer control, my quirk won't help much. Resigning myself to pure physical effort, I rely on speed and endurance, securing 4th place. Ahead of me. Ida, unsurprising considering his quirk. Azui, her frog-like agility is insane. Siro, who used his tape to yank himself side to side. Not a bad result, all things considered. 5th test, ball throw. I don't have to participate in this one since I had done it earlier. Eureka easily claims first with her infinite score. Midoriya places 3rd, with Bakugo coming in 4th by a 0.1 meters. That fact alone is enough to send Bakugo into a fit of rage. His palm sparks violently as he lunges toward Midoriya. Deku. Here we go. Before he can follow through, Aizawa intervenes in a split second, his scarf wrapping around Bakugo and locking him in place. His quirk shuts down instantly. Violence isn't tolerated here, Aizawa says, voice sharp and final. Bakugo grits his teeth, but says nothing. Well, at least Midoriya is still alive. The next 3 tests flew by, and while I won't go into detail, my scores all placed me in the upper percentile of the class. Finally, Aizawa stepped forward with the results. Moving on. Time for the rankings. He clicked a button on his device, and a holographic leaderboard flickered to life in front of us. Oh, and one more thing, he added nonchalantly. I was lying about expelling someone. Silence. Then. What? Shouts erupted from the class, a mix of outrage and disbelief. I barely blinked, though. Aizawa sighed, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. That was a rational deception meant to bring out the best in all of you. A dry chuckle followed, as if he found the whole thing funny. I barely resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Momo, arms crossed, huffed confidently. I knew it was a bluff. I glanced at the rankings and found myself at the top of the leaderboard. 1 Kata Akita. 2 Momo Yeiorozu. 3 Shoto Todoroki. Midoriya, predictably, was at the bottom. Aizawa handed him a letter to meet Recovery Girl while the rest of us were sent back to class to collect our curriculum and schedules. Later that day. The rest of the school day passed in a blur. Regular classes were, well, boring as hell. History, mathematics, and literature were necessary, sure, but compared to the quirk assessment, it all felt like a chore. I kept my head down, did what was required, and waited for the final bell. Finally, as soon as class ended, I packed up my things and got ready to leave. Then. Yo, Akita. You heading home, man? I paused and glanced over my shoulder. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro were approaching me, all grinning like they were up to something. I simply nodded. Kirishima laughed. Not much of a talker, hey? Anyway, me, Kaminari, and Siro are gonna hang out for a bit. You in? Siro leaned forward. Come in, dude. First day of UA, we gotta celebrate somehow. Kaminari smirked. Yeah, unless you're too cool to hang with us. I eyed them for a moment. What did they even want from me? Still, I had to admit after a long day, the idea of unwinding didn't sound too bad. Where exactly are we going? I finally asked. Kirishima grinned. Now that's the spirit. Siro followed up, nothing crazy. We'll hit up an arcade, play some games, then maybe go bowling. I thought it over and nodded. Alright. Great. Let's go. Kaminari grinned as the four of us walked out of class, talking and laughing, or rather, they talked and laughed while I mostly just listened, occasionally chiming in when necessary. That is, until a question was directed at me. Akita, what do you usually do in your free time? You seemed like you were in a hurry to leave earlier, Kaminari asked suddenly. The question caught me off guard. I took a moment to think. I train, I replied simply, realizing just how few hobbies I actually had. It made sense, though things were only going to get more dangerous in the future. Come on, what else? Kaminari pressed. I shook my head. I don't really have any other hobbies. Did I just make things awkward? I braced for some weird silence, but... That's so cool. It's probably why you're so strong. And your muscles are rad. Super manly. Kirishima gave me a huge grin and a thumbs up, while Siro and Kaminari nodded in agreement. Kirishima doesn't seem like the type to lie, so maybe he really means it. I just nodded, slightly embarrassed. We continued toward the arcade, and along the way, I found myself learning things about them that I never would have known just from reading the manga. A small smile crept onto my lips. Instantly, they noticed. Whoa. Akita's smiling. Kirishima practically shouted, his grin widening. Siro and Kaminari exchanged looks before grinning too, like they'd just accomplished some grand mission. My smile vanished just as quickly, my brows furrowing slightly. I was smiling? Hey. It's not a bad thing, but how'd it slip out? I didn't even realize. Come on, it's not a bad thing, Siro reassured me. We're just glad you're having fun. We kinda thought we were bothering you or something. Yeah. And it'll only get better from here. Kirishima said, throwing his arms up as we arrived at the arcade. I gave a small nod to acknowledge them, but my face remained neutral. Once inside, we got some tokens and started playing. At first, I was terrible. I'd never played video games before, so I lost every match embarrassingly fast. But after a while, I started getting the hang of it, and soon enough, I was winning most of the games. I found myself smiling again, and this time, I didn't stop it. The more I played, the more comfortable I became talking with them. After another round, Kirishima groaned, slumping his head in defeat. Damn, man, you're a natural at this, he said, glaring at the screen as perfect KO flashed across it. I smirked. Maybe you just need more practice, since you lost to a noob. Kirishima's head snapped up. What kinda noob plays like that? How the hell did you even manage to keep linking combos like that? Siro and Kaminari nodded in agreement, looking equally frustrated. I just shrugged. Guess I'm a fast learner. Kirishima groaned louder, while Siro and Kaminari laughed. For the first time in a while, I actually felt normal. We wrapped up the evening with a round of bowling, another activity I had never tried before. But unlike gaming, I picked it up quickly, since it was mostly physical. The thrill of landing a strike, the tension of trying to hit that last pin for a spare, and the friendly competition made it surprisingly fun. Sadly, I didn't win, but I came close, a few points behind Kirishima. Congratulations, I said genuinely, offering a small smile. Kirishima, clearly excited, threw an arm around my neck though he struggled a bit due to the height difference. I expected myself to feel awkward, but instead, something unexpected happened. For the first time in my life, I let out a real, genuine laugh. Kirishima's grin faltered slightly, turning sheepish. He rubbed the back of his head, clearly embarrassed, but that only made me laugh more. It was around 7:30 p.m. when we finished and parted ways. As I walked home, I replayed the day's events in my mind, and a lingering warmth settled in my chest. A small smile stayed on my face the entire way back. When I got home, I realized something: the silence in the house no longer bothered me. But then, I thought about what's coming. About the future. And just like that, my neutral expression returned. Having fun once in a while is fine, but I can't afford to slack off. With that thought, I changed out of my uniform and into some comfortable sportswear. Without hesitation, I started my physical training, pushing myself for the next hour. Once I was done with my usual routine, I moved on to my quirk. Checking the time 8:50 p.m. I figured I had a few hours before I needed to sleep. The most urgent thing is defense, followed by speed and mobility. Finally, I'll need to work on my sensing ability. With that in mind, I entered one of the empty rooms I had set aside for training. Closing my eyes, I focused. A second later, a force field shimmered into existence around me, invisible to others, but I could feel it there. Now I just need to keep it active while focusing on other things. For the next hour, I worked to maintain the shield without fully concentrating on it. I read. I meditated. I did homework. The shield flickered and faded multiple times, and when it didn't, it weakened. But gradually, I adapted. By the end of the hour, I could keep it up even while slightly distracted. Good. Now, let's see if I can use telekinesis while maintaining it. To put it lightly, I failed spectacularly. The moment I channeled my quirk into anything else, the force field collapsed. Again and again, I tried. Every attempt ended in failure. After an hour of frustration, I finally managed to lift a small pebble for a few seconds, but the shield instantly weakened before vanishing completely. I sighed, glancing at the clock. 11 p.m. I decided to call it a night. Still, I kept the force field active as I lay in bed. I knew it would fade the moment I fell asleep. But one day, it won't. Comment. 8 comment. Vote. Chapter 10. Kata POV Kata's house. I woke up at 5 a.m. not as early as yesterday, but still early enough. After a quick stretch, I activated my force field. Now I just need to keep it running for as long as possible. With the barrier active, I moved through my morning routine: exercise, a quick shower, a small breakfast. The force field had to come down for the shower, of course. Partial permeability wasn't an option yet. Dressed and ready, I stepped outside, beginning my short walk to UA. Despite letting my thoughts wander, the barrier remained intact. Good. Progress. Kata POV Class 1A. I arrived at 8 a.m., 25 minutes before homeroom. The classroom was much fuller than yesterday. A few heads turned as I entered, most still unsure what to make of me. But unlike yesterday, a familiar voices cut through the usual chatter. Yo, Akita. Morning. Kirishima greeted me with his usual enthusiasm. The reaction from the rest of the class was immediate: wide eyes, hushed whispers, a few confused glances. Kaminari and Zero exchanged amused looks, snickering at their classmates' shock. They're looking at me like they expect me to kill him for speaking to me. I suppressed a sigh and nodded. Morning. How are you guys doing? My voice lacked the same energy they gave me, remaining neutral with no added volume, but I wasn't about to force enthusiasm I didn't feel. Zero and Kaminari returned my greeting as I walked to my seat. Even after the conversation, I realized with some surprise my barrier was still up. Seems like I can now keep it active even while distracted. Before I could analyze further, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Zero approached my desk. Just as they reached me. Thump. Kaminari's hand hit the barrier. He blinked in confusion before knocking against it again, drawing even more attention from the class. What's this? He asked, eyebrows raised as he tried to push through. I quickly deactivated it, letting his hand slip through empty space where the invisible wall had been. They all looked at me expectantly. I was training, I answered simply. A few eyebrows rose across the room. I thought you had a strength-based quirk. Zero asked. So, can you also make invisible walls? The classroom's general chatter died down. I could feel several intense gazes locked onto me. Bakugo, definitely. Maybe a few others. Should I fully explain my quirk? Or just enough to rationalize what they've seen? After a few seconds of silence, I spoke. I can make a force field. I was practicing keeping it active at all times. It's still weak, though. I can also enhance my strength with it. Technically true. That explanation was enough for the class. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Zero accepted it without question, moving on to another conversation. But I could tell not everyone believed that was all my quirk could do. That was fine. I won't hide it forever. But I won't reveal exactly what it is until I know I can survive AFO. I kept my responses short but engaged as we talked, until Aizawa arrived for homeroom. I could tell that, after this, the rest of the class was more comfortable with my presence. They must have realized I wasn't as intimidating as my aura suggested. Classes went on as usual until lunch at 12:30. I made my way to the cafeteria and ordered Lunch Rush's famous food. The moment I took my first bite, I nearly teared up. The manga wasn't lying, this food is on another level. A warm, savory flavor burst across my tongue, the perfect balance of seasoning and texture. The rich umami taste melted into the rice, every bite perfectly cooked and packed with flavor. It's divine, I thought, chewing slowly to savor the experience. This sealed it, I was eating here for the rest of my time at UA. Maybe I should learn how to cook from Lunch Rush, if he's taking students. Despite Kirishima's invitation to eat with him and the rest of the boys, I chose to sit alone. I wanted to keep training my force field, which would have been hard to do at a table given the space it takes, and honestly, I needed a break from socializing. I wasn't used to talking this much, and after a full morning of classes, I felt drained. After lunch, it was time for hero basic training. I sat in class, bored, while the rest of the students excitedly speculated about what we'd be doing today. Suddenly, the door burst open with enough force to rattle the walls. Come through the door, like normal. All Might struck a dramatic pose, his Silver Age costume gleaming under the fluorescent lights. His cape billowed as if caught in a wind that didn't exist. I stared, expressionless, as I suppressed the urge to roll my eyes. That's about as far from a normal entrance as you can get. The rest of the class, however, exploded into excited murmurs, some practically vibrating in their seats as they fangirled and fanboyed over the number one hero. Hero basic training. All Might announced, flexing his muscles for emphasis. The class that'll put you through all sorts of special training to mold you into heroes. Then, in a softer voice, it also gives a ton of credits. The class barely had time to process that before he pointed dramatically toward the front of the room. No time to dally. Today's activity is this. His arm shot forward, revealing a card with bold letters written across it. Battle. Battle training, he declared. From the corner of my eye, I caught Bakugo's expression twisting into something almost feral, a dangerous grin filled with excitement. And for that, you need these. With a mechanical whir, the wall at the side of the classroom slid open, revealing multiple briefcases, each numbered from 1 to 20. Your hero costumes. A chorus of excited cheers erupted across the room. That was loud. I sighed internally. I just hope they managed to make my costume properly. All right. After changing into your costumes, come out in training order to ground beta. All Might instructed before leaving. Immediately, the class rushed toward the wall, scrambling to grab their cases. I waited until the chaos died down before walking over and picking up the one marked 7. Kata POV changing room. In the changing room, I quietly undid the buttons of my uniform, slipping out of the jacket and shirt. I felt the weight of a few glances as I peeled off my undershirt, revealing the old scars and burns scattered across my whole body. The air felt slightly colder against the exposed skin, but I paid it no mind. No one said anything, and I appreciated that. I focused instead on the contents of my briefcase. Inside, my hero costume was laid out neatly. It was impressive. Not entirely my own design, I wasn't that creative, but I'd taken heavy inspiration from Jason Todd's Arksome night suit. I picked up the first piece, black cargo pants, with streaks of red decorating them, reinforced with Kevlar fabric, making them bullet-resistant and cut-proof. Running my fingers over the material, I could feel the layered sheets of titanium hidden inside, strategically placed for extra protection. I stepped into the pants and fastened them securely, feeling their weight settle around my legs. Next, I grabbed the military tactical boots, also black. The soles were sturdy and shock-absorbent, built for mobility and impact resistance. I pulled them on, lacing them tight. After that, I slipped on a light, moisture-wicking undershirt before pulling the suit's upper body armor over my head. The sleek black leather had a subtle shine under the changing room lights, and beneath the surface, reinforced fibers and titanium plates covered vital areas, while clinging tightly to my form, highlighting my muscles. As I adjusted it, I could feel the cool metal pressing against my skin through the soft inner lining. Finally, I pulled the attached red hood over my head. Then, I slotted the last piece into place, a black graphene lower face mask that extended just above my nose. As it clicked into position, the built-in air filter activated, a faint whir of machinery humming in my ears. Slowly, the sound faded, replaced by a deep red glow pulsing ominously in sync with my breathing, illuminating the cracks and gaps in the mask's surface. I exhaled slowly. Finished. Opening my eyes, my red irises seemingly glowing faintly beneath the hood's shadow, the eerie light from my mask barely illuminating my face. Packing my things, I made my way out of the changing room. Emerging from the exit, I noticed most of my classmates were already waiting. Almost immediately, several heads turned toward me. Their gazes lingered, some curious, some hesitant. I could practically feel the weight of their stares, but I kept my stride steady as I walked to join the line. Did I make my costume too menacing? The thought barely crossed my mind before Kirishima walked up to me, a wide grin on his face. Nice costume, dude. We've got the same color scheme. Red's great, right? I let out a small chuckle, the tension in my chest easing slightly. The greatest, I replied. Yet. Before I could say more, the sound of approaching footsteps made me glance toward the exit. Izuku was making his way over, last to arrive. Once he arrived, All Might finally spoke. Shall we begin, my wards? All Might declared, his voice booming across the training ground. It's time for battle training. Excitement rippled through the class as he began explaining the exercise. He spoke about how hero encounters with villains often happen indoors, which made it crucial to train for fights in confined spaces. That led to today's challenge, 2v2 indoor battles. The rules are simple. The hero team must either capture the villains or secure the weapon they are guarding. The villain team must either capture the heroes or protect the weapon until time runs out. As he spoke, some students exchanged excited glances while others looked more serious, no doubt already strategizing. To determine your partners, we'll be drawing lots. A few groans rose from the class, likely from those hoping to team up with their friends, but All Might remained undeterred. Most teams turned out the same as in the manga, except for one key difference. Aoyama was paired with Momo. And I was paired with Mina. Mina. I mulled over my new partner. She was one of the better fighters in our class, and if we were up against Sato and Kota like in the original, we'd win easily. But since the teams are already different, there's no telling who we'll face now. I turned, scanning the crowd for Mina, only to find her already walking toward me. Our eyes met. For a split second, she flinched before quickly composing herself and continuing forward as though nothing had happened. Why'd she? Then, it hit me. I still had my hood up and mask on combined with my already sharp features, and red eyes. I must have looked pretty intimidating. I'll need to be more mindful of that. Reaching up, I pulled back my hood and released my mask, letting it hang loosely around my neck. By the time she reached me, Mina had a sheepish smile on her face. Guess you saw that, huh, she admitted, rubbing the back of her head. I kinda got intimidated for a section. But your costume is really cool. Did you design the whole thing yourself? She was steering the conversation to a safer topic, a small distraction to brush off the moment. I let it slide. I took inspiration from some sources, I replied neutrally. Then I hesitated. If I stopped there, it might seem like I was upset. Not the impression I wanted to give. I'm Kata Akata. This is our first time talking, right? Mina blinked, mildly surprised. For a split second, I caught a small blush creeping onto her cheeks, probably from embarrassment over her earlier reaction and lack of proper introduction. But she quickly recovered, her usual bright smile returning as she extended a hand toward me. Mina Ashido. It's a pleasure to finally talk to the mysterious first-year representative. She flashed me a cheeky grin. I rolled my eyes but grunted in amusement, which only made her giggle. Comment. A comment. Vote. Chapter 11. Kata POV Ground Beta Monitor Room. We had moved to the monitor room, located in the joint basement of the buildings where each battle was taking place. Predictably, Izuku and Yurika were up against Ida and Bakugo. After giving Bakugo and Ida a few minutes to set up, All Might signaled for the match to begin. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and watched as Deku and Yurika sneaked in through a window. Even if I already know what's going to happen, watching it unfold in real time is always better. Then, right on cue, Bakugo launched himself from around the corner, an explosion blasting toward Izuku. It was a cool scene to watch, though I wouldn't say I enjoyed seeing Izuku get hurt. Oh well. It comes with job, and I'm not the one hurting him. The class watched in rapt attention. Kirishima was the first to react. That's low, Bakugo. Sneak attacks are so unmanly. Yet they are a valid strategy. All Might said, seizing the opportunity to teach. This is what practical experience is all about. Mina praised Deku's dodging, only for everyone to recoil in shock when Izuku suddenly body-slammed Bakugo. How obsessed was he with Bakugo to predict his moves like that? When I read the manga, I thought it was just some shounen protagonist bullshit pulling him through. But, is he really that good at analyzing people? Without audio, we couldn't hear the argument that erupted between the two, much to the frustration of everyone watching. Soon, it became clear how much of a disadvantage the hero team was at. The clock ticked down, and Deku's team still hadn't found the bomb. Given only 15 minutes to locate it while fending off the villains, it was a lot to ask for. Eventually, Yurika split off, leaving Deku to handle Bakugo alone. I know they had a plan to win, but it also looks like she isn't able to contribute much in this fight. Maybe it's both. But it bothers me. Did Izuku's really plan take all this into account from the start? Doubt began to creep through my mind. He might be more dangerous than I thought. Although he's a hero through and through, so I don't need to be too cautious of him, I'm not a real hero and we might clash one day. I'll need to make sure he doesn't analyze me enough to pull anything like that. The rest of the battle played out just as it did in the manga. The class was excited finally getting to see some real action. That excitement dimmed, however, when Bakugo used his gauntlet, blowing open a massive section of the building, almost taking Izuku with it. In the end, Izuku used his quirk, destroying more of the poor building, to give Yurika the opening she needed to reach the bomb and claim victory. Seeing the fight was much more intense than just reading it, but I realized just how dangerous it was. It's our first combat exercise against other people, with All Might as the safety net, but All Might not stepping in sooner is concerning. Makes me understand Izuku's concerns about his favoritism going too far. I let out a tired sigh as my thoughts conclude. After the match, Momo stepped up to explain how we'd be scored not just on winning, but on how well we performed our assigned roles, whether hero or villain, much to All Might's shock. It seems obvious in hindsight, but figuring that out through deduction alone would be difficult. I nodded in silent approval of Momo's intellect and waited for the next match to begin. Then, something unexpected. Another deviation from the manga. Toru and Ojiro were paired against Sato and Kota. That means there's a chance Mina and I will end up against Todoroki and Shoji. If that happened, it wouldn't be an easy win. But the thought excited me. A small smirk tugged at my lips as I glanced at Todoroki. Our eyes met. His expression remained unreadable, but his gaze held a quiet confidence like he already knew he'd win. Yet beneath it, I could see it. The need to prove himself. A challenge. I met his stare with equal intensity before turning back to the screen. I'll definitely win. The match was kind of boring. Toru managed to sneak behind Kota and capture him, while Ojiro simply held Sato back long enough for his sugar rush to wear off, leaving him too exhausted to fight. And that's why you shouldn't let anyone know your quirk's limitations. Then, the next match confirmed my suspicions. Tsuyu and Tokoyami faced off against Kirishima and Zero. As their battle unfolded, I turned to Mina and pulled her aside. I have a feeling we'll be up against Todoroki and Shoji, I said bluntly. She blinked before letting out a confident laugh, shrugging. Doesn't matter. I'm sure the two of us can beat them. I know we'll win. I'm confident enough in myself to guarantee that, but she doesn't that. Ignorance is bliss, I guess. I sighed. Would you still think that if you knew he could freeze the entire building in seconds? I asked neutrally. Mina stiffened. And no way, right? She hesitated, her bravado slipping. It's only been a day. There can't be that big of a gap. He got in through the recommendation exam, so obviously, he'd have to be quite strong. I said nothing else, watching as realization settled in. The match would be hard, and there was a chance we wouldn't even face Todoroki, which would suck, but I really hoped we would. Even if we lose, that just means I'm too weak and should train harder. I shifted my attention back to the match in progress, anticipation building for my own. Once Mina calmed down, which didn't take long, she looked at me with renewed determination. Alright. Since you're telling me all this, you've got a plan, right? She asked, cheering herself up while raising her fists in front of her. I nodded. I've got a few. You can choose, but it depends on how much you want to contribute. She blinked at me, puzzled. Of course, I want to contribute as much as possible. Then. I met her gaze seriously, but she didn't seem as intimidated as before. Looking is fine, but staring is rude, she chided, making me blink in confusion. I'm just messing with you. She waved a hand dismissively before leaning in, whispering, but hurry up and tell me the plan. Caught off guard by the sudden proximity, I froze for a second. Her enthusiasm was contagious, and the way she wrapped her arm around my neck and pulled me down to her level made it feel almost conspiratorial. Despite the room being loud enough to mask normal conversation, I found myself whispering back, I can handle Todoroki and stop his ice while leaving Shoji to you. Sweet. Easy peasy then, she said, sounding much more confident now that she had a guarantee. Although, I'll need your help to set up some insurance, in case something goes wrong, assuming we're the villain team. I spoke slowly, knowing she might not like my idea. What do you need me to do? She asked with determination. As I explained the rest of the plan, she immediately looked conflicted and doubtful. I don't think we'll need the backup plan, but it never hurts to be prepared. I sighed internally. All Might will step in before anything bad happens, and we're being graded on how well we play our roles, and I'm sure we'd get a lot of points for doing this, I reassured her. Anyway, it won't matter if we don't end up fighting Todoroki and Shoji or if we're on the hero team. Just think it over. She hesitated before nodding, still deep in thought as I turned back to watch the current match. Tsuyu and Tokoyami won when Tsuyu reached the bomb while Tokoyami held off Kirishima with Dark Shadow. Zero, unable to match Tsuyu's agility indoors, didn't contribute much beyond taping off the area. Then came the second to last match. Jiro and Kaminari as the hero team versus Momo and Aoyama as the villains. Momo and Aoyama secured victory. Kaminari's endurance wasn't great, and Jiro lacked the agility or offense to match either of her opponents. Finally. As expected. The final matchup. Kata Akata and Mina Ashido as the villains against Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji as the heroes. The most difficult circumstances for victory. How fun. I would be able to test my power against someone I know is strong, a grin tugging at my lips as All Might sent us ahead to prepare. We decided to place the bomb in a room on the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Mina, having agreed to my plan, stands next to me with a grin. Are you ready? I asked, my voice as calm as ever. Yep. Let's do this, she responded, slamming her fist into her palm. I nodded, pulling up my hood and securing my mask, the dark red cracks glowing menacingly. Then, through the earpiece, All Might's voice boomed, begin. Loud. I groaned internally. Anyway, Todoroki should be about to flash freeze the building any second now. I need to be ready. Not a second later. The air temperature plummeted. Frost spread rapidly outside the room, creeping along the walls and floor like a living entity. I tensed. Here it comes. A second later, ice burst into the hallway, a tidal wave of frozen energy aiming to trap us in place. I activated my quirk, breaking apart the ice with precise, effortless movements as Mina and I stepped out. Without hesitation, she nodded and began flinging acid at the walls and floor, the sizzling sound of corroding concrete filling the air. As we descended the stairs, I glanced back. With a sharp motion, I pulled. My quirk latched onto the weakened structure, dragging the walls and ceiling inward. A deafening crash echoed through the building as debris collapsed, sealing the only path upstairs into the bomb. I smirked. Even with Shoji's strength, it'll take them more than 15 minutes to clear a path. Game over. Mina shifted uncomfortably beside me. I know playing dirty isn't very heroic, but we're the villains right now, I said evenly. Yeah, I know. She sighed, but her unease lingered as we continued downward. Third-person POV ground beta monitor room. You can do that? Several students exclaimed at once, leaning forward in shock. That's low. Ciro muttered, frowning. Mina's hesitation hadn't gone unnoticed. Tsuyu tilted her head, her voice as calm as ever. Yet. Mina doesn't seem quite happy with it, Ribbit. So it's probably Akita's idea. All Might, isn't that unfair? Ida questioned, adjusting his glasses. Around him, several students murmured in agreement. All Might, his ever-present grin unwavering, responded with a booming voice. Listen well. Life isn't fair, and it's this unfairness that we as heroes must learn to overcome. What Akita and Mina have done is perfectly logical, brilliant, even, from a villain's perspective. Despite his confident tone, he hadn't expected anyone to deliberately seal off the objective by collapsing the building. Momo spoke up next, her analytical nature kicking in. It's a logical decision. They have time on their side, and by blocking the only path, they've essentially guaranteed victory unless they're captured first. Which they could have avoided by hiding in the room with the bomb, Tsuyu added. I get it now. They're still giving Todoroki and Shoji a chance to prove themselves, Ribbit. Kirishima grinned, eyes alight with excitement. We'll get to see Akita and Todoroki fight. Kata POV ground beta building, 3rd floor. We stepped onto the 3rd floor and came face to face with Todoroki and Shoji. Shoji's extra arms had transformed into ears, his heightened senses likely leading them here. I met Mina's gaze and nodded. Without hesitation, I tore a chunk of wall free with my quirk and hurled it toward them at blinding speed. The moment they caught sight of the incoming projectile, Shoji reacted first. His reflexes outpaced Todoroki's as he shoved him aside and dodged in the opposite direction. The concrete smashed into the wall behind them, shattering it with a loud crash. The ground trembled, dust scattering through the hallway. Mina wasted no time. Already in motion, she sprinted toward Shoji, her focus locked on him. Meanwhile, I kept up my barrage, launching debris at Todoroki to keep him from interfering. He responded by raising an ice wall to block the attacks. Hello, Todoroki. I stepped forward, voice low and menacing. You'd best surrender before you get hurt. I knew All Might was listening. Might as well play the part. Besides, taunting one of my favorite characters. Surprisingly fun. I laughed internally, but my expression remained cold, blood-red eyes locking onto his sky-blue ones. Comment. To comment. Vote. Chapter 12. Kata POV ground beta, 3rd floor. Todoroki doesn't respond to my taunt. Instead, he sweeps his arm forward, sending ice crystals racing across the floor toward me. I barely glance at them before a telekinetic blast shatters them to pieces. I can handle his ice. Maybe I should experiment find out exactly how much I can do to a human. I know I can't mess with his insides yet, I'd have to see them first. But what about everything else? Stealing myself, I lean fully into the villain role. This is going to be embarrassing. Watch out, you're about to die. My voice comes out colder than I expected. For a second, even I believe it. The ceiling above Todoroki groans and collapses. He rolls aside just in time. Ice spikes erupt from the floor, closing the distance between us in an instant. Can my force field stop this? It should be strong enough. I activate it, watching as the ice slams against an invisible barrier a meter from my body. It holds. I flick my wrist, and the spikes explode into shards. Todoroki's eyes widen in shock. How? His voice is level, but I can't tell if he's angry at how easily I blocked him or if he finally sees me as a threat. Ignoring his question, I answer with a quote. People who fly into a rage. I extend my power, locking onto his body. With barely any effort, I lift him into the air. He thrashes against my hold, making it harder but not hard enough. Always make a bad landing. I launch him forward fast enough to hurt, but not enough to knock him out. He slams into the wall, coughing as the ice on his left side cracks and falls away. That should have hurt. Disappointment prickles in my chest. This feels too easy. Get up and fight. My voice drops lower. You're the hero here, aren't you? His jaw clenches. Ice spreads across the ground, creeping toward me. I grin under my mask, smashing the frozen tendrils apart only to realize he's gone. I raise an eyebrow. Hiding. I scan the pillars lining the hallway. He's behind one of them. Breaking them all would bring the ceiling down on me, so I stay still. Time is on my side. Seconds pass in silence. Then. Ice rushes me from the right. I crush it instantly, but Todoroki's nowhere to be seen. My grin widens. At least he won't go down easy. Aren't you getting cold? My voice echoes through the room. Silence. I guess not. Let me help. The shattered ice around me rises into the air, floating in a controlled orbit. If he's hiding, I don't need to find him. I just need to hit him. The shards shoot forward, weaving between the pillars in a lethal dance. Halfway through, Todoroki bolts from cover, trying to avoid them. Got you. I grab hold of him and slam him into the floor. I prepare to finish this. But then, a thick pillar of ice erupts in front of him, charging straight at me. I crush it, only for another to rise in its place. By the time I clear it, he's gone. Smart. He's figured out that if I can't see him, I can't control him. If he's thinking rationally, there's only one thing he'd do next. Try an attack from my blind spot. I activate my force field. Not long after, I hear crackling, then a burst of ice slams into the barrier from my left, just out of view. I snap my head in that direction and crush the ice to dust. But Todoroki's already one step ahead. Massive walls of ice shoot up across the room, cutting off my visibility. The temperature plummets, and even through my costume, I feel the cold bite at my skin. Interesting. I grin behind my mask. I know he won't last long without his fire, so I might as well enjoy this while it lasts. Let's play cat and mouse, Todoroki. I raise a hand and unleash a telekinetic wave, obliterating every ice wall in sight. But for each one I destroy, another rises to take its place. Occasionally, ice spikes shoot toward me. If I see them, I shatter them. If I don't, I activate my force field and block them. Thankfully, shifting ice isn't exactly subtle. Whenever he stops attacking, I keep up the pressure, moving shards of broken ice between the pillars, forcing him to make more walls to stay hidden. Every quirk has a downside. I call out, my voice echoing through the icy maze. You're resistant to the cold, not immune to it, right? How much longer can you keep this up? His answer comes in the form of another barrage of ice spikes from behind. My shield absorbing the impact. I sigh. This is getting annoying. Time to end it. I shift my focus. If he has nowhere to run, he can't run. The ground beneath me trembles as I systematically crush the floor with my quirk. Cracks splinter through the concrete between the ice walls and pillars, destroying every place he could maneuver. I walk methodically, breaking every spot that could serve as cover, making sure no pillar blocks my vision before destroying the floor around it. Todoroki adapts, creating thick ice platforms to stand on. Smart, but it only makes his location more obvious. And the more ice he makes, the more stamina he burns. It's checkmate, Todoroki. You just don't know it yet. I exhale, staring at the last pillar with the floor near it still intact. The only cover he has left. Will you come out yourself, or do I have to make you? Silence. My eyes narrow. On the off chance he's setting a trap, I launch a few of the larger ice shards with my quirk at the pillar, fast enough to shatter it completely. I immediately activate my force field, in case of a sneak attack. A split second later, crack. Ice shards explode upward from beneath me, breaking the floor and slamming into my shield. Smart move. But not enough. I crush the ice and drop down through the now destroyed floor, landing on the second floor. Todoroki is there, kneeling, his breath coming in heavy fogged pants. Ice crystals coat his arms, his back, his entire body practically encased in frost. He's shivering, struggling to stay upright on his hands and knees. Not gonna lie. I have some respect for him. Even after everything, he pushed himself to his limit. But I still have an exercise to win. I lift a hand, telekinetically pulling out a strip of capture tape and binding him. You're captured, I state simply. Todoroki doesn't answer. He just exhales sharply, his shoulders slumping in defeat. You fought well, I say before turning away. Time to find Mina. Mina POV ground beta, third floor. I charge toward Shoji. The second Akita separates them, leaving him to keep Todoroki occupied. I can't beat him physically, so I'll keep my distance and use my acid. As the dust settles, I shoot a stream of low-solubility acid, forcing Shoji to retreat. You're fast, I remark, genuinely surprised. This is going to be tough. I keep up the assault, spraying acid in bursts, forcing him back step by step until he ducks into another room. It looks just like the one we started in, same concrete, same pillars. But now, there's only one way out. Shoji stops running and turns to face me. You ready to dance? I ask, grinning. Bring it. He surges forward. My eyes widen, and I instantly shift to high-viscosity acid, flinging globs at him, which he dodges with ease, closing the gap. He's really fast. I leap backward just as he lands where I stood, his fist slamming into the ground. The concrete explodes beneath his blow. I swallow hard. Yeah, definitely shouldn't let him grab or hit me. I keep moving, ducking between pillars, using my smaller size to stay out of reach while acid flies from my hands, keeping him at bay. He'll get tired eventually, right? I wonder optimistically. It works just not enough. He's still gaining on me. Each time he gets close, he lunges and I barely manage to drive him back with another burst of acid. Over and over, the cycle repeats. Minutes pass. He's still fine while my arms are burning now from overusing my quirk. It's fine. I just need to hold out until time runs out. Sporting a confident grin, I taunt, getting tired? Because I can do this all day. I spread my arms wide, acid pooling in my palms. Shoji's eyes flick toward the door behind me. My grin falters. Oh no, he's going for the bomb or to meet up with Todoroki. Akita was right, if he got past me, and we hadn't collapsed the staircase, we'd be screwed. Shoji makes his decision. He sprints straight for the exit. Not so fast. I shout, hurling another blast of acid. But this time, he doesn't dodge. Instead, he raises all 6 arms, shielding himself as he barrels forward. Oh crap. One of his arms swings toward me. Reflexively, I raise my own to shield myself, eyes squeezing shut. This is gonna hurt. But nothing happens. A second passes. Then another. I cautiously open my eyes. Shoji stands frozen in front of me, trembling slightly. But he doesn't move. A voice speaks behind me. Cool and neutral. I made it in time. Relief washes over me like a wave. Akita. Turning around, I see him standing there with an arm raised towards Shoji, calm as ever. Akita. I exclaim, pressing a hand to my chest. I thought I was a goner. He simply nods. I've captured Todoroki. Bind Shoji while I have him restrained. Oh, right. Shoji. Shaking off my daze, I quickly pull out the capture tape and wrap it around Shoji's arm. The second it tightens, he sags slightly, exhaling in defeat. As I tie the last loop, a thought creeps in. Akita beat Todoroki on his own, and dealt with Shoji so easily. Compared to him, I barely did anything, and even then, I struggled so much. The match ends. All Might's voice crackles through the earpiece. The villain team wins. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Turning to Akita, I smile. We did it. And it was all thanks to you. I couldn't even hold Shoji back because I'm so weak. I laugh it off and raise a hand for a high five. But Akita just watches me. His expression unreadable. My stomach twists. Does he not like high fives? Does he think I was useless? Then, he speaks. We. I blink. What? His gaze meets mine. We did it. Together. The words take a second to settle. He sighs. Then says something I never realized I needed to hear, much less expected from him of all people. You helped a lot. Todoroki was harder to beat than I expected. I might not have been able to handle them both at once. He pauses. So you did contribute a lot. And, don't call yourself weak. I stare at him. Strength can be trained. Experience can be gained, he continues. But the strength to stand up and fight even when you're losing isn't something a weak person can ever have. Then, without hesitation, he lifts a hand matching my earlier gesture and returns the high five before walking off towards the monitoring room. For a moment, I just stand there. Shock. Confusion. Then, warmth. A small smile tugs at my lips as I shake my head and follow after him. I'll keep training. I won't stay weak. Shoji walks behind us, looking dejected, but I don't dwell on it. For now, I just enjoy this victory. Comment. 11 Comment. Vote. Chapter 13. Kata POV Ground Beta Monitoring Room. As I walk back to the monitoring room, my own words linger in my mind. Did I say too much? It was something that always bothered me about Mina in the manga. She stood against Gigantomachia when Elzen was too scared to even move. But instead of seeing her own strength, she blamed herself for being scared and feeling weak. She's not weak. I scoff internally. She at least stood up when she was powerless. If she's weak, then what am I? Images from my childhood briefly flash through my mind as my jaw clenches, before I calm down again. Hopefully, my words helped. A quick glance behind me shows Mina and Shoji keeping up, though Shoji looks a little dejected. We pass Todoroki, who falls in step beside us, silent. I'm not surprised. Losing was probably a bigger shock for him than anyone else. He thought he was the strongest. He is strong. But he's still an ass for now. Izuku will help him work through his trauma much better than I can. I shake my head slightly. I'm not a therapist, and I don't want to be. There are bigger problems ahead. Like the USJ attack. And right now, I doubt I'm strong enough to handle it. We step into the monitoring room, and almost immediately, Kirishima leads the charge toward me. Damn, man. That was awesome. The way you demolished everything was super manly. Around the room, the girls flock toward Mina, showering her with praise for holding her own against Shoji. Ojiro and Tokoyami check on Shoji, murmuring reassurances. Ida, probably disapproving of my tactics, attempts to console Todoroki, but the IC student ignores him entirely and walks away. I take it all in while nodding at Kirishima's enthusiasm. Thanks. I can't believe you beat Todoroki so easily. Kaminari chimes in. His attacks looked crazy strong, but you just brushed them off like nothing. Yeah, but didn't you say your quirk could make force fields and enhance your strength? Siro adds, a hint of curiosity in his tone. And your shield looked insanely strong, Kirishima finishes. But you said it weak. These dreaded question. I suppress a groan. I didn't beat Todoroki easily. He was tougher than I expected. Most of the class rolls their eyes, clearly not believing me. As for my quirk, I continue, I can move objects and people without touching them. Just that. Nothing more. For now. That seems to satisfy them, though a few in the room Momo, Tokoyami and Ida in particular exchange looks. I doubt they fully believe me, but I also doubt they'll press the issue. Before the conversation can continue, All Might gathers everyone and leads us toward the exit. Well done, everyone. No serious injuries apart from Midoriya's. Great teamwork. His booming laughter fills the space, but as he turns to leave, his gaze flickers toward Bakugo, who's been eerily quiet. For once, the explosive blonde doesn't say a word. After changing back into our school uniforms, the rest of the afternoon classes go by peacefully. As soon as class ends, I notice two people approaching my desk, Todoroki and Momo. This looks troublesome. I expected Todoroki, but Momo too? That's unexpected. Todoroki reaches me first, his expression unreadable but his posture tense. Why did you hold back against me? Behind him, Momo hesitates a few steps away, fidgeting slightly as if unsure whether to stay or leave. What do you mean? I ask, even though I already know. You could have knocked me out at the start, Todoroki says, his voice sharper now. His hands clench into fists. But you didn't. Were you just toying with me? The classroom quiets down. People keep talking, but their voices lower. They're listening. I was testing my abilities on you, but I probably shouldn't tell you that. Winning instantly wasn't the point of the exercise, I reply, keeping my tone even. I underestimated you at first and I genuinely struggled to take you out later on. Todoroki narrows his eyes. He's still not satisfied, but he's less angry, and more determined now. Fine, he says after a pause. But I will beat you. Mark my words. Without waiting for a response, he turns and leaves the classroom. I let out a quiet sigh. Well, that could have gone worse. When I look toward Momo, she seems hesitant after what just happened. I decide to break the silence first. Did you need something? She blinks, surprised that I engaged first. I can't keep getting seen as a monster. Maybe it's best to make an effort to be more approachable. Momo takes a deep breath, visibly calming herself before stepping forward. Am I really that scary? Hello, my name is Momo Yaeorozu, she says formally. I was wondering if I could take a few minutes of your time to ask you some questions. I stare at her in confusion. She's being really polite about this. Hi. I respond, a little amused. I'm Kata Akata. Nice to meet you. And yet, what questions do you have? I flash her a small smile. Best to seem friendly. A few classmates who catch it look genuinely shocked. Momo, on the other hand, seems to light up, smiling brightly back. Right, she had confidence issues. She probably worried about making friends still. So that reaction makes sense. Thank you for indulging me. She gives a small bow, then pulls out a notebook. Pardon if this sounds rude, but I've noticed that you give off an imposing aura. Do you not want to be bothered by others, or is it something else? The class falls silent. Her question clearly caught everyone off guard. I can see a few heads turning our way, their expressions ranging from curiosity to shock. Momo tenses slightly but holds her ground. Wow, never thought someone would just drop a question like that. I raise an eyebrow at her, which for me, is practically a huge gesture of surprise. I'm sorry if that offended you, she blurts out, suddenly panicked. I wanted to become friends with you, and I wanted to understand where you stand. I blink. The entire class is staring now, some of them looking at her with pity, others looking at me like I'm some kind of villain. If I don't answer quickly, it'll only reinforce their bad perceptions of me. I sigh, making sure my tone is calm but clear. It's just how I look. Silence lingers. Do they think I'm mad? I decide to clarify. I'm just not used to talking to people. I missed my chance to introduce myself on the first day, and things just ended up like this. I took no offense, so don't worry. I see eyebrows raise across the class. The tension in the room eases slightly. Momo studies me for a moment before nodding. I see. I had a feeling it was like that. I struggled to make friends before too, so I understand. Silence descends once again. What else did I expect when two awkward people start a conversation? I clear my throat. So, did you have more questions, or has your curiosity been sated? Momo frantically flips through her notebook, eyes scanning the pages. She probably didn't expect to make it this far. Before she can say anything, another voice cuts through the silence. Oh. Me. I have a question. Mina raises her hand abruptly, practically bouncing toward my desk. Do you guys have any hobbies? She looks between Momo and me, her usual energy on full display. I guess she's asking both of us. Momo immediately perks up. I enjoy reading and drinking tea. Studying is beneficial for my quirk, so it helps with that too. Then both of them turn to me expectantly. I pause, thinking about it. I like exercising and reading manga. What about you? It's the truth. Exercising and training are the only things I've been doing. And in my last life, reading manga was one of the few things I actually enjoyed. After the USJ attack, I should find some new hobbies. I like dancing. She says, flashing a grin. Before the silence can settle again, two more classmates approach. The first is Sato, who offers a friendly nod. I'm Rikido Sato. I also like exercising, baking, and sweets. It also helps with my quirk. He gives Momo a quick smile, probably referring to her earlier comment about her hobby always helping with her quirk. Shoji follows, his calm presence contrasting with the more energetic students. I, too, like working out. My name's Mizo Shoji. And just like that, more people start gathering around my desk. One by one, they introduce themselves properly, sharing their hobbies, interests, and little details about themselves. Even those who had been distant before seem more comfortable. Somehow, I'm meeting them all properly this time. A small smile tugs at my lips as I listen, joining the discussion instead of just observing from the sidelines. For the first time since coming to this world, I start seeing my classmates beyond what's stated in the manga. The chatter halts for a moment when the classroom door opens, revealing an injured Izuku, his arm bandaged up. He barely has a chance to react before he's pulled into the energetic crowd. Everyone bombards him with introductions, along with a wave of compliments about his match against Bakugo. I watch as Izuku nervously scratches the back of his head, overwhelmed by the attention. This is nice. The feeling is unfamiliar, but I decide not to question it. Instead, I let myself enjoy the moment. I notice Bakugo leaving the classroom, his expression dark. Not long after, Izuku follows. I guess this is the part where he tells him about One for All. I sigh and push the thought away. About an hour later, with the conversations winding down, I decide to leave. As I step out into the hall, my mind shifts back to what really matters: preparing for the USJ attack. I have a few days before the news that All Might is a teacher gets out. Then the break-in happens where they steal the schedule. Finally, the attack itself will take place not long after. Walking home, I quickly change into my workout clothes. I need to increase my shield's strength and work moving objects while it's active. I also need to develop telekinetic sensing. After fighting Todoroki, I realized I'd need that ability as my weakness is much greater than I thought. Without wasting any more time, I get to work. I activate my force field. No delay and no instability. Good. Next, I focus on a small pebble nearby. At first, it trembles slightly, but within moments, I lift it with ease. Surprisingly, it takes less effort than before. Did fighting help improve my control? It makes sense. Combat forces me to stay hyper-focused, reacting under pressure. Training alone doesn't replicate that kind of intensity. I gradually increase the challenge. From pebbles to small objects, then to heavier appliances. Within hours, I'm moving the couch effortlessly even with my shield active. By the time I collapse into bed, exhaustion creeping in, I estimate my lifting limit to be around a ton while simultaneously keeping up my defenses, which was considerable progress. The next few days at school pass in a blur. With my classmates warming up to me, everything feels easier. More enjoyable. One thing of note, I bought Momo and Mina a gift. Momo's rich, so something expensive wouldn't mean much. Instead, I focused on the thought behind it. A personalized notebook, something that reflected her meticulous nature and appreciation for learning. She lit up instantly, a bright, genuine smile spreading across her face. She ran a hand over the cover, as if testing the texture, before clutching it close to her chest. This is wonderful. Thank you, Akita. The way her eyes gleamed told me she truly liked it. For Mina, I got a portable Bluetooth speaker. She loves dancing, so by extension, music. Sure, she could use her phone, but playing music out loud on a speaker? A completely different experience. The moment I handed it to her, she gasped in excitement. No way. This is perfect. She practically swiped it from my hands before flashing me a mischievous grin. You're the best, Akita, she said before bolting off, already fiddling with the buttons, probably looking for a good song to test it out with. I blinked, watching her disappear down the hallway. That was a pretty strong reaction. Still, I felt oddly satisfied by their responses. Then, the morning the news about All Might being a teacher broke, I had already made progress on the next stage of my training. Now, my shield is strong enough to resist forces equal to what I can generate, which means I won't have to constantly keep practicing as my quirk gets stronger. And more importantly, I can use my quirk normally while it's active. Tomura won't be able to sneak up behind me and decay me while I'm distracted by the Nomu. My telekinetic sensing has also improved. Right now, I can detect movement within a 10-meter radius if I concentrate fully. It's not much yet, but by the time we head to USJ, I plan to expand it to 100 meters. And more importantly, I need to make it second nature. No blind spots. No surprises. I won't be caught off guard. Please read the author note. It's got some important info about Kata's quirk towards the end that would explain a lot of things going forward. Also, I realized this after having finished the chapter and halfway through the next one, but I made a mistake with the dating of the media having appeared and the villain breaking. Was reading the manga while writing and it said the thing All Might warned us about a few days ago, the media showing up. I assumed that this was Deku narrating from a few days after, only to see Aizawa say yesterday's battle trial later in the next chapter. So forgive that little mess up, please. Comment. 11 Comment. Vote. Chapter 14. Kata POVUA Gates. As I reach U.AS gates, I find it packed with reporters. A wall of bodies and flashing cameras, microphones shoved into students' faces as they struggle to push through. Guess it's finally that day. I keep walking, my expression neutral, pretending the reporters don't exist. Luckily, there's a clear path leading directly to the gates, so I take it without hesitation. One of them notices me. His eyes flicker with hesitation. Maybe he finds me intimidating, but then, deciding I'm an easier target than my already swarmed classmates, he rushes toward me. A microphone is shoved uncomfortably close to my face, a cameraman already snapping pictures. Tell us, what's it like having All Might, the #1 hero, as a teacher? His voice is too eager, laced with expectation, like he's already planning his headline regardless of my answer. People never change. Selfish. Vain. Always thinking the world revolves around them, rarely considering others. I'm no different. That's how I know I'm right. I've been around so many nice people lately that I almost forgot what the world is really like. A flicker of irritation worms its way into my chest at the reminder, but I push it down. If he takes the hint and leaves, I'll let it go. He's only doing his job. I keep walking. No acknowledgement. Not even a glance. Silence. For a second, I think it worked until his voice follows, dripping with smugness. Are these the values the number one hero teaches his students? A disdain for the masses. So that's the game he's playing. If I ignore him, he claims he's right. If I argue, he gets an article. One people will eat up, because bad news is always more interesting than good news. I tune him out, my mind descending into eerie calm. He's dumb enough to spew crap about All Might in public. So, he's an idiot. That much is fine. I don't really care about All Might or what people say about him. Plenty of people like this reporter are idiots. But trying to use me to push his agenda? That's beyond stupid. This is why I dislike the hero mentality, sacrificing and enduring for those who clearly aren't worth the effort. I don't even need to turn my head. He's too absorbed in his own narrative to notice me shifting my gaze just slightly. Then, with a flick of my will, there's an imperceptible shift in the air. The reporter stumbles. What's meant to be minor fall, just a scraped knee, maybe a bruise, results in a primal scream, as tears leak from his eyes, echoing through the crowd as he slams into the pavement, harder than gravity should have allowed. His knee and elbow twist at unnatural angles. Broken. Completely and utterly broken. He'll probably never walk at 100% again. I suppress the smirk that threatens to form. I won't tolerate anyone trying to use me. The thought lingers darkly as I glance at the sky, exhaling before walking through the gate like nothing happened. One of the perks of an invisible power no one will ever know. And even if they do, they can never prove it. Unless its user is a dumbass. The screams catch everyone's attention, but I'm far enough away that no one even looks in my direction. Aizawa brushes past me on his way out, his dead-eyed stare sweeping over the reporters. You're interrupting our classes. Please leave. He waves his hand like he's shooing away a pest. The UA defense system activates when one of the reporters tries to enter and the gates slam shut, cutting off their access. I arrive in class shortly after, greeting my classmates before taking my seat. Ignoring the chatter around me, I close my eyes and focus inward. Might as well train my sensing ability while I wait for homeroom. At first, everything is black, and noise fades to a dull hum. Then, my ability activates. It's like echolocation, except clearer. An incredibly detailed image of my surroundings forms in my mind, every contour sharp. It's much more intense than when I was alone in a quiet house. I focus more. Sound returns, but not in the usual way. Instead of hearing my classmates, I see their voices. My brain must be subconsciously interpreting vibrations in a way I don't fully understand. The waves ripple through my awareness, painting a perfect picture of the room. Every movement. Every breath. Imprinted directly into my mind. Great. Now I just need to ease my focus slowly while keeping it active. And so I do. It's a slow process, darkness creeping in every time I lose control, but I'm making progress. I pick up Aizawa's presence before he even reaches the door. Watch as he steps inside, heading straight for the podium. Good work on the battle training from a few days ago, he says. The praise is brief, but it's there. He immediately follows up with criticism, calling out Bakugo's immaturity and Izuku's recklessness for breaking his arm. Then, after a slight pause, he moves on. Now, on to homeroom business. Sorry for the sudden announcement, but today. The pause adds tension. I can feel my classmates' heartbeats quicken, the sweat forming on their brows. Even their nervous gulps become all too clear to me. You'll pick a class president. Such a normal, school-like thing. Shouts of surprise erupt from the class. Even the quieter students Jiro, Koda perk up with interest. Excitement spreads like wildfire, and even Bakugo eagerly throws his hand up as high as it can go. I don't get it. Even if you're the leader of a bunch of future heroes, you're still stuck with all the boring tasks. And the position holds no real power. I keep my eyes closed, still working on my telekinetic sensing. Aizawa is observant. He probably realizes I'm awake somehow. As for the others, they're too excited to notice what I'm doing. The chaos continues until Ida suggests a democratic election. Aizawa allows us to decide however we see fit as long as we do it quickly. The votes go about the same as in canon, with Izuku scoring 3 and Momo in second with 2. I voted for Momo. And since Ida, Yurika, Toru, and I didn't receive any votes, it's easy to piece together who voted for who. Ida is shocked, while Izuku looks nervous. Excited? Not sure what to make of it. Lunch arrives, and I sit at a table with Kirishima, Kaminari, and the rest of the boys. We chat about simple things, enjoying lunch rush as food. I stopped training for now. Using my ability around this many people, this soon, would probably just give me a headache. Now, I just need to wait for the alarms to go off. Third-person POV girls' table. As soon as lunch starts, the girls leave the classroom together, naturally drifting toward their usual table in the cafeteria. The food here is so good. Mina exclaims, practically vibrating with excitement as she shovels a bite into her mouth. Momo, seated beside her, nods primly. Yes, the food is quite nice. Though she sounds far less impressed. The rest of the girls murmur in agreement as they dive into conversation, bouncing between topics: favorite bands, the best shampoos for volume versus shine, even some mild gossip about recent hero news. Then, out of nowhere, Mina shifts the topic, casually throwing a bomb into the discussion. Hey, who do you think is the hottest in the class? She muses, tilting her head, a playful grin tugging at her lips. The table falls silent. The girls glance at each other, some raising eyebrows, others smirking. That's a hard question, Ribbit, Tsuyu says after a thoughtful pause. We all have different preferences, so getting a single answer would be tough. Okay, then what about who'd make the best boyfriend? Toru suggests, her voice practically sparkling with excitement. That gets an immediate reaction. It has to be someone reliable. Eureka declares, pointing her chopsticks in emphasis. And intelligent, Momo adds, like she's listing the qualities of an ideal leader rather than a boyfriend. I dunno. I guess he should just vibe well with you, you know? Share hobbies, Jiro says with a shrug. And he has to be caring and considerate. Toru insists, her invisible hands gesturing animatedly. A brief pause follows as they mull it over. Then, Toru's voice breaks the momentary silence. Actually, didn't Akata get Mina and Momo gifts a few days ago? She asks innocently. Two forks freeze mid-air. Mina and Momo glance at each other, then at the rest of the table, as all eyes shift to them with increasing interest. Ooh, what's this about? Eureka grins, leaning in like she just caught onto something juicy. Momo, missing the underlying implication entirely, responds matter-of-factly. He got me a notebook to thank me for helping him integrate with the class. Mina immediately pounces on the opportunity, her grin widening. But wasn't it personalized just for you? The perfect gift, right? He put so much thought into it, didn't he? Momo blinks, eyebrows knitting together, actually considering the point. But before anyone can dwell on it too long, Jiro smirks, turning to Mina instead. Wait, didn't he get you something too? What was it again? Mina stiffens, caught in her own trap. It was nothing big, she says a little too quickly, waving it off. Just a Bluetooth speaker. He said he got it since I like dancing. Ooh, the girls chime in unison. Doesn't that mean he also put a lot of thought into your gift? Tsuyu adds, tilting her head. I think you only mentioned that once, Ribbit. And he remembered. Mina falters for a split second before shaking her head so fast her horns practically blur. It's just a coincidence, she says, crossing her arms in an X. Oh. And he saved you during the battle trials, Eureka reminds her, smirking. Got there just in time. Didn't it make your heart race? Mina pauses mid-breath, something flickering in her expression. Then, she scoffs. Come on, guys. He's so serious. Do you really think he'd like anyone? The girls exchange knowing smiles. I dunno. Jiro says, twirling her fork before pointing it between them. If he did like someone, it'd be one of you two. Momo turns scarlet, eyes wide. What? She stammers, finally catching on to what they've been implying. Mina, on the other hand, is already grinning like a fox. There's only one way to find out. Momo blinks rapidly. What do you mean? Mina slings an arm around her shoulders. We just need to act extra cute around him and see how he reacts. What do you think? The other girls exchange gleeful looks, watching Momo grow even redder, embarrassment taking full hold. They giggle at her reaction, laughter bubbling up. Until the piercing alarm blares through the cafeteria. Security level 3 has been broken. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion. The mood shatters. The girls instantly rise from their seats as the cafeteria erupts into chaos, students scrambling toward the exits. Kata POV cafeteria, boys table. The security alarm blares through the cafeteria, sending students scrambling toward the exits. I let out a small sigh, stretching lazily as I stand moving at a deliberately slow pace, completely unconcerned. Naturally, this earns me a few stares. Akata, how are you so calm? Level 3 means someone broke into the school. It could be a villain attack. Kirishima exclaims, his voice laced with urgency. I glance at him. It could be, I say plainly. Or, if you'd kindly look out the window, you'd see a bunch of reporters running around. So, they probably broke in somehow. The others turn to the window, and realization dawns on them. Oh. Anyway, I continue, tone neutral, what matters is getting the situation under control first. My composed demeanor seems to help them settle down except Izuku, who still looks like he's on the verge of a meltdown. How do we do that? He asks, eyes darting around. Ida remains serious, but he's clearly thinking hard. I frown slightly. Izuku and Ida were supposed to be with Eureka during this, but that didn't happen. Probably the butterfly effect from my presence. Though, I'm not sure exactly what triggered it. I set the thought aside. It doesn't matter right now. What matters is keeping things on track. I exhale through my nose. We need to get their attention somehow. I can make someone float above the crowd so they can relay the situation. Any volunteers? I will do it. Ida declares immediately, his hand shooting up. Perfect. It's not exactly like cannon, but at least it's heading in the right direction. With a simple wave of my hand, I lift Ida into the air and push him toward the exit doors. Unlike in cannon, he manages to stand upright instead of flailing around like an idiot. Everyone. Everything's fine. Ida's voice booms over the cafeteria, snapping heads in his direction. He stands tall, voice commanding. It's just the press. There's nothing to panic about. We're fine. This is you. Act like it. The crowd settles almost instantly. The evacuation proceeds smoothly, and by the time the police arrive to remove the reporters, the situation is completely under control. Classroom later that day. Back in class, Momo and Izuku stand at the front. Go ahead, class president, Momo prompts, gesturing for Izuku to speak. He swallows, looking nervous. We'd like to choose the other student council members. But before that, he hesitates. Then, he takes a deep breath and visibly steadies himself. I keep my eyes closed, watching through my steadily improving sensing ability. I believe. Izuku finally speaks, voice much clearer now. Good. Now he'll hand over the position to Ida, and we can be done with this hole. That Akita is better suited to being class president. Did I hear that right? Time seems to slow as my mind races. Shit. My eyes snap open, locking onto Izuku. He meets my gaze head on, no nervous fidgeting, no second guessing. He actually believes this nonsense. You all saw how calmly he led us during the crisis, Izuku continues, gaining momentum. I keep my expression neutral, but inside, I'm screaming. It's not too late to stop this. He made a plan on the spot and kept everyone from panicking. His observation skills are through the roof. No, no, no. I think he's the right choice for the job. Someone who can lead us with a clear head, no matter the situation. I open my mouth to shut this down immediately. Ref. Sounds good. Kirishima interrupts, slamming a fist into his palm. I get what you mean. He handled the whole thing perfectly. He instantly came up with a plan that worked. Kaminari chimes in. I stare at them, my neutral face barely hiding my betrayal. I thought you guys were my friends. The class erupts in agreement. Shouts of approval echo around me. Even Bakugo, who fought for the position earlier, just grumbles in his seat, making no move to argue. Why would I want this job? I don't even get paid. The noise dies down slightly as everyone turns toward Aizawa, silently asking for confirmation. It doesn't matter. They can't force this on me. I'll refuse, they'll be bummed out, but it's the best choice for me. Aizawa looks at me, sees the clear disinterest in my expression. And then he grins. That same grin he wore when he announced that the last place student in the quirk apprehension test would be expelled. A sinking feeling forms in my stomach. No. No, he wouldn't. I think this is a great idea, Aizawa announces, his voice unnaturally energetic. Kata Akita, from now on, you're the class president. Yaeorozu will be your vice president. My eye twitches. You can't just decide that on your own. Class pres. Kirishima whoops, slapping me on the back. Class pres, we're counting on you. Kaminari grins. The rest of the class cheers, effectively drowning out my protests. Aizawa, satisfied with his work, promptly zips himself back into his sleeping bag and smirks at me from the floor. I glare at him, knowing full well that he's enjoying this. Damn it. While the class celebrates, Momo glances at me, lost in thought. A faint pink dusts her cheeks. But I don't notice. I'm too busy sinking into self-pity. Comment. 29 Comment. Vote. Chapter 15. Kata POVUA hallway. This is so pointless. I grumble internally as Momo and I move from one teacher to another to make sure we have all the info the teachers would need our class to have. A class president's duty is to act as a liaison between the faculty and students, but right now, I feel less like a leader and more like an errand boy. Momo, on the other hand, is as composed and dedicated as ever. She takes each task seriously, performing her role with unwavering focus, showing no signs of frustration. Yaeorozu, I ask, curiosity getting the better of me, why did you want to be vice president? Don't you find stuff like this annoying? I know I would. I'm too selfish to understand a position that exists solely to serve others. Without hesitation, she answers clear, firm, and without a single shred of doubt. I think it suits me. I want to contribute to our class and support everyone as best as I can. And being vice president allows me to do that on a greater scale. Her voice picks up with enthusiasm as she speaks. I fall silent, not because I'm impressed, but because I can't fully believe it. That's it. No ulterior motive. So, not for any recognition? No other benefits. She simply shakes her head, her hair bouncing slightly with emotion. There are perks, sure. But that's not why I took the role. Then, she turns the question back on me. What about you? Her gaze sharpens slightly, analyzing me. I let out a quiet sigh. I think there's more to that question than meets the eye. You were there, I remind her flatly. I got elected. I had no say in the matter once Aizawa sentenced me to this position. Then why have you taken it so seriously these past 2 days, she counters without missing a beat. I blink. I just did what needed to be done. She frowns. That's not true at all. Her voice is calm, precise, almost surgical. You double-check with every teacher to make sure our class is properly informed. You notice where each of our classmates is struggling, make sure the teachers know, and even give them advice on how to teach more effectively. You also pick up when someone isn't doing well, whether emotionally or physically, and even though you don't draw attention to it, you subtly ensure someone else notices and addresses the issue. Her words hang in the air. She knows more than I expected. But she's making too big a deal out of this. It's not that serious. The only reason I've been aware of everything going on is because I've been refining my telekinetic sense. I can keep it active almost all the time now, which means I pick up on things more easily. And honestly, it's just more efficient this way. If a problem arises, it's better to fix it early than wait until it snowballs into something more annoying. Take academics, for example. When final exams come around, people always start scrambling for help. In canon, they would have gone to Momo since she had the highest grades. But now, they'd probably come to me since my grades are higher. I could just refuse, but then they'd feel bad. And that would just make things more complicated. I let out a tired sigh. You probably wouldn't understand or believe me if I told you that what I've done is just the bare minimum for a class president. Momo chuckles softly, offering me a sweet smile. If that's true, then you're much more qualified for the position than I am, and I'm glad you were nominated. We continue this light-hearted exchange as we check in with the remaining teachers. Once everything is in order, we head our separate ways for the evening. The streets are quieter when I leave UA around 5 p.m., a stark contrast to the usual hustle of students and workers. The air is cool, and without the usual crowd, I find the walk home far more peaceful. Tomorrow is Wednesday, the date mentioned in the manga that the training at the USJ happened. I've managed to expand my sensing ability to cover my full range of about a kilometer at max power, and I can maintain it indefinitely. Now, I need to increase my mobility to fully take advantage of it. And the best way to do that is by flying or at the very least, launching myself with precision and speed. As soon as I get home, I change into my workout gear, after a quick meal, and step into the yard to begin my training. At first, it's surprisingly easy. Being able to sense my entire body and surroundings with my telekinetic sense makes it effortless to apply my quirk accurately. At least, in theory. I miscalculate the power at first, resulting in more falls than I'd care to admit. The first few attempts send me careening sideways, slamming into the ground with a force that rattles my bones. But with each failure, I adjust. Soon, I'm moving faster, probably surpassing Ida's speed, and just as importantly, I can change directions on a dime accurately as I remain completely aware of my surroundings regardless of my speed. However, I quickly realize a major limitation. I still can't use this ability at max power. Without the ability to manipulate forces directly, I'm stuck playing it safe. Technically, I could accelerate to Mach speeds instantly and block out air friction with my force field, but that wouldn't stop the G-forces from turning my organs to mush. At least until I learn how to counteract external forces or reinforce my body enough to withstand them. That training alone eats up 2 hours. By the time I check the time, it's already 7:30 p.m. Next goal, flight. Or controlled floating if that's too hard. This turns out to be even easier. If I picture my body as an object, my telekinetic sense treats me just like anything else I can see, and manipulating myself becomes second nature. For the next few hours, I focus entirely on movement, adjusting to the disorienting sensation of free floating and practicing three-dimensional maneuvering. The first few spins leave my stomach churning, but after enough repetition, it becomes natural. When I finally call it quits at midnight, exhaustion creeps in. My muscles ache from constant strain, and my head feels heavier from prolonged quirk use. But despite that, I can't help but feel satisfied. My chances against the Nomu, Shigaraki, and Kurogiri have just gone up. The next step in my training would be increasing my offensive power, but for now, I need sleep. I head to bed and fall into a deep sleep, only to be jolted awake at 6 a.m. by my alarm clock. Keeping my morning workout light, I get ready and head to UA, prepared for what will undoubtedly be an eventful day. Kata POV Class 1A, 12:50 p.m. Aizawa stands at the podium, arms crossed. This time, All Might, myself, and 2 others will be supervising your hero basic training. Ciro raises a hand. What exactly are we doing? Aizawa holds up a card with the word rescue written on it. Preparing you for disaster relief. Everything from fires to floods, and more. It's rescue training. The class erupts into chatter. The combat-heavy students, like Mina and Kaminari, seem less than thrilled, while others, like Azui and Kirishima, look excited. Hey! I'm not done. Aizawa's tone silences everyone. He explains that we can either wear our costumes or gym uniforms, then informs us we'll be taking a bus to the training site. With that, he dismisses us and tells us to get ready. As the class presidents, Momo and I change and go ahead of everyone else to keep order while they line up. Line up according to your ID numbers and take your seats in an orderly fashion, I announce in my usual tone. Kirishima grins as he walks past. You're really taking the job seriously, hey, press. A few others chuckle at his teasing. I just sigh. It's all in good fun. I groan internally. Once everyone's seated, order is completely abandoned as they shuffle around, sitting next to whoever they desire. I don't care much, as they aren't causing trouble, while I end up next to Mina. She flashes me a confident smile. You got the best seat in the house right next to me. I raise an eyebrow. What's she up to? I can tell that something's up. She's way too excited. Deciding to humor her, I nod. Yeah, great seat. Looks like we're partners for this trip, same as last time. I say, referencing the battle trials. Mina makes an exaggerated pout, crossing her arms. You say that, but you don't sound all that happy about it. She pauses, tapping her chin in thought. Actually, that's something I've been curious about. Your voice is always so monotone. Why? I blink. That's an amusing question. Looking her directly in the eyes red meeting yellow, I ask, are really sure you want to know? It's not exactly a pleasant answer. Her curiosity only grows, her excitement practically burning. Yeah, I want to know. Around us, the others are deep in a discussion about quirks, spurred on by Ajui's comment about Izuku's similarity to All Might. I see no reason to tell Mina the full story, so I trim it down. I could lie, but it's nothing significant enough to lie about. I never had a reason to change my tone growing up. So I didn't. It became my default. Mina gasps dramatically. No way. You're telling me you talked like that even as a kid? Didn't your parents find it weird? It's an innocent question to most, but to me, it's a forbidden subject. Not because I'm the one who cares, but others always do. I find it funny that they died without their deeds getting exposed. Anyway, it's good she brought it up. She'll feel guilty and drop the topic once she finds out. They're dead. The words leave my mouth, colder than I intended, even in my usual monotone. Maybe I'm not as over it as I thought. They died in a gas explosion and house fire when I was 12. Silence falls over the bus. They must have heard that. Through my quirk, I sense everything: the shift in posture, the subtle downward glances, the uncomfortable tension in the air. Mina is frozen in place while some of the girls look at me with quiet sadness. I sigh internally. This again. I hate being pitted. But I can't really blame them for it. It's just annoying that they get sad over trash that died. No need to be sad, I say, keeping my tone neutral. Apparently, they didn't suffer enough. I finish the sentence internally, although I realize that my fist was clenched at some point. I release it and continue. And life wasn't bad after the incident, so I'm absolutely fine. Mina nods slowly, but the silence lingers. I sense a few of the boys exchanging glances, while the sharper girls Momo and Ajui in particular fall into deep thought. Seems like they're suspicious. If I had to guess, the guys are probably linking my scars to my apathy. The girls, on the other hand, must have noticed something off about my reaction, some inconsistency that I didn't realize. Either way, the atmosphere is getting heavier. Time to move on. We're here, I announce, looking out the window as the dome-shaped USJ facility comes into view. A few of the more energetic students, probably eager to shake off the awkwardness, try to reignite the mood. Get ready, guys. This is gonna be awesome. Kirishima grins, though his usual enthusiasm feels a little forced. A few others chime in, and the atmosphere slowly normalizes, but Mina remains silent. Damn. Should have kept quiet. Not that it matters. They'll be too distracted soon anyway. The bus comes to a stop, and we step into the USJ. Gasps and exclamations erupt as the sight of different disaster-simulated terrains stretch before us. Hawaii! The class shouts collectively. Is this Universal Studios Japan? Someone blurts out. Even I can't help but admire the scene. Seeing it in person is far more impressive than any description or image could capture. At the front, 13 and Lady Nagant stand ready to greet us. 13 begins listing the various zones before launching into a brief history of the USJ. Izuku and Yurika are practically buzzing with excitement, clearly fans. Meanwhile, Aizawa approaches 13 and Lady Nagant, asking about All Might. He's apparently resting at UA after overexerting himself on hero work earlier in the morning. I lock eyes with Lady Nagant. A silent understanding passes between us before we break eye contact. I never got back to her, and Nizu must have drilled her hard about my identity. But I also made sure she wasn't charged for my family's deaths. I covered it up. And she knows that. She kept my secret, but that doesn't mean I know how to deal with her. How am I supposed to interact with someone who knows what I've done? I'll find out where she stands later. 13 continues her speech, explaining her quirk, Black Hole, how it's an incredible tool for rescue but equally dangerous if misused. She finishes by emphasizing the importance of learning to wield our quirks responsibly, ensuring they serve to help rather than harm. And that is all. I thank you for listening. She bows, concluding her speech. I remain silent, my focus elsewhere. I sense the surrounding using my quirk, scanning, waiting, and then there. A ripple in the air. A disturbance. They're here. I exhale quietly, relieved. If I hadn't been able to sense Kurogiri's portals forming, things would be much harder. Aizawa starts speaking. Great. First off. He suddenly stops, his attention snapping toward the center of the facility. A swirling mass of black smoke materializes, expanding into a portal. From within, a man with a skeletal frame, pale blue hair, and hands covering his body steps forward. The League of Villains has arrived. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 16. Kata POV USJ. The portal expands, spewing out villain after villain. Aizawa whirls around, voice sharp with urgency. Stay together. Don't move. Most of the class remains frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief as figures keep emerging. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa barks, snapping his goggles into place. Kirishima squints at the approaching figures. What the heck? More battle robots, like the entrance exam. Don't move. Those are villains. Aizawa's voice is steel, slicing through the air. The weight of his words crushes any doubts. Then, a voice worms through the air despite the tension. 13. Lady Nagant, an eraser head, is it? A sickly pale figure steps forward, his face mostly obscured by a hand covering his features. According to the schedule I received, All Might should be here. Aizawa's jaw tightens. Of course. That incident was this scum's doing. Shigaraki tilts his head, never having registered Aizawa's words. Where is he? We came all this way, and brought so many playmates. His bloodshot eyes dart toward us, and his voice lowers, nearly a whisper. I wonder, would some dead kids bring him here? A chill cuts through the class as they experience bloodlust for the first time. Their breaths hitch. Limbs stiffen. Someone even takes an instinctive step back. This isn't training. This is real. That collective thought echoes through their minds. Aizawa moves without hesitation, planting himself between us and the villains, acting like a shield, while my classmates fear Spike's heart rates climbing, sweat beating, bodies trembling. Villains. No way. What villains would be dumb enough to sneak into a hero school? Someone blurts out, desperate to reject reality. Todoroki's eyes narrow. The sensors aren't working. That means one of them has a quirk disabling them. And this area is isolated, far from the main campus that there's no one to provide backup or realize what's going on. His voice is calm. This is a planned attack. I'm sure they have some goal. He's completely right, but I'm more impressive by his composure. Aizawa doesn't waste time and immediately issues orders. 13. Evacuate them and contact the school. Nagant, cover me and make sure no villains get past. Kaminari, use your quirk to bypass interference and send a signal. Aizawa clenches his fists. But Mr. Aizawa, you can't take on that many alone. No good hero is a one-trick pony. Aizawa adjusts his scarf, casting one last glance at 13. Take care of them. Then he leaps down to the central plaza. The villains barely have time to react. Hey? My quirk. A cow-headed villain freezes as Aizawa's scarf wraps around his wrist. A split second later, his skull collides with his partner's in a brutal smash. More rush him. Their quirks fail under his gaze, and his fists do the rest. Aizawa watches, eyes wide with admiration. I nudge him. Now's not the time for analysis, Deku. Everyone, let's follow 13. My voice is steady and loud enough for everyone to hear. It's enough to shake some of my classmates out of their shock and calm them down slightly. We turn to follow 13 toward the exit, while Lady Nagant picks off any villains trying to flank Aizawa, making his fight significantly smoother than in canon. Then I sense it. He's here. Which means Aizawa must have blinked. A voice slithers through the air. I won't allow that. A thick cloud of black mist unfurls, stretching to block the exit. A figure emerges from the dark mass. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. Kurogiri's voice is smooth, polished and ominous. Forgive our audacity, but today, we have come to UA High School, to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace. Aizawa stiffens. The words hit him harder as he's entirely aware of All Might weakness. We were under the impression that he would be here today. But it seems the schedule was revised. Kurogiri seems ask, but knowing he's unlikely to get an answer, he continues no matter. My role remains unchanged. Dark mist swirls outward, curling like tendrils. 13 tenses. She's a rescue hero, not a combat specialist, but she readies her quirk anyway. Before she can act. Like hell we're letting you do that. Bakugo launches forward, explosions crackling at his palms and Kirishima follows, his arm hardened and ready to strike. Bakugo makes an explosion, sending smoke, while Kirishima's strike follows immediately after. Hell yeah! They celebrate, but then Kurogiri's voice returns as his form appears once the smoke clears. That was close. You may be students, but you're the best of the best. Bakugo and Kirishima grind to a halt, eyes widening. Get back. Both of you. 13 shouts, but it's too late. Begone. A single word. Cold and final. Black mist surges, expanding in all directions. I sense it happening in slow motion. I can block the fog with my quirk, but should I? I knew everyone would survive. They'd gain experience fighting villains, and it would give me the perfect excuse to engage the Nomo without drawing suspicion. Having made my choice, I let the fog swallow me. A moment later, my surroundings shift, and I find myself plummeting toward a body of water. I sense Izuku and Ashui falling alongside me. Cool air rushes past, but I remain steady. Learning to fly was a wise choice. With a thought, I halt midair and extend my control, catching Izuku who's screaming and Ashui, who retained her characteristic calm. I guide us toward the boat and land smoothly, setting them down before touching down beside them. Izuku clutches his chest, his breathing heavy. Thanks, Akita. That was terrifying. Ashui gives me a small nod. Yeah, thanks for the help, Ribbit. You're welcome. I nod in acknowledgement, but my gaze remains on the seemingly still water below. But beneath the surface, my senses detect 10 of them. I'm help them get some fresh air. A small smirk tugs at my lips as I raise my hand in a grasping motion, then flick my wrist upward. 10 figures are ripped from the water with bone-rattling force, their bodies flailing as they're launched skyward. Waves, formed by the sheer speed they penetrated the water, crash violently against the ship, causing it to sway slightly. Villains. Izuku stares, wide-eyed, his face frozen between fear and disbelief. Ashui, in contrast, barely reacts. Instead, she tilts her head, her tone thoughtful. You move people even when you can't see them, Ribbit. She was trying to reconcile the weakness I displayed during the battle trials with what she just witnessed. Yet. I've been training to improve myself, I reply evenly. With a few flicks of my finger, the villains begin to slam into each other at breakneck speeds. The air fills with their panicked cries, then sickening cracks, and finally, eerie silence. Izuku and Ashui give me blank stares. Izuku furrows his brows. Was that really necessary? His voice wavers. They look seriously injured now. Ashui watches me carefully, waiting for my response. It was. I meet their gazes without hesitation. Our classmates are probably fighting for Theor lives against villains here to kill. I can't afford to stay here and babysit them. Izuku still looks a little uncertain, but I can see he understands my point, while Ashui just nods in acceptance. To ensure they don't cause trouble, I tear a few steel beams from the ship and twist them around the unconscious villains, securing them in place. Let's go help the others, I say, turning to Izuku and Ashui. Or do you want to stay here? They exchange a glance, silent communication passing between them. Then, their expressions harden with determination. We'll go. I nod, grabbing both of them before taking off into the air. As we ascend, the battlefield unfolds beneath us. Our classmates are fighting against their own groups of villains, but they're holding their own, some already having won. But Izuku and Ashui pale when their eyes lock onto the teachers. 13 lies on the ground, gravely injured. At the entrance, we spot Eureka hurling Kurogiri into the air, to make a path for Ida who rushes past her, just barely having escaped through the doors and speeding off. Lady Nagin stood in the central plaza, surrounded by a swarm of villains. They kept coming, forcing her on the defensive. She was holding her own, but she wasn't a close-range fighter, and her quirk wasn't well suited for non-fatal combat. That limitation was costing her. Most tragic of all was Aizawa. Pinned beneath the Nomu, his arm was already broken, twisted at an unnatural angle and bleeding like a leaky pipe. Snap out of it, you two, I said firmly, snapping Izuku and Tsuyu out of their daze. I'll help Aizawa. You two help Nagant, I'll make an opening. They nodded, but I can tell they're nervous about me fighting the Nomu. I turned my attention to Nagant first. Raising a hand, I focused on 5 of the stronger villains. Grabbing them, I launched them at high speed through the crowd, as bodies went flying like ragdolls. I made sure Nagant was unharmed before launching Izuku and Tsuyu toward her. They'll manage, since the stronger ones are out of commission. It wasn't necessary, but at least they'll get some experience. With that done, I turned back to the Nomu, just in time to see it reaching for Aizawa's other arm. Nope. I focused on its hand, trying to shove it away telekinetically. My brows furrowed as it stopped mid-motion but refused to budge any further. It's insanely strong, but I expected that. Time for Plan B. Shifting my focus, my perception slowed as I examined its arm, sensing the blood vessels, muscles, bone, and nerves in intricate detail. I clenched my fist. The Nomu's forearm grotesquely bulged, expanding and contracting in rapid pulses until it suddenly burst like a bomb. A wave of force pushed it back slightly. Wasting no time, I grabbed the Nomu with my power and shoved it away. Its upper body arcs backward, but it reacts instantly, slamming its feet into the ground to resist. The cement beneath it cracked from the sheer force. That momentary distraction was all I needed. Aizawa was yanked out from beneath it, floating him away to safety towards Eureka and the others. The Nomu's shattered arm pulsed. The mangled flesh bulged, sinew knitting itself together, bone bursting through flesh instantly and enveloped in muscle not even a moment later. Not even a scar remained. Damn. It looked so much weaker in the manga, but this thing is no joke. My expression darkened as the Nomu and Shigaraki both turned their attention to me. Why? Shigaraki muttered. A moment of silence passed as his hand slowly rose and he began scratching at his neck. His fingers dug into his skin, peeling off as his agitation grew. Why are you interrupting my fun? His voice climbed in pitch as he scratched harder. Behind him, a warp gate materialized. Tomura Shigaraki, Kurogiri's voice rang out as he emerged from the fog. Shigaraki froze. Is 13 dead? Kurogiri informed him that 13 was only incapacitated and worse, that a student had escaped. Shigaraki's scratching became more erratic as he began to draw blood. He paused for a moment before glaring at Kurogiri. I'd turn you to dust if you weren't our ticket out of here. Then, his gaze snapped back to me. The longer they stalled, the better my situation. I was more than happy to let them keep talking. Shigaraki suddenly lifted a hand, pointing at me, from my position in the air. His voice echoed across the battlefield. I'll give you a chance. Kill him. He commanded Kurogiri, who simply nodded. Then he shouted, Nomu. I sighed internally. What happened to the long monologues that buy the hero enough time for reinforcements to arrive? I suddenly vanished from my spot in a burst of speed, reappearing a few meters away just as a massive black hand grasped where I was floating, as it extended through a warp gate. You dodged. Kurogiri murmured, narrowing his eyes. He was about to get serious. 3 against 1, but All Might will be here soon. Might as well have some fun and see how far I can push them. The Nomu's a perfect test subject for things I can't try on regular people. Using my quirk, I pull my mask to my face and the hood drapes over my head, making me more imposing. A grin spread across my face as I let gravity pull me toward the ground. You know, I said, addressing Kurogiri and the Nomu, I've been wondering just how strong are you guys. Then, I turned to Shigaraki. And you? You're just a bother. His expression twisted in confusion. Then, thin circles appear on his wrists and ankles, before they suddenly fall clean off. The cuts were precise, so perfect that for a split second, nothing happened. Then the blood sprayed. Without feet, Shigaraki hit the ground, screaming. I can't let him get hold of me through a warp gate, or I'm dead. Better to neutralize him first. I also took out his feet, just in case his quirk awakens and I'd have to deal with that too. In the moment I dealt with Shigaraki, the Nomo had rushed toward me, at a speed so fast it seemed to teleport. Its fist rocketed toward my head, the air around it pressurizing from the sheer force of the attack. Black fog manifests behind me and at my sides as Kurogiri attempts to cut off all my escape routes. The Nomu's fist rockets toward my head. I deflect it to the side with my telekinesis, letting it skim past its sheer force slicing the air and sending a sharp gust against my face. I fly past the Nomo mid-punch, and focus on it as I lift it into the air. It can't fly, so no matter how strong it is, it can't resist. It's effectively helpless. Spatial distortions flicker near it. Before they can form fully, I reposition the Nomu, avoiding them all. Kurogiri looks stunned by how easily I'm handling it. Would he be mad if I said I was struggling? I smirk internally then tense as I sense more distortions. One near himself. One behind me. Two by Shigaraki and the Nomu. And a massive one near the entrance where my classmates are. I narrow my eyes. He figured out I can sense his portals before they appear. With little time to think, I act. First, I shove my classmates and the teachers out of range, making sure not to injure them, while dodging the portal that will form behind me. Then, I reposition the Nomu, keeping it suspended while focusing on Kurogiri's neck braces, trying to damage them without killing him. A strangled scream rips from his throat. His mist form writhes, distorting erratically. Then, suddenly fog erupts around Tomura and Kurogiri himself, swallowing them whole. No other portals appear. I hover there, staring at the empty space where they vanished. Were the others duds? Or did the pain force him to focus only on himself and Tomura? My thoughts are cut short when I sense the Nomu is still thrashing in the air. Yet, you're still here. At least they didn't have time to take it with them. I sigh, turning my focus back to disabling it. I seize control of its bloodstream and a violent surge forces its blood to riot tearing through veins, arteries, and capillaries. The Nomu screeches, thrashing harder. I push its blood into its organs and muscles, making them burst from the pressure. It twitches violently then slumps powerlessly. Not dead, but immobilized. Its hyper-regeneration working to patch the damage while I keep tearing it apart before it can fully heal. I avoid the brain, though. No need to get accused of murder. Satisfied, I float the Nomu behind me, its limbs hanging limp, and turn to head back to the entrance. Then, I notice the situation in the mountain zone. I sigh, flying over quickly only to find Kaminari being held hostage while Momo and Jiro stand frozen, hands raised in surrender. The villain notices me, while mentioning how he'd rather not kill a fellow electronic quirk user. Before he can speak further, I grab him and smash him into the ground hard enough to leave a crater, while holding Kaminari mid-air. Even if I saw this in the manga, I'm a little pissed. I land. My hood and mask still on, causing my red eyes cut through the darkness they create. The ground beneath me quivers. The rocks crack and crumble underneath me, disintegrating into dust. That's new. Momo and Jiro don't move. The heavy atmosphere keeps them locked in place. I finally speak, my voice eerily calm. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you didn't actually want to kill him. The implication lingers. What if he did? The thought spreads like poison through everyone's mind. Then, crack. A sickening snap breaks the silence. Followed by another. And another. And another, final crack, all in rapid succession. A strangled scream leaves the villain's throat before he blacks out. All his limbs shattered and bones smashed to powder. The crushing weight in the air vanishes as I exhale. Turning to Momo and Jiro, I finally ask, are you guys okay? They stare at me, then at the Nomu, then to the villain, and finally to me. Momo hesitates before responding. Why yeah, we're fine, but... Akita, are you okay? Her tone is cautious, not out of fear, but concern. I nod. I'm fine. I was just thinking about what could have happened if I was late. My tone is ever neutral, but they can probably tell I'm lying. They don't look convinced, but they don't push. I can tell they have questions, but I raise a hand to stop them. We should regroup. All Might's here. That gets their attention. Excitement replaces hesitation as we start heading back to the entrance, where the rest of the class has gathered. The other UA teachers and Nizu have arrived as well. Underscore 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 underscore. Just a note to everyone. Going forward, I'm changing telekinetic sensing to radar. I've updated this in the Powers Auxiliary chapter. Have no clue where I saw telekinetic sensing. Underscore 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 underscore. Comment. 35 comment. Vote. Chapter 17. Third-person POV League of Villains Hideout. A black portal tore open inside a dimly lit bar, spitting Tomura out onto the cold floor. He hit the ground hard, curling up instinctively, his breath ragged and uneven. Tremors racked his body as he bit down on his lip to stifle a scream. Kurogiri collapsed beside him, utterly still. His neck brace, once sturdy, was now cracked and barely holding together, the jagged lines marring its surface. For several agonizing moments, Tomura could do nothing but writhe in pain. Then, through gritted teeth, he managed a curse. Damn it! A monitor behind the bar flickered to life. Its screen remained blank, but the voice that followed was unmistakable. Tamura, what happened? AFO's smooth, measured voice carried a hint of intrigue, though he made no effort to demand an immediate answer. He knew Tamura was in no condition to speak coherently. Tamura forced himself to respond, his vision swimming from blood loss. That damn kid. Another groan slipped past his lips, his strength failing him. AFO observed in silence before finally speaking again. Don't worry, Tamura. Kaihude will take care of you. Then, you can tell me all about this, kid. The screen clicked off. At that moment, an inky black liquid surged from both Tamura's and Kurogiri's mouths, swallowing their battered forms whole before whisking them away. AFO POV. I watch as Tamura and Kurogiri materialize before me. Tamura's condition is far worse. Up close, his hands and feet have been severed, leaving raw, exposed flesh where limbs should be. Kurogiri remains unconscious, his form eerily still. Kaihude, I say, my voice echoing softly through the dim chamber. A short, rotund figure emerges from the shadows, his hunched form radiating an almost childlike excitement. Patch them up, will you? It would be unfortunate if they died. I keep my tone casual, though my gaze lingers on Tamura. Most unfortunate indeed, master. Kaihude's laughter is a dry, rasping thing, filled with an unsettling glee. A group of high-end Nomu steps forward, their heavy footsteps echoing as they lift the two broken bodies and carry them away. I rest my chin against my hand, eyes narrowing slightly as I watch Tamura being dragged off. Curious, isn't it? My voice is laced with amusement. A mere kid inflicted that much damage before they could even escape. Kaihude hums, adjusting his glasses with a gloved hand. More intriguing is the quirk they must possess. Kurogiri was engineered to ensure an escape was always possible. And yet, he failed. He grins, his fascination palpable. Then we'll have our answers soon enough, I murmur, a slow smile forming. I do look forward to hearing the story. Kata POV USJ. As we approach the teachers and the rest of the class, I can feel their eyes on us, or more specifically, on the Nomu floating silently behind me. I'll have a lot of explaining to do. We reach the top of the stairs, where Nizu, All Might, and a few other teachers stand waiting. Aizawa and 13 aren't here, which means they've already been taken for treatment. I stop in front of Nizu, my expression unreadable. My hood and mask are tucked away as I had removed them on the way up. Hello, Principal Nizu. I assume you'd like to speak with me. Momo and Jiro take Kaminari with them as they head toward the rest of the class, who are busy recounting the attack to the teachers. That leaves me standing alone with Nizu. He gives me one of his practiced smiles, his beady eyes sharp with curiosity. Why yes. I've already heard quite a bit about your actions today. I must say, I'm both grateful for your contributions and deeply regretful that you and your classmates had to endure such an ordeal. He bows slightly. I incline my head in acknowledgement. I understand. It couldn't be avoided, and I was just doing what I could to help. Shifting my focus to the Nomu, I keep my telekinetic grip steady. It remains motionless, floating behind me. I allow its internal organs to fully regenerate, yet it makes no move to resist. Turning back to Nizu, I ask, I've loosened my restraints on it. It seems docile. What should I do with it? The police are on their way, Nizu replies cheerfully. If you could keep it restrained until then, that would be most appreciated. I nod. As the rest of the class is escorted back to the main campus, I remain behind, waiting for the authorities to arrive. Soon, multiple police officers arrived, swiftly binding the Nomu before hauling it away. As I expected, it didn't resist. Probably because Tamura and Kurogiri aren't around anymore. Nizu approached, Detective Tsukachi following closely behind. With the same polite smile, he spoke, Mr. Akita, thank you for your help thus far. When you return to the main campus, please meet me in my office. I'd like your account of the villains you encountered. I nodded before heading back to UA with an officer. Upon arrival, I was directed to the area where my classmates had gathered. Class President, a chorus of voices called out. Kirishima grinned as he rushed over, throwing an arm around my shoulder. Glad to see you're all right, man. Kaminari walked up as well, eyes gleaming with excitement. Yeah, dude. You were insane out there. That villain didn't even get the chance to talk before you shut him down. I chuckled as more classmates approached, Tsuyu, Aizoku, Momo, and Jiro among them offering words of gratitude or curiosity. Soon, everyone was exchanging stories, piecing together different perspectives of the battle as the tension from the attack began to ease, replaced by camaraderie as we processed what had happened together. However, my time with them was cut short when Lady Nagant approached. I've got to go. Nizu wants a statement on the villains. I waved goodbye as I stepped away, falling into stride beside Lady Nagant. The air between us was thick with unspoken words. I could feel her glancing at me occasionally, hesitation clear in her movements. I'll have to speak first. It's nice to see you again, Lady Nagant, I said, my tone steady. Especially under better circumstances. Her hands clenched slightly, but her expression remained neutral. It's nice to see you too, she replied, though her voice carried a weight of regret. I could tell she still felt guilty. Do you remember what I told you 3 years ago? I asked. That you were more of a hero to me than most people ever were? I meant it. That day, you saved me. She turned away slightly. We both know that's not true. We know why I was there. Her voice was quiet. Yet. I nodded, glancing at her. But I'm still here, aren't I? She didn't respond right away. I sighed. I have to be blunt for her to understand. I know you looked into me. You probably figured it out already, but my quirk awakened that day, in that alley. She gave a slow nod. And truthfully, my voice remained neutral, but held a cold undertone. I wouldn't have spared my parents. Lady Nagin studied me carefully. They would have died either way, I continued. But you stopped a kid from getting blood on his hands. You trusted him. And now, the HPSC has changed most of its policies because of you. I held her gaze. Do you regret that? She exhaled slowly, her voice softer than before. I don't. Then why regret the actions that led to such a result? I asked. Sure, there could have been another way, a better way. I paused, then added, but the only thing necessary for evil to win is for good people to do nothing. There are a lot of so-called good people who've done nothing. You did something. And because of that, things have changed for the better. That makes you a good person, whether you believe it or not. For a long moment, she was silent. Then, she sighed and relaxed slightly. I'll think about it. The tension between us eased after that. As we continued walking, she seemed more open and less guarded. Our conversation turned to lighter topics, and she even seemed at ease. Unfortunately, our chat was cut short as we reached Nizu's office. She knocked before opening the door. Haha, great to see you again, Mr. Akata. Nizu greeted with a playful smile. Then, he turned to Lady Nagant. Thank you for bringing him here. She gave a nod and exited the room, leaving me alone with Nizu. I nod. Hello again, Principal Nizu. You said you wanted my account of the villains. Why yes, it would be very helpful if you could tell us everything you know, he responds, his ever-present smile unchanged. I nod again and begin recounting the events. I stick mostly to the truth, how we were teleported, how I dealt with the villains in the flood zone. But when I reach the fight with the Nomu, I make a deliberate omission. The Nomu was extremely durable and could regenerate rapidly. When I damaged its arm to save Aizawa, it recovered almost instantly. I avoid mentioning its shock absorption quirk, since they'd question how I knew it was a quirk, and instead offered vague details about how I dealt with Tomura and Kurogiri. I describe immobilizing the Nomu, but not the exact method. Nizu listens, his smile unchanging, his small paws folded neatly on the desk. But I can tell he's been analyzing me from the moment I walked in. Thank you for your account, Mr. Akata, he finally says, voice unusually serious. We'll do our best to ensure an incident like this never happens again. The rare shift in his tone catches my attention, but before I can dwell on it, he's back to his usual self, his playful expression returning. I take it as my cue to leave. Thank you for listening. If that's all, I'll take my leave. But just as I turn, he stops me. Ah, before you go, there's just one more thing I'd like to ask. He reaches into his desk and pulls out a small piece of paper. I suppress a sigh. Of course. You wouldn't happen to recognize this handwriting, would you? His voice is light-hearted, but the glint in his eyes says otherwise. I glance at the paper. It's the note I gave Nagant 3 years ago. Should I ask, raising an eyebrow, my voice neutral. Nizu's smile remains as he pulls out another sheet. This is your written test from the entrance exam. I happened to notice the handwriting looked rather similar. I thought you might know something. His tone is casual, even a little amused, but I can tell he's baiting me. He definitely suspects it was me. He just wants confirmation. Keeping my expression composed, I respond smoothly, it's unfortunate that I'm unable to be of help. The fake sincerity comes easily. After all, I keep my tone neutral most of the time. Nizu chuckles. You know, handwriting analysis is a fascinating field. He taps his paw lightly against the note. It's incredible what you can learn from just a few strokes of a pen. I'm sure it is, I reply evenly. The spacing of letters, the pressure of the strokes, a person's entire history can be found in their writing. His eyes lock onto mine, his smile widening. If one were determined, they could pinpoint exactly who wrote something like this. The air shifts, tension settling between us. I remain silent. Nizu laughs slightly and leans back in his chair. Of course, I do enjoy solving mysteries. He waves the note playfully. But it does seem like a lot of effort, considering this is my only clue. His gaze flickers with amusement as he studies me. Then again, if the writer were to simply confirm it themselves, I wouldn't have to go through all that trouble. I sigh internally. He's not going to let this go. Seems quite inconvenient, then, I say smoothly. Since the writer remains unknown. Nizu's grin widens. Terribly so. Another silence. The twinkle in his eyes dims slightly. His expression returns to something more professional. Oh well, he says airily. A mystery remains a mystery for now. Then, with a slight tilt of his head, he adds, almost offhandedly, but you know, once I start investigating something, I find it terribly difficult to stop. My eyes narrow slightly. So he's threatening to dig into me. I decide to test the waters. And what would change if you found the person responsible for the note? His ears twitch slightly at that. He chuckles. An interesting question. He lifts his teacup and takes a slow sip. Perhaps nothing. Perhaps everything. His tone is casual, but his gaze sharpens. It all depends, he says, setting the cup down, on what their intentions were. I give him nothing. No reaction, no shift in expression. Just a simple statement. Too bad we don't know. Nizu lets out a soft, amused laugh. Oh, I do love a good puzzle. And once I start pulling at threads, I tend to unravel the whole tapestry. I meet his gaze evenly. Not all mysteries are meant to be solved. Nizu blinks, intrigued. He doesn't interrupt, so I continue. And maybe you're going about it the wrong way, I say smoothly. His interest sharpens. Even if you solve it your way, you might not get the answers you're looking for. Or ones you'll like. Especially if you push too hard for answers not part of the puzzle. I close my eyes briefly before reopening them, crimson meeting black. Sometimes, I add, my voice calm but pointed, the key is to trust the process. Take things slowly. Otherwise, you might find yourself with far more than you can handle. The room falls silent. For a long moment, we simply stare at each other. The tension is palpable. Then, Nizu lets out a thoughtful hum, his smile returning. Now that is an intriguing perspective. He taps his desk lightly, his claws making a soft rhythm. Thank you for your input. I'll give it some thought. He dismisses me with a nod. I turn and walk toward the door, closing it quietly behind me. Through my radar, I can still see him. His claws tap idly against the desk as he murmurs to himself. Trust, is it? His grin stretches wider. How fascinating. Comment. 19 comment. Vote. Chapter 18. Kata POV Class 1A, Morning. The day after the USJ incident, classes were cancelled. When we returned, Aizawa walked in his arm heavily bandaged and his face as bored as ever. Morning, he greeted, as if he hadn't been half dead the last time we saw him. The class erupted with concern, everyone expecting him to be bedridden, but before anyone could bombard him with questions, he cut straight to business. The UA Sports Festival is fast approaching, so you guys should prepare yourselves. A brief silence filled the room before Zero broke it. Hold on, come on. We just got attacked by villains, and now we're jumping into a tournament. Aizawa gave him a blank stare. It's necessary. The school wants to show that U.A's crisis management protocols are solid. And the security will be increased to fivefold what it was in previous years. That seemed to reassure most of the class, as they calmed down to hear the rest of Aizawa's announcement. The sports festival is the biggest opportunity you'll get, Aizawa continued. It's Japan's most watched event, on the same level as the Olympics. It's not something that can be cancelled just because a few villains showed up. The nation's top heroes will be watching, right? They'll be there as scouts. Momo added. They're looking to recruit future sidekicks. That's how most pros do it, Kaminari followed. Aizawa nodded, finishing his explanation. This happens once a year. That means you get 3 chances at most. If you're serious about becoming a hero, don't waste it. The atmosphere in the class shifted immediately. Determined looks replaced the lingering unease from the USJ attack. Kata POV Class 1A, after school. A constant buzz of chatter drifted in from the hallway. Yurika and Izoko exchanged glances before heading to the door. When they opened it. Whoa! What's going on? Yurika exclaimed, eyes widening at the sheer number of students gathered outside. Before anyone else could react, Bakugo strolled past them, barely sparing the crowd a glance. They're here to size us up. Makes sense they want to see the kids who survived a villain attack before the sports festival. Then, with his usual lack of subtlety, he sneered towards the crowd, now move aside, cannon fodder. I let out a sigh from my seat, watching the interaction unfold. You don't have to pick a fight with them, Bakugo, I said lazily, rolling my eyes. He whipped around, eyes locking onto me with that sharp, animalistic glare of his. His teeth bared slightly like he was this close to making me regret speaking, but a voice interrupted him before he could. It's true, a smooth, unfamiliar voice cut through the tension. We came to take a look, but you sure are modest. Are the rest of you like this one? Shinso stepped forward, his tired gaze sweeping across the room. His posture was relaxed, but there was an edge to his tone like he was challenging us without outright saying it. He explained the system for transferring into the hero course, how he was here to take one of our seats for himself. His voice calm but pointed. Consider this a declaration of war. With that, he turned and walked off, leaving a tense silence in his wake. Then, from within the crowd, another voice called out. Don't disgrace the hero course. Tetsu. Of course, I chuckled internally. I too, soon left, heading straight home. 2 weeks until the sports festival. The perfect opportunity to train myself. A/N, next is him training and acquiring new abilities. I'll mainly be going into the training process, and the science or instincts that make the ability work. If you just want to see the final result, check out the abilities auxiliary chapter for the final list. Kata POV training. Over the next 2 weeks, I focused on refining my fundamentals advanced abilities I hadn't fully developed yet but would serve as the foundation for stronger techniques in the future. I started with telekinetic aura. Mastering it first would make every other technique easier, allowing me more instinctive and precise control within a smaller range. But I had no idea where to begin. So, I meditated. I focused on my mind, trying to draw out my telekinetic energy and wrap it around my body like a second skin. This was the hardest step. It took 2 full days before I could even manage a flicker of control. Using telekinesis to move objects outside my body was natural, but this was different. Instead of simply making something move, I had to focus on the energy itself, not the result. It was like trying to grab hold of something I couldn't see. Eventually, I grasped the feeling and managed to envelop myself in it. Another day of practice, and I could maintain it constantly like my radar. It was strange at first, like being covered in an invisible, form-fitting barrier that responded instantly to my movements, thought and instincts. Almost like moving an arm or flexing a muscle. And the best part? It extended up to 5 meters from my body if I willed it to, for now. Next, I worked on telekinetic constructs, objects, weapons, even animals. This was easier. I visualized the energy from my aura taking on a specific shape, then compressed it into a solid form further away from me, outside the range of my aura. Within a few hours, I had my first crude constructs. Telekinetic pressure was something I had already utilized during the USJ incident when that villain pissed me off. I replicated that same feeling and accidentally crushed the grass in my backyard. Toning it down, I realized it was just an extension of my regular telekinesis, spread over a large area indiscriminately, with little focus or control. A perfect tool for overwhelming weak opponents, or intimidation. The sheer aura of power it created was undeniable. I also refined telekinetic solidification and tethering, both necessary for creating stable constructs, so I improved them naturally in the process. But the most valuable advanced technique I developed? Vibration emission. By oscillating the molecules in the air or in an object I could generate vibrations at will. The potential applications were endless. From creating shockwaves to causing earthquakes, I could do a lot of damage. I spent another day buried in physics books, researching new ways to make my ability more destructive. Using my radar, I trained myself to detect the natural frequency of objects around me. While that alone wasn't too impressive, it led to something far more dangerous: resonance. By generating vibrations that matched an object's frequency, I could make it crack and shatter if it was solid. In liquids, it caused violent heating and waves, while in air, it amplified sound, creating deafening noises when resonance was achieved. The first two applications had obvious combat potential, from breaking through barriers to cooking someone from the inside out. As for the air-based effects, I could use them to amplify sounds, making it easier to spy from a distance or project my voice over large areas. These were advanced level applications of telekinesis, which took up my first week of training. Once I felt I had them under control, I moved on to expert level techniques. That entire second week, I only managed to develop a single ability. But it was a game changer. Molecular manipulation. I already had a head start thanks to vibration emission, so I began by learning how to accelerate matter at a molecular level. First, I had to train my radar to detect individual molecules, which took 2 full days to accomplish. Once I could sense them, I spent another 2 days learning to influence them, finally managing to increase and decrease their kinetic energy. And with that, I unlocked something incredible. I could control temperature itself. By accelerating molecular movement, I could generate heat, even to the point of ignition. Slowing it down, I could freeze things instantly. With this, I gained a crude form of elemental manipulation, controlling fire, water, air, and earth by directly influencing their molecular structures. Even more than that, I could change the state of matter at will. I could heat a solid into a liquid, freeze a gas into a solid, or evaporate water into vapor. And the best part? This wasn't everything the ability could do. With more training, I'd eventually be able to manipulate the properties of any object. But alas, the 2 weeks were over and the sports festival was tomorrow. So I'd have to put a break on this training for a while. A/N, end of the training arc for anyone who skipped. There won't be new abilities for a bit, since the rest are much harder to grasp and train. Kata POV Sports Festival Stadium. Sitting in the prep room, the air buzzes with excitement. Everyone chatters about possible events, likely winners, and their own chances. I check the time, then stand and announce, "Get ready. The events are about to start." I stretch as I make my way toward the exit. As I walk, I overhear Todoroki confronting Izuku. "A little competition is good." Just as I step forward. "And you too, class president." I stop. Turning my head slightly, I meet Todoroki's determined gaze. "You may have won last time." His fists clench. "But I'll win this time." My expression remains unreadable. "That won't happen." I say it simply, like stating a fact. I hold his gaze. "Even if you fought at 100%, I'd still beat you. But at 50%? You stand no chance." I turn away and continue walking. As I pass Bakugo, we lock eyes in unspoken challenge. I don't need to say anything. The silence speaks for itself. This isn't arrogance. Todoroki and Bakugo are strong, but their strength is useless against me now. The rest of the class follows as we step through the tunnel, moving toward the stadium. The roar of the crowd hits us like a wave. The first year's stage. The students are coming out. Present Mick's voice thunders above the cheers. It's U.A.'s sports festival. The one time each year, when our fledgling heroes clash in a ruthless grand battle. The crowd erupts again. And first up, you know who I'm talking about. The anticipation builds. The miraculous rising stars who brushed off a villain attack with their steely willpower. We step into the light. The first years of the hero course. The audience shouts in unison. It's Class 1A. The applause is deafening. Cheers, chants, screams, it's overwhelming. Then Present Mike moves on, introducing the other classes. The crowd's energy noticeably dips. We're just here to make others look good. Hard to get motivated. Some students grumble, but a sharp whipping sound cuts through the noise, silencing them instantly. Midnight stands on an elevated stage, her presence commanding. Now for the athlete's oath. Her next words send ripples through the crowd. Your student representative is, from Class 1A Kata Akata. Murmurs spread among the other classes. Some scowl, clearly displeased. Class 1A is in the spotlight again. Unbothered, I step forward with measured confidence, making my way to the stage. Standing beside Midnight, I face the students. I take a breath and begin. Doubt lingers in the mind of every competitor. A quiet question: am I good enough? I scan the crowd. Faces tense. Shoulders stiffen. That doubt? I see it written all over them. There's only one way to answer that. You step forward. You fight. You prove it through action. I pause, watching their uncertainty shift into something else. I plan to win. That's simply the most logical conclusion. A ripple of anger spreads through the crowd. Doubt turns to frustration. To challenge. Good. But logic isn't absolute. Some eyes widen. People defy odds. Rewrite outcomes. Overcome expectations. So, try. The word lands like a spark in dry grass. Struggle. Fists clench. Teeth grit. Push past your limits. Determination flares in their expressions. I give them a moment to absorb it. To feel it. Then, I deliver my final words. Maybe one of you will succeed. Maybe not. I lock eyes with Todoroki. Then Bakugo. My message is clear. The challenge is set. Either way, I'll be waiting at the end. Comment. 6 Comment. Vote. Chapter 19. Kata POV Sports Festival Stadium. I step down from the stage, and immediately, I feel the weight of their stares, challenge, anger, and determination burning in their eyes. Don't get cocky. You dirty bastard. We'll crush you. Screams of indignation echoed across the students. Judging by their reactions, some of them must have mistaken my words as mockery rather than a challenge. I rejoin Class A just as Midnight announces the first event. Now, without further delay, let's get the first event started. She gestures toward a large screen flashing through various options until it lands on Obstacle Course Race. It's a race between every member of all 11 classes. The course is a 4 kilometers lap around the stadium. Anything's fair game, so long as you don't go off the course. The side gate of the stadium creaks open, and students begin shuffling toward it. Racers, to your positions. The first of 3 lights on the gate flickers off. Elbows dig into ribs, feet shuffle for space, everyone fights for even the slightest advantage. The second light goes dark. Muscles coil, breath steady, eyes lock forward. This was it. The moment before the sprint. I chuckle internally. Too bad they don't know. I crack my neck, focusing my quirk. That they never stood a chance. The final light vanishes, then all 3 blaze green. Start. The herd surges forward, only to immediately bottleneck at the narrow gate. Chaos erupts as students shove and scramble, trying to squeeze through. I'm already airborne. Wind whips through my hair as I leave the crowd behind, soaring high above them. Below, a sudden wave of frost erupts from the tunnel. Todoroki rushes out as he freezes a large portion of the competition and dashes after me, creating an ice path that he skates on. A few others manage to break past. Bakugo blasts himself through the air with controlled explosions, a manic grin on his face. Momo vaults over the frozen floor with a pole she creates from her palm, while other students use their quirks to push through. Todoroki glances up, his expression calm yet focused as he slides forward at high speed, trying to close the gap between us. Behind him, Bakugo snarls, I ain't letting you get ahead, you snow globe. I raise an eyebrow. Snow globe. That's new. I didn't dwell on it and kept moving, gradually widening the distance between us. That's when. Every obstacle course needs obstacles. Present Mix voice booms through the speakers. I glance ahead just in time to see towering figures appear on the track. 0-pointers. Dozens of them, along with hordes of smaller combat robots, block the way. The first barrier, Robo Inferno. Screams erupt from the students. Seriously. The hero course fought these. There's no way through. I'm already upon them. How should I do this? I could just fly over, but the festival isn't just about winning. It's about proving your worth and getting pros interested in you. I smirk, deciding on my approach. Without slowing, I focus my energy manifesting 4 massive sword constructs. I flick my hand, sending them slicing through the air. Each blade spears a 0-pointer through its core, sending them toppling backward in a shower of sparks. At the same time, I focus my power downward, sending tremors rippling through the earth. Boom. Cracks split across the terrain, shaking the remaining robots off balance. Can't make it too easy for everyone else. With a final surge of power, I reshape the battlefield. Massive rock pillars burst from the ground, transforming the once flat path into a chaotic maze of jagged hills, deep ravines, and fractured terrain. But to be fair, I left a few clear paths. As I pass over my handiwork, I reposition the smaller robots and place them along the clear paths while leaving the 8 0-pointers to roam free and wreak havoc. With a satisfied nod, I speed towards the second obstacle, the fall. Might as well speedrun the rest since they're pointless against me. I speed through the air, wind howling past me as I reach and pass the second obstacle. A massive canyon with tight ropes? Completely useless if you can fly. The minefield barely registers as I effortlessly fly over it. Within seconds, I reach the stadium, pass the finish line, and touch down, my landing barely making a sound, with a time of 52 seconds. Silence. The entire crowd, thousands of people strong, stares in stunned disbelief. Even present Mike takes a moment to process what just happened before regaining his voice. And that's it. In a stunning display of raw power and speed, the first to cross the finish line is none other than Kata Akita. The stadium erupts into deafening cheers, shaking the ground beneath me. Now for the finishing touches. I turn to the cameras, a small, confident smile appearing on my face. I raise a hand and wave. The cheers amplify, my name and face broadcast to millions of screens across the world. This moment is enough to leave a lasting impression. Now I just have to wait for the others. I sigh internally. Which is the hardest part of the race? Third-person POV obstacle course track. The first to cross the finish line is Kata Akita. The announcement hits like a sledgehammer. Todoroki and Bakugo, leading the charge, listen in shock. Students still stuck at the starting line gape in disbelief, their bodies frozen as much as the ice trapping their feet. Impossible. A student mutters. He must have cheated, another snaps, unwilling to accept the sheer gap in ability. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, disbelief turning to suspicion. Some exchange wide-eyed glances, others scowl, grasping for an explanation that makes sense. But deep down, they all hear it, the weight behind Kata's words during the opening speech. I planned to win. That's simply the most logical conclusion. Now, they understood. Todoroki POV obstacle course racetrack, Robo Inferno. A sharp breath escapes me as I clench my fists. So that's his power. Frustration swirls in my chest, but I push it down. I need to keep moving. Ice spreads beneath my feet as I launch myself forward. The towering robots barely register as I glide past, freezing them in an instant. The rocky maze Kata left behind is a challenge for most. But I can use it to my advantage. I focus and rapidly form ice beneath me, propelling me higher up. Once I reach a height above the wall of rocks, I leap off, creating a pathway below my feet and slide over the whole area. My speed rises as I descend lower and lower as I use the momentum to shoot ahead. Letting out a frosty breath, I focus on the path ahead. The canyon is next. I won't let this end here. Bakugo POV obstacle course racetrack, Robo Inferno. You've gotta be kidding me. Rage burns in my veins. That bastard. He didn't just win, he made us all look like extras. I rocket through the air, explosions propelling me forward as I grind my teeth. The damn robots barely have time to move before I blow them to hell. The ice-covered labyrinth doesn't slow me down, I blast straight over it, straight over the mountains that bastard made. I rise right into the path of the zero-pointers. Get the hell out of my way. Pressing both hands together, I release a large explosion, blasting the robot in the face as it collapses backwards. I see the icy hot bastard fly past me on an ice slide. Throwing my hands back, I blast forward once more, multiple explosions propel me forward. You ain't getting ahead of me. My eyes locked on one goal. That smug bastard is gonna regret showing off. Momo POV obstacle course racetrack, Robo Inferno. Amazing. I watch in awe as the terrain ahead, once a simple track, has transformed into a mountainous labyrinth of earth. All thanks to Kata's overwhelming power. As expected of the president. A small smile tugs at my lips as I steer my scooter forward, my mind already analyzing the best way to navigate the altered landscape. However, as I approach the uneven ground, I abandon the vehicle in favor of something more practical. He could have easily sealed off the path, yet he didn't. I recall his speech as I create a sturdy metal pole, driving it straight into the head of a two-pointer that lunges at me. The robot sparks before collapsing, allowing me to push forward without losing momentum. Kata isn't just strong, he calculated this. He did this to show himself to the heroes watching. Blitzing to the finish wouldn't have attracted much attention. But this? I'm sure almost every hero wants him. Reaching one of the highest points, I pause for a split second, recalling the exact components needed for my next creation. With a quick motion, I pull open my shirt, my quirk activating as a hang glider materializes from my skin. Spreading the frame wide, I leap forward, catching the wind and soaring over the maze below. His speech. Did he really believe there was a chance someone could beat him, or was he just giving us hope? The thought lingers, but I push it aside. Now isn't the time to dwell on that. I could ask him when I see him. I'll catch up. Determination ignites within me as my feet hit the ground. Without missing a beat, I discard the glider and break into a sprint, eyes locked onto the next obstacle, the canyon. Mina's POV obstacle course racetrack, Robo Inferno. He really went overboard. I groan, panting as I make my way through the labyrinth, sweat forming on my brow. The once flat track has become a nightmare of jagged terrain, forcing me to push myself even harder. This should have been a fun run, but no. He just had to turn it into a rocky maze and stuff it full with robots. A robot rushes towards me, but I don't stop moving. I raise my hands and fire a spray of acid, the liquid quickly eating through its metal frame. The bot collapses, but I barely take a second to celebrate before pressing on. Seriously, you better watch your back, Akita. I shout into the wind, knowing full well he won't hear me. Reaching the halfway point, I finally come to a stop, taking a moment for a gasp of air. A wry smile creeps onto my lips as I stare down at the next stretch. Almost out. I exhale. No time to hesitate. Straightening up, I take off running, my grin widening despite the exhaustion. I'll definitely make it. Because no way in hell was I gonna be eliminated in the first round. Mayhatsum POV obstacle course racetrack, Robo Inferno. Wow. Now that's something. I whistle in admiration as I take in the miniature mountains Kata Akita created. The entire landscape is completely transformed. Jagged ice, cracked earth and overturned robots litter the field. It's absolute chaos. But nothing my babies can't handle. Grinning, I lean forward on my auto balancers, effortlessly maneuvering through the maze. Robots lunge, but they're too slow to keep up. With each precise movement, my balance remains perfect just as expected. As I near one of the highest points, I activate my grappling hook, latching onto it as it pulls me forward with added speed. I give a little hop, letting my booster solace activate mid-air. With a whoosh, I glide effortlessly over the area, my eyes shining with excitement. Man, this is great. Everyone's watching. Sponsors, investors, tech enthusiasts, they're all glued to the action. And thanks to Kata's little terrain adjustment, my babies get to shine even brighter. I should probably thank him later. My grin widens as I imagine the flood of funding that's definitely coming my way. But that's not all. Kata won first place. And from the looks of it, he could dominate this entire competition. My goggles flash as an idea strikes. If I can get him to use my babies, just once. That's all it would take. The exposure alone would make my babies famous. Imagine Kata Akita, the star of the sports festival, using Mayhatsum's finest support items. Excitement surges through me, and I push my speed to the max, zipping ahead with a clear goal in mind. Make my babies famous. I shout as I reach the ground once more and begin speeding towards the canyon. Izuku's POV obstacle course racetrack, Robo Inferno. I stare in growing despair at the battlefield ahead. The course, which should have been a straightforward path, is now a maze of mountains and earth, all thanks to Kata. I grit my teeth. If I take the paths he left open, I'll lose too much time. I won't be able to catch up. That's not an option. My fists clench as my mind races. If I hesitate, I'll fall behind. If I hold back, I'll be eliminated. There's no point saving strength for the final battle if I won't even qualify. I have to act. I pick up a shattered piece of one of the robots, large enough to use as a sled. Steeling myself, I charge toward one of the smaller hills. The second my foot touches solid ground, I channel one for all into my finger, as I grab onto the metal for dear life. Smash! A powerful shockwave rips through the rock, blasting me forward and upwards, through the air and over the course. Pain explodes in my hand. My finger red and raw, trembling from the force. But I don't stop. I can't stop. Gritting my teeth, I push forward holding onto the metal for dear life as my heart pounds in my chest. I have to win. Not just for myself. Not just to prove I belong here. I have to win and make All Might and Mom proud. Ignoring the searing pain in my hand, I soar through the air, bracing myself for the impact, eyes locked onto the canyon ahead. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 20. Kata POV Sports Festival Stadium. I stand in the stadium as Present Mike and Izawa comment on the remaining participants. To pass the time, I consider my next steps. The hero agency internships are next. I need to choose a more casual, hand-off hero so I can implement a plan I've had in mind for a while. But first, I need Izawa's help, which could go either way. I sigh, already anticipating the effort ahead. Just as I refocus, I sense someone approaching. Midnight. She moves with slow, deliberate grace, her steps carrying a sensual sway. Blue eyes locked onto mine as she licks her lips. You've got quite the sadistic side to you, Akita. Her voice is sweet, but possesses a teasing tone. I have no idea what you mean, I reply evenly. She leans in slightly, eyes gleaming. Oh, come on. The way you crushed the robots, then blocked the path, making everyone struggle to keep up. She sighs, wrapping her arms around herself like she's savoring a fantasy. I cut her off before she can get carried away. It's nothing like that. She blinks, then chuckles, her amusement returning. Oh? Then why'd you do it? I'm here to advertise myself. I need to get people interested in me early. She chuckles. Well, you've certainly got everyone's attention now. She emphasizes everyone while her gaze sharpens, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. Yet, you don't seem the least bit excited. Why would I be? That catches her off guard. Her smirk falters, just for a second. Like I said in the athlete's oath, it was the most logical conclusion. There are also 2 more events, and no guarantee I'll remain first. I sigh, as if it's obvious. Her smile widens slightly, and unexpectedly a faint blush colors her cheeks. Her gaze lingers, a different kind of intrigue on her face. Humility and confidence, that's an attractive combination, you know. Her voice lowers, words slow and deliberate. I observe her for a moment, letting the silence stretch. She doesn't look away. If anything, my scrutiny seems to amuse her. I've heard. My tone is flat, but there's a flicker of something in my eyes that keeps her attention. But don't you think what's hidden beneath that can be even more beautiful? She tilts her head in confusion. What do you mean? People wear masks to hide who they really are. A slight glance at her own mask is enough to make my meaning clear. Most use them to cover their flaws, or hide their darkest secrets. But sometimes, they're used to protect something beautiful but fragile. Something they'd rather keep hidden, than risk getting broken. I watch with interest as her expression shifts, almost imperceptibly, but I can see her tension clearly. Her usual confidence having wavered for just a moment. I have to hold back a chuckle. Relax. I wasn't referring to you in particular. I allow a small, knowing smile. Just in general observation of people I came to notice. Her eyebrow twitches, though she keeps her composed, sultry smile. Her eyes, however, burn with quiet revenge. That's an interesting perspective, she muses, her voice smooth, as she continues with a darker undertone. I'll be sure to remember it. With that, she turns, making her way back toward the platform. I exhale, glancing at the screens. Todoroki and Bakugo are in the final stretch, neck and neck for second place. It's kind of fun teasing her back. I watch as Izuku stumbles into the stadium, closely followed by Todoroki and Bakugo. He looks worse than expected. The labyrinth forced him to use OFA before the tournament. Bakugo's glare flickers between Izuku and me, his lips curled in frustration. His arms tremble slightly either from exhaustion or the sheer effort it takes to hold himself back. Damn it. He manages to squeeze through grit teeth. Todoroki is less expressive, but his death glare speaks volumes. I glance away as Yurika and Ida rush to Izuku's side, congratulating him on securing second place. Ida sulks over his loss, but it doesn't last long before he straightens up, determined as ever. Momo and Mina make their way toward me. You were amazing, class prez, Momo says with a knowing smile. While the rest of us were caught up in the race, you stayed focused on the real goal. Mina blinks before realization dawns on her. Wait, so that's why you did that? She crosses her arms, pouting. You didn't have to make it that hard, though. Do you know how exhausted I am? I shrug. I made sure everyone had a path through. Besides, I believed you'd make it regardless. My tone is so serious, I almost managed to convince myself. Mina huffs. Fine, but you still owe me an apology gift. She says, a crafty glint in her eyes. For what? For all the suffering I went through because of your stunt. She jabs a finger at me. Then wouldn't I have to get one for every first year? I tilt my head. She sighs, shoulders slumping. You're no fun, President. Momo giggles at our exchange as Midnight steps forward for the next announcement. The first round is over. Time to check the results. The giant screen flashes, listing the top 42 contestants. I narrow my eyes. Most of it's the same, but some rankings shifted. May placed 18th, Momo ranked 70th, both significantly higher than the original timeline. Meanwhile, Mina dropped to 28th. Makes sense. Those without agility-based quirks were slightly lower on the board. Midnight's voice pulls me back. The top 42 from this qualifying round will move on. Midnight continues announcing after a few seconds. And now, the main selection really begins. Now, on to the second event. The screen flashes as different options flash by. Next up is this. The screen lands on Cavalry Battle. Midnight quickly explains the rules. We each form our own teams of 2 to 4 and get into a horse and rider formation. We are to snatch our opponent's headbands, but each member has a different point value assigned to them based on their score. 42nd place is worth 5 points, with an increase of 5 points per position. But our first place participant is worth 10 million points. A hush falls over the stadium before every eye snaps to me. I remain still, completely unfazed. So, this is how it feels to be the target. I do wonder, who'd be brave enough to face the pressure with me. Midnight continues explaining the rules as I scan the students around me. Class B exchange glances, their eyes sharp with determination. Meanwhile, Class A is already deep in analysis, strategizing with each other. You've got 15 minutes. Time to form your teams. Midnight cracks her whip, and the stadium erupts into chaos as students scramble to form alliances. Most of them steer clear of me. In Class A, a few hesitate, their gazes flickering between Bakugo, Todoroki, and me. Normally, I'd be the obvious choice. But they're cautious, no one wants to be the main target. I sigh, but before I can think further, someone approaches without hesitation. Team up with me, Kata Akata. Mei Hatsum. She strides up, grinning like she's already won something, her green-yellow eyes glinting with excitement. The cross-shaped pupils at their center stand out even more up close. I take a step back, keeping my expression neutral. Gotta pretend I don't know her yet. Who are you, and why? My tone is flat, but she's unfazed. I'm Mei Hatsum, from the support course. I don't know you, and honestly, I probably won't be much help based on what I saw in the obstacle course race, but you need a teammate for the next event, and I'll offer up my services. She leans in slightly, eyes gleaming. Teaming up with you means I'll be right in the spotlight. And my babies, she gestures dramatically to the gadgets strapped to her gear, will get seen by all the industry bigs, hots and investors. I can't help the small chuckle that escapes me. Mei tilts her head, her ever-present smile still plastered on her face. I always loved her energy, passion, and blunt honesty. With a rare smile, I nod. I'd be happy to have you. Her eyes widen slightly, as if she expected me to brush her off. Then, her grin stretches even wider. Great. Together, we'll make my babies famous. I sigh. You really don't have your priorities straight. Before she can respond, two more figures approach Momo and Mina. Can we join you? They ask in unison. I glance between them. Wouldn't it make more sense for you two to team up with Todoroki or Bakugo? You know I'll be everyone's target. They exchange a look before smiling. Momo speaks first. I trust my judgment. And based on what I've seen, you could win this by yourself if it were allowed. She states with certainty. Mina nods enthusiastically. Yet. We believe in you. We'll kick everyone's butts. I cross my arms. That's great and all, but if you really think I could win alone, why should I bother teaming up with you? I already found a teammate. I gesture to Mei, who's still absorbed in dreams about making her inventions famous. Mina falters for a second, but Momo remains calm. Because we asked. Both Mina and I raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? I ask, narrowing my eyes slightly. Momo meets my gaze evenly. Based on what I know of you, you would have rejected us immediately if you actually planned to refuse. She's got a point. I furrow my brows, but she continues. And since having us on your team only improves your chances, I figured you'd say yes. That doesn't mean we won't pull our weight. She nods toward Mina, who grins and gives a thumbs up. Solid and accurate reasoning. I exhale, then nod. You're right. I wasn't planning to refuse. I tilt my head. But how did you figure that out? Momo smiles. I've spent a lot of time with you. You let on more than you realize. And like that, our four-man team is set. She figured all that out just from running errands with me. I don't know whether to be concerned or impressed. Since our team is decided, we need a game plan, I remind them. Can't you just take everyone's headbands with your quirk or keep them away? Mina asks curiously. He can, but we'd have no chance to show off our quirks, Momo responds matter-of-factly. And no one would get to see my babies. Mei exclaims, clutching a small gadget like one would a precious child. I think for a moment. So, we need to incorporate everyone's quirks into the mix. A pause. I know how we can do that. I then proceed to explain my plan. Momo nods. That's reasonable. It allows each of us to demonstrate our quirks effectively. As long as my babies get the spotlight, it's perfect. Mei grins, eyes practically sparkling. I get to show off too, so I'm excited, Mina adds with an eager grin. Now we just need to decide our positions. I'm the biggest here, so I can be in the front. Since Hatsum is the smallest, she can be on top. What do you girls think? They all nod in agreement, and with that, our preparations are complete. With about 7 minutes remaining, Momo starts chatting with Mei about her inventions. Mei had immediately latched onto Momo after learning about her quirk, excitedly brainstorming potential creations, while Momo, always eager to learn, seemed genuinely interested in support items. That left Mina and me. She fidgets slightly before turning to me. Are you nervous? I raise an eyebrow, and she quickly sighs. Right. Of course not. You're always as cool as a cucumber, there's no way you'd get scared. She deflates a little, crossing her arms. That's not true. I shake my head. Even I have things I'm scared of. I just don't let it show. Mina perks up, curiosity sparking in her golden eyes. Like what? I hesitate and glance at her. Are you sure you really want to know? Her expression falters for a moment, uncertainty flickering across her face. She probably remembers the last time she asked something like this and how it soured the mood. Silence lingers between us. I suppress a sigh. Why did I do that? I knew she'd back down if I phrased it that way, and it's not like it's something worth hiding. Then, to my surprise, determination flashes in her eyes. Yes. I want to know, she says resolutely, though I can tell she's nervous. Why? My voice is calm, but I narrow my eyes slightly. I can tell you're nervous about asking, so why still do it? She hesitates, but then speaks in a quiet voice. Because. Her hold on her arms tightens. I've noticed how you just ignore things that hurt you. She meets my gaze, uncharacteristically serious. Like when I asked about your parents. You clenched your fist for a moment, but then continued like it didn't bother you. Something about her words unsettles me. Mina notices, her expression softening into a small, reassuring smile. I won't force you, she says, but I'll keep trying, until you tell me to stop. There are wounds that never show on the body, but are deeper and more painful than anything that bleeds. She sighs, briefly looking at some of the scars visible on my arms and legs, then suddenly brightens up again. Anyway. Just hit me up if you ever need to talk. Before I can process her words, Midnight's voice echoes through the stadium. Your 15 minutes are up. Time to get started. We start walking toward the event area. Mina, Momo, and Mei are engaged in an animated discussion, but I barely hear them. That was weird. Comment. 22 comment. Vote. Chapter 21. Kata POV Sports Festival Stadium, Cavalry Battle. Let's get a battle cry. Here comes the starting signal. Present Mike announces, his voice booming over the stadium. Blood begets blood in the UA Grand Match. I stand with my team, my hands stretched back to hold onto Momo's and Mina's hands, as their other hands rest on my shoulders to support Mei, who sits atop us. 3. Present Mike begins his countdown. Are you all ready? I ask calmly. Yet. We've got this in the bag. Mina cheers, full of energy. We're sure to win, Momo says with confidence. Everyone will see how amazing my babies are. May grins, perched on my shoulders with a headband that reads 10,380. Start. As expected, nearly every team rushes toward us. Ashido, you're up. I instruct. Without hesitation, Mina secretes a large amount of high-viscosity acid, which I telekinetically rotate around us at high speed, forming a spinning shield. The glowing, swirling mass forces several teams to halt, unwilling to risk getting caught in it. Then, Jozo uses his quirk to soften the ground beneath us, causing our footing to become unstable. Brace yourselves, I warn, quickly tethering us together with telekinesis. Hatsum, your turn. May cackles, it's time for everyone to witness the brilliance of my babies. She presses a button, and her jetpack ignites, propelling us into the air and away from the softened ground. As we descend, the hover boots one strapped to Momo's foot, the other to Mina's kick in, ensuring a stable landing. Momo, get ready, I say, noticing dark shadow darting toward us from behind. She nods, swiftly generating several flashbangs and tossing them into the air. The explosion of light forces dark shadow to recoil with a pained shriek, momentarily blinding several nearby teams as well. We continue moving, avoiding getting pinned down while our acid barrier keeps most competitors at bay. The smarter teams wisely back off to find easier targets. Then, I sense it Bakugo, rocketing toward us through the air. He claps his palms together, no doubt aiming to blast away our acid shield. I don't really feel like humoring him. Without so much as a flick of my wrist, I telekinetically grab him and fling him higher into the sky. Damn you, slow globe, he roars. The rules say I can't make him fall, but they never said anything about making him fly. We hold our ground for a few minutes, easily managing the competition. But then, Todoroki, who had been preoccupied securing additional headbands, returns. We face off. You can't beat us, Todoroki, I say plainly. His eyes narrow, resolve hardening. We won't know until we try. A cold breeze sweeps across the field as jagged ice spikes rush toward us, while dark shadow lunges from the opposite side. They're attacking from two directions at once, aiming to corner us. With unspoken understanding, Momo tosses another flashbang toward dark shadow, forcing him to retreat. At the same time, I shatter Todoroki's ice midair with telekinesis. They press forward. We evade effortlessly, May's jetpack carrying us above their attacks, while Momo and I work in tandem to keep them at bay. Then, just as they pass beneath us. Thanks for the gift, I say, holding their most valuable headband, freshly stolen during the exchange. Todoroki stiffens, his teeth gritting in frustration. Keep in mind, you're not doing this alone, I say evenly. He blinks, finally noticing the uncertainty in his teammates' expressions. The frustration in his eyes dims as realization dawns. He inhales, then exhales. Let's go. With those two simple words, he pulls back. Bakugo keeps trying to ambush us but gives up after the third time I fling him away. He hurtles through the air, spewing curses and threats. I wonder how Team Midoriya is doing. Scanning the battlefield, I spot them. They're actually doing well, having teamed up with Shoji and Tsuyu. With even Todoroki and Bakugo backing off, the rest of the teams lose their courage. They settle for fighting among themselves while we wait for time to run out. And eventually, after a short countdown, Present Mix voice booms across the stadium. Time's up. The chaos of the battle grinds to a halt. Let's see who our top 4 teams are. Present Mic announces. In first place, Team Okada. In second, Team Todoroki. Third place, Team Bakugo. And in fourth, Team Midoriya. These 4 will proceed to the final event. I glance around, noting everyone's reactions. Todoroki's team looks relieved, though he himself is unusually quiet. Ida, Kaminari and Tokoyami celebrate their second place ranking, oblivious to his brooding. Bakugo, on the other hand, looks pissed. He's glaring daggers at me, his entire body radiating frustration, but his teammates Kirishima and Zero are too busy celebrating to care. Midoriya's team is all smiles, Izuku happily chatting with Yurika, Tsuyu and Shoji. Their excitement is almost contagious. Shinso also makes it through, having taken 5th place. His team was entirely under his control, so like cannon, they have him the spot. Guys! We did it! Mina jumps up excitedly, her face glowing with happiness. Momo takes her hands, nodding and jumping along with her. Yes, we did. I let out a small sigh. At least May is calmer. I turn and see her standing in front of a camera, already advertising her support items. Another sigh escapes me. Should have known. Present Mix voice cuts through my thoughts. We'll proceed to the afternoon portion after a 1-hour lunch break. See you then. With that, everyone begins dispersing. I expect Midoriya to be pulled aside by Todoroki, but no, Todoroki walks straight toward me instead. I just wanted to enjoy my lunch in peace, I lament internally, keeping my expression neutral. I want to talk, he says. Can we go somewhere private? It'd be easier if he were an asshole about it. I sigh. Sure, lead the way. We walk toward the waiting room in silence, tension thick between us. He's clearly frustrated, though I don't know if it's directed at me, himself, or something else entirely. After arriving, he glares at me for a few seconds. If you've got nothing to say, I'll leave. My time is better spent elsewhere. He exhales sharply. You overwhelmed us during the match. You could have taken all our headbands. Why didn't you? Ah. He's mad that I didn't go all out. Or maybe he thinks I took it easy on him. It's nothing special. I shrug. There wasn't any reason to. His brows knit together. What does that mean? I lean against the wall, arms crossed. At what point should I have drawn the line? I could have left every other team with 0 points, but then what? I'd be seen as malicious or petty by heroes, which is opposed to the purpose of the sports festival. I analyze logically. Besides, taking one of your headbands or all of them wouldn't have made a difference to me, as I'd still be first. His fists clench, glare sharpening. Are you saying you view me the same as everyone else? His voice is slow and controlled, but there's a hint of anger within it. My eyes narrow slightly. That's an arrogant thing to say, Todoroki. My tone turns cold. You say that as if you're different from everyone else. You're not. I push off the wall, my gaze steady. Neither am I. The words come out harsher than I intended. Why does this bother me so much? Mina's words pass through my mind, before I realize what's bothering me. It's similar to the sense of superiority my parents had over me. Not as bad, nor directed towards me, but enough to annoy me. Todoroki blinks, visibly surprised by my response. I never said I was different from them. It's not always about what you say. It's about how you act. The words leave my mouth before I can fully process them, then the realization hits me. I'm a hypocrite. I've justified so many of my choices with the excuse that I know what's supposed to happen, even as the future shifts beyond recognition. Have I been looking at everyone like that too? The thought slams into me like a truck. I have. From the moment I arrived, I've seen them as characters in a story, variables in a timeline I thought I could control. I risked their lives when I let Kurogiri teleport them, all because I believed it would play out the same way. But this world doesn't actually have a script, and I'm not some omnipotent overseer. I'm not a god. The word rings bitter in my mind, dragging up an old memory of that smug Rob. My jaw tightens, and Todoroki frowns at my sudden shift in expression. I shake my head, setting the thoughts aside for later. Now's not the time to spiral. You know, talking to you has helped me realize something important. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Thanks. Todoroki's eyes narrow, suspicion creeping into his features. Are you mocking me? I'm not. I meet his gaze evenly. But tell me, what's the real reason you called me here? Silence stretches between us. Then, finally, he speaks. He tells me about his father. About Endeavor's obsession with surpassing All Might, the quirk marriage, the childhood training, the scar. The resentment in his voice is thick, years of pain layered into every word. I listen without interrupting. In short, he finishes, his tone sharp with conviction, by rising to the top without using my father's quirk. I'll have denied him everything. I exhale slowly. Yet. That's tragic. But. You're not the only person who suffered, I say, my voice serious. Images of a few people flash through my mind as I clench my fist. Plenty of people have had it worse than you. Todoroki stiffens. I'm not saying what happened to you wasn't terrible, I continue before he can respond. But right now, you're no different from your father. The shift in his expression is immediate. Anger clouds his features, his entire posture tensing, but I press on. You're obsessed with proving Endeavor wrong. He's obsessed with surpassing All Might. You have different goals, but take similar paths. I turn away, letting my words sink in. Your quirk is half hot, half cold. Not hell flame. And until you realize that, you'll never escape his shadow even if you surpass him. I walk off without another glance. In the distance, I sense Bakugo and Izuku listening from different spots, each of them undoubtedly drawing their own conclusions. I sigh. I just need somewhere to sit and think. I find a relatively quiet area and sit down, exhaling deeply as I reflect on my behavior. I need to change a few things. There are 40 minutes left until the lunch break ends, but I don't get much time to myself before I sense someone approaching. And who else but Mina? Hey, Press. She greets me cheerfully, dropping down beside me without hesitation. You look down. Everything okay? She doesn't push for an immediate answer, just sits there, letting the silence settle. It lingers for a minute or two before I finally speak. How'd you find me? Not the question I most want to ask, but it'll do. You were walking around with a frown, which is new, so I followed you to see what's up. She says it with a cheeky smile, but her voice is soft. I sigh. Most would be creeped out by that, you know. Most would be flattered to have a cute girl looking out for them, she quips back without missing a beat. Another silence settles, but Mina doesn't press further. She just stays. I get that she's trying to comfort me, but... Why? The word slips out before I can stop it, heavier than I intended. Mina seems to pick up on it instantly. You seemed like you needed someone, she answers simply. Is that enough of a reason? I ask, genuinely unsure. She winces, as if my words physically hurt. Yes, it is. I don't respond right away, and neither does she. Normally, my voice is calm, detached, even collected. But right now, I can hear the cracks in it, and so can she. I'm sure you have questions, I finally say. Go ahead and ask them. She just smiles. Then I want to know more about you. I brace myself for the usual questions about my past, my mood, my scars. What's your favorite color? She asks instead. I blink, caught off guard. Don't you have more interesting questions to ask? She shakes her head, a smirk creeping back onto her face. You know, press? I hardly actually know you. That's something I realized recently. Other than that day we did introductions, I don't think I've learned much about you. She folds her arms, adopting a mock lecturing tone. So, let me get to know you more. Okay. Her usual cheeky grin is in full effect, and despite myself, I chuckle. You're ridiculous. It's not much, but the sound makes her freeze, eyes widening in surprise. My voice sounded amused? Normally, that wouldn't mean anything. But for the first time, I've broken past my usual monotone. I can see it in her expression. She noticed. I push past it. It's white, I say simply. I find it peaceful. What about you? I like pink, she responds, launching into a passionate explanation as to why. From there, the conversation flows naturally. We talk about pointless things, movies, favorite foods, hobbies. She teases me when I admit I don't like sweets, then immediately starts listing recommendations anyway. Somewhere along the way, I stop overthinking and just listen. Before I know it, lunch break is over. As we head back to the stadium, I realize something. I feel lighter. Comment. 20 comment. Vote. Chapter 22. Kata POV Sports Festival Stadium, Tournament. We all make our way back into the stadium, Mina walking beside me as we chat. Our conversation seems to draw a few lingering stares, but I ignore them. Present Mick's voice booms through the speakers. Before we start the final event, let's have some fun with a few recreational activities. Then, his voice sharpens with excitement. But first, among the 16 students who made it through the last round, we'll be holding a formal tournament, a series of one-on-one battles. We gather in front of Midnight and Kirishima speaks up. A tournament, hey? So we'll be up in that ring I see on TV every year. He sounds excited, but I can tell he's a little nervous. Mina tilts her head. Was it a tournament last year too? The format's always different, Ciro answers. But most years have some kind of head-to-head competition. Midnight cracks her whip, drawing our attention. The matchups will be decided by drawing lots. She holds up a small box. After that, you're free to participate in the festivities or rest before the tournament starts. I expect some of you would rather take a breather and save your strength. We step forward to draw lots, in order of team ranking, and the process moves quickly. When all is said and done, the matchups are Midoriya vs Shinso, Todoroki vs Ciro, Akita vs Kaminari, Ida vs Hatsum, Ashido vs Ashui, Tokoyami vs Yaeorozu, Shoji vs Kirishima, Yurika vs Bakugo. Immediately, I feel two intense stares drilling into me. Unsurprisingly, they belong to Bakugo and Todoroki. While Todoroki seems content with silently glaring, Bakugo strides up to me, his expression a mix of determination and irritation. You talked big during your speech, he says seriously. Make sure you can back it up. Then, without another word, he turns and scowls toward the board, his usual irritation flaring up. Who the hell's Yurika? I glance at Yurika, who looks like she can't decide between being shocked that he doesn't know her and being terrified he's her opponent. Meanwhile, everyone else also starts searching for their opponents. It's easy to spot them since only 2 non-Class A students are in the bracket, Shinso and Mei. Are you Ida? I hear Mei's energetic voice ask, followed by her amused laughter. Yet. I pity you, Ida. I shake my head and turn away. Midnight clears her throat. Now, let's set aside the tournament for now, and get on with the festivities. I don't take part in the festivities. I simply go and grab some food and watch, taking this time to just relax since I missed lunch earlier, having been caught up talking to Todoroki and Mina. But before long, the real event arrives. Cementos enters the stadium, activating his quirk as concrete pours in through massive pipes. With practiced ease, he molds the stone into a large stage. Thanks, Cementos. Present Mick's voice echoes through the arena. All right, everyone. Are you ready? The crowd erupts into cheers. You've been through hell to get here, but now it's time for the one-on-one tournament. Use everything you've got and show us your best. I take my seat in the stands with the rest of Class A as Izuku and Shinso step into the arena. The first match. Present Mike announces. Making a weird face despite his excellent performance, it's Izuku Midoriya from the hero course. Izuku shifts awkwardly, clearly nervous. And facing off against him. Sorry, but this guy hasn't really done much to stand out yet. It's Hitachi Shinso, from General Studies. The rules are laid out: knockout, immobilization, or making your opponent surrender are the only victory conditions. Anything is allowed except using lethal force, which results in instant disqualification. Start! Present Mike shouts, kicking off the match. Izuku lunges forward, responding to Shinso's provocations without thinking despite being warned about the brainwashing. Immediately, his body stiffens as he falls under Shinso's control. A wave of murmurs spreads through the audience. Many don't understand what's happening, but I can't help but sigh. Even after being told, he still fell for it. Shinso wastes no time. Walk out of bounds, he orders. Izuku's feet shift, carrying him toward the edge. But before he can step out, his fingers twitch, and with a sudden burst of movement, he flicks them downward. A shockwave erupts as his finger breaks, pulling him out of Shinso's control. The fight resumes. It's hardly a battle, with Izuku tanking Shinso's strikes while steadily pushing him back. Shinso's resistance is admirable, but in the end, a well-timed body slam sends him sprawling out of bounds. Shinso is out of the ring. Midoriya advances to the next round. Midnight announces. Despite his loss, Shinso gets a wave of support from both his classmates and even some of the pro heroes watching. Izuku limps toward Recovery Girl as the next match begins, Todoroki vs Zero. It's over before it even starts. The moment present mic signals the match, an avalanche of ice erupts from Todoroki's side, freezing nearly half the stadium and Zero is frozen in an instant. Aizawa and present mic fall silent, the sheer display of power leaving even them stunned. Midnight recovers first. Todoroki advances, she announces. Todoroki calmly approaches Zero, defrosting him with an apology. After the stage is cleared of ice, they announce the start of the next match. I exhale, standing from my seat. My turn. I step onto the stage, facing Kaminari, who arrives from the opposite end. He flashes a nervous smile. It's Class A's president, the top candidate so far, Kata Akata. Versus, the sparking, killing boy, Denki Kaminari. Present mic announces. I consider my approach. Todoroki just put on a show of overwhelming power. Should I do the same? Kaminari interrupts my thoughts. Class Pres, we're friends, right? I nod. Then, you'll go easy on me. He laughs awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. I return his smile, though mine is far less reassuring. I expect you to do your best, and so will I. For a moment, he looks defeated. Then, he straightens up, a fire lighting in his eyes. Bring it on. Start. Electricity crackles around Kaminari as he charges up. Before he can fire, I release an ability telekinetic pressure. The air stills. An invisible force slams down on the arena like a tidal wave. The ground groans under the strain as cracks spread across the stage and climb up the stadium walls. Loose chunks of concrete lift into the air only to disintegrate into dust under the crushing weight. The atmosphere shifts. Even though I make sure not to affect the audience directly, a suffocating aura spreads through the venue. I spot pro heroes in the stands stiffening, some even gulping nervously as their muscles tense. At the center of it all, Kaminari collapses. I hold back a lot, exerting just enough power to keep him from getting up. He struggles against the force, electricity flickering along his body, but it sputters out before he can launch an attack. His arms shake as he tries to push himself up, but to no avail. Nothing. Silence descends, the only sound is the slow, agonizing cracking of the arena floor beneath us, as if the very stadium is groaning in protest. It lingers longer than necessary, until I finally turn to Midnight and calmly say, he's immobilized. That seems to snap everyone out of their trance. Midnight clears her throat, her voice steady. Denki Kaminari is unable to continue. Kata Akata advances to the next round. And just like that, the pressure lifts. The weight vanishes as if it had never been there. Kaminari gasps, pushing himself upright unsteadily. I step forward, offering a hand. I might have gone a bit overboard. Sorry. He stares at my hand for a second before grinning, taking it. Yeah, no kidding. That was insane. The tension in the arena eases, and murmurs break out among the spectators. The shock still lingers, but the tournament moves forward. Returning to my seat, I'm immediately bombarded with questions. What was that? Kirishima exclaims, eyes practically sparkling with excitement. Yeah, man, the whole place started cracking, and it felt like the air got heavier or something, Zero adds, rubbing his arms as if shaking off the phantom pressure. I can feel more eyes on me, some filled with curiosity, others more serious. Likely my future opponents. I give a casual shrug. I can't exactly reveal my abilities when we might be fighting soon, can I? They nod in understanding, though the curiosity practically radiates off them. Nearby, Izuku is furiously scribbling in his notebook, muttering to himself. He's analyzing every detail of my match, probably running counter-strategies in his head. I sigh and lean back, waiting as Cementos repairs the damage I left behind. The matches continue. The next match starts being Ida vs Mei. It's entertaining, to say the least. First, Mei tricks Ida into wearing support gear, grinning ear to ear as she plays an extended game of tag across the arena. The entire match is just an elaborate sales pitch for her inventions, with Ida as her unwilling demo partner. When she finally runs out of things to advertise, she casually resigns, still looking completely satisfied. Meanwhile, Ida stands frozen, a look of pure betrayal on his face. He doesn't get to dwell on it for long, though. Mei apologizes sort of before happily strutting off the stage. Mina vs Tsuyu is a much more even fight. Tsuyu uses her agility and tongue attacks to keep Mina at bay, but Mina responds by spraying acid in her path to limit her movement. The fight is fast-paced, with Tsuyu nearly pulling off a win until Mina finally corners her and forces her out of bounds. Next is the match between Tokoyami and Momo. Because of the cavalry battle, Momo already has a strategy. The second the match starts, she produces flashbangs, forcing Dark Shadow to retreat. Before Tokoyami can recover, she follows up with a stun baton, knocking him out before he can counterattack. A clean victory. Shoji and Kirishima's fight is more of a slugfest. Kirishima tanks most of Shoji's attacks, but Shoji's superior strength, reach and stamina eventually wear him down. With his hardening quirk constantly active, Kirishima is forced to exert more energy, until exhaustion finally catches up to him. Finally, it was Uraraka vs Bakugo. Now this was a fight worth watching. Uraraka doesn't hold back, throwing everything into her strategy. Despite the overwhelming disadvantage, she fights with sheer determination, trying to get close enough to make Bakugo weightless, which was a distraction. She used Bakugo's attacks to destroy the arena, while secretly floating all the debris for one big attack, dropping them all on top of him together. Of course, Bakugo wins, destroying all her hard work with one large explosion. But even he can't ignore how hard she tried, and how close she got. The way the crowd reacts, though, you'd think he was the villain here. They glare at him, murmuring about his brutality, completely missing the fact that Uraraka herself wouldn't have wanted anything less than his best effort. I glance at Bakugo, and for the first time, he isn't scowling in his usual arrogant way. There's something else in his eyes. Even he respects her now. With the first round finished, we get a short break before the quarterfinals. The matchups appear on a large screen. Midoriya vs Todoroki. Akita vs Ida. Mina vs Yaoyorozu. Shoji vs Bakugo. And the first fight is the one I'm most looking forward to. Midoriya vs Todoroki. The match starts strong. Todoroki sends massive ice spikes at Izuku, who counters with a one-for-all smash, obliterating the attack at the cost of another broken finger. The shockwave pushes Todoroki back, so much so that he has to form an ice wall behind him. For a moment, it seems like Izuku has a chance. But then I notice it. This is just like the battle trial. Todoroki realizes it too. His expression tightens, and suddenly, he shifts tactics. He stops trying to overpower Izuku directly and starts playing the long game. He builds up massive ice walls, blocking Izuku's vision, forcing him to attack blindly. Unlike me, who could just tear them down, Izuku has limited attacks. Every hit he lands brings him closer to defeat. It's a slow, methodical takedown. Izuku grows more desperate with every attack, and then just like that Todoroki lands a clean hit from behind. Izuku freezes in place as he's frozen in ice, completely trapped. The match is over and Todoroki announced the winner. Todoroki defrosts the ice, but Izuku's expression says everything. He had failed. The sheer disappointment is written all over his face. He probably thinks we let All Might down. He actually did great, and at least his arm isn't as messed up this time, I think, trying to find a silver lining as he's taken to Recovery Girl once more. With that, I stand and make my way toward the stadium. My match is next. Comment. 26 Comment. Vote. Chapter 23. Ida POV Sports Festival Stadium. I step onto the stage, facing what may be my greatest challenge yet, Class President Kata Akita. His composure is unwavering, his movements calm, and a neutral expression that almost never cracks. As calm as always, as if nothing ever phases him. It will be an honor to face you, Class President, I declare, standing tall. Please, give it your all. He simply nods. I'll do my best. A simple reply, as always. But that's not the full truth. Kata Akita never struggles. He never goes all out. I've heard him say those words to others, but he doesn't lie. Doing his best doesn't mean fighting his hardest. But I don't know what he's doing his best for. Present Mix booming voice announces our match, but I barely hear him. My mind is racing. My plan must be airtight, I only have one chance. It's all or nothing. If I hesitate, I lose. I tense my muscles, readying my engines. Start. The world slows. Recipro burst. I roar, flames igniting from my exhaust pipes as I surge forward in a blur of speed. Most wouldn't even register my approach. But Kata sees me. His eyes remain locked onto my form, watching with unnatural precision. He doesn't brace himself, doesn't dodge, he simply stands there, unshaken. I'll make him take me seriously. I reach him in an instant, launching a side kick at his torso. No stance, no guard, he's wide open. This will land for Ursu. I miss. No, he dodged. He never even seemed to move, yet he's suddenly out of reach. I pivot, using my momentum to spin and launch a second kick aimed at his head. Without looking at me, he ducks at the very last moment. His movement is so fluid, so precise, that even as I watch, I can't comprehend it. My kick slices through empty air. 8 seconds left. What follows is beyond reason. Every attack dodged. Not with frantic movement, not with any wasted motion or exertion. Just impossibly effortless evasion. A light hop carries him away from sweeping kicks like he's weightless. A single step places him meters away in an instant. To the audience, our movements must be a blur. To me, it's a nightmare. I strike again and again, but he doesn't counter, doesn't block, he just dodges. With crushing ease. Until. Contact. An overhead kick. My rotation accelerated by my quirk, my foot colliding squarely against his head. The impact reverberates through the stadium. Excitement ignites in my chest. I did it. I actually. That's 10 seconds. His voice cuts through the air, like a hot knife through butter. The flames from my exhaust sputter out, as my recipro burst ends, and my engines stall. And then I realize the truth. My kick landed, yes, but only against a barrier. A thin, invisible film, 10 centimeters from his face. A surge of energy grips me. I try to pull back by kicking off the barrier. I find small success, but I immediately stop midair. Gravity and inertia having abandoned me. You were fast, Kata remarks, his tone as calm as ever. No pride. No mockery. No excitement. Just calm. Then, without warning, I'm flung backwards. I shoot across the air, accelerating beyond my control until I cross the boundary line. Then, just as suddenly, I drop. Tenya Ida is out of bounds. Kata Akita moves on to the third round. Midnight's voice rings across the stadium. The crowd erupts. I clench my fists, rising to my feet. I refuse to accept it. Did you let me land that hit on purpose? He stops, turning back to me. The same unreadable expression. Then, after a brief pause, he sighs. I couldn't keep dodging forever. And then he walks away. He didn't deny it. If this were anyone else, I might have believed them. But Kata Akita is a liar, one who comforts people by letting them know only half the truth. Lies by omission from a liar who never lies. I sigh, tension draining from my shoulders. That was his way of not discouraging me. I turn and leave the arena, fists still clenched. From the very start, my attacks would never have reached him. Kata POV Sports Festival Stadium. As I return to my seat, I reflect on my match. That was worthwhile. I showed my speed, reflexes, and defensive power. It should be enough to leave an impression on heroes with close combat battle styles. By the time I arrive, the next match is already underway. It's Momo versus Mina. The moment present mic announces the start, Momo moves decisively, creating acid-proof shoes and a large shield before charging forward. Mina, quick on her feet, dodges fluidly and retaliates with a spray of acid only for it to sizzle harmlessly against Momo's shield. Momo quickly realizes that a direct charge won't work. With a sharp pivot, she subtly creates a stun gun behind her shield. Her stance changes, mimicking another aggressive push. Mina, anticipating the attack, dodges right into the stun gun's path. A crackling shock fills the air, and Mina collapses, unconscious. The crowd cheers as the next match is set, Bakugo vs Shoji. As expected, Bakugo dominates with raw power and maneuverability, using explosions to propel himself at angles Shoji struggles to counter. But Shoji isn't defenseless, his multiple arms allow him to block, grab, and strike from unpredictable directions. Bakugo is forced to keep his distance, knowing that one well-timed grapple could end him. After a relentless barrage, Shoji finally falters, unable to keep up with the continuous explosions, securing Bakugo's victory. With that, the semi-finals are set as the large screen lights up. Akita Kata vs Todoroki Shoto. Bakugo Katsuki vs Yae Orozu Momo. I rise from my seat and head toward the tunnel leading to the arena. But as I round the corner, I sense someone waiting in the shadows. This will be annoying. A small frown briefly appearing on my lips. Sure enough, Endeavor steps forward, his massive frame blocking my path. There you are, he says, voice deep and commanding. I stare at him, unimpressed. He really irritates me, reminds me too much of my own parents. Endeavor, I acknowledge coldly. His eyes narrow slightly, displeased by my lack of deference. Your performance has been impressive. I think you'll be a good test for my son. His tone is condescending, with an eerie fascination that is devoid of warmth. Push him to his limits. I say nothing. I don't care about his obsession with surpassing All Might, but I really hate how he goes about it. Seeing my indifference, his expression hardens. Are you listening to me? He reaches out as if to grab my arm. And stops mid-motion, blocked by my aura. I tilt my head. He thinks he can touch me. You're not my father, I say evenly. And you're really lucky you aren't. His scowl deepens, but I continue before he can speak. I have no reason, nor desire, to entertain your delusions. I step forward, walking around him, and immediately, the flames on his body surge. Know your place. He says slowly, an angry glare and menacing aura emanating from him. Or what? I give him a dismissive look. The surroundings begin to heat up, as his flames surge even higher. Is he trying to intimidate me, or will he attack? I wouldn't put either past him. So, I'll do what any logical person would do. The air rapidly cools as Endeavor's flames immediately extinguish, much to his surprise. He staggers, clutching his neck, as he breathes heavily, gasping for air. I make no move as he continues to struggle helplessly against an invisible enemy he can't defend against. He slumps against the wall and slides down, his face turning red, as his heart works overtime to pump blood to his lungs. I watch him passively and finally speak. Fire can't burn without oxygen, I remark. And without it, everything you built your ego upon is meaningless. A long, tense silence stretches between us. Then, I stop pushing oxygen molecules away from him. He gasps, sucking in air as his flames flicker back to life. But he doesn't move. He won't. He's too proud to admit being bested by a student. And even more, he'd have to explain why he was here when he shouldn't have been. Without another word, I turn and step onto the stadium and continue onto the arena. Todoroki is already waiting. Todoroki POV Sports Festival Stadium. He's finally here. Kata steps onto the arena, moving with the same composed and carefree demeanor. His gaze locks onto me, sharp and expectant, like he's waiting for something. I don't like it. I shift into my stance, analyzing every detail I can about him. Our first semifinals match. Kata Akita vs Shoto Todoroki. Present mix voice booms across the stadium, igniting the crowd into cheers. The energy is electric. The stakes are clear. But despite all of it, something about him unsettles me. Give it your best, class president, I say neutrally. He doesn't respond immediately like he does with others. Instead, he actually takes a moment to consider my words. Then, he speaks. His voice is calm, yet firm. Everyone asks me to do that. And I always tell them I will. I narrow my eyes, sensing an exception coming. But I can't agree this time. Why? I demand, my voice colder than before. His reply cuts through me. Because they give me their best. Yet you're still holding out on me. The words hit harder than I expect. I clench my fists. I'll prove him wrong. I don't need my fire to win. I won't give my best, Kata continues, his tone devoid of mockery. But I'll let you know that you'll never succeed against me if you half-ass everything. It's not a taunt. It's a declaration of a fact. One he truly believes. Anger surges through me. You'll regret underestimating me, I say icily. He merely shakes his head, and to my continued irritation, I catch a flicker of disappointment in his expression. The match begins. Start. I waste no time. A wave of ice surges forward, spikes racing toward him. He'll destroy them, then I'll close the distance. But then, a deep, unnatural chill spreads through the arena. My ice spikes don't just break, they shatter. A biting, bone-deep frost creeps into the air. The once roaring crowd feels muted, their cheers distant and hazy. My lungs burn with every inhale and my breath fogs with each exhale. I won't fight you, Kata's voice carries through the cold like a winter storm. So I'll give you a choice. I grit my teeth, already knowing what he wants. I'll keep decreasing the temperature. We're already below zero. Either use your fire and give me a fight, or keep using only your ice. He pauses, voice emotionless. And pass out from hypothermia. A shiver I can't control racks my body. Fight me with fire, or surrender to the cold. That's what he mean. I don't have the time to wonder how he's controlling the temperature, as warmth seeps from my body. No. I can still win. I growl, forcing my legs to move. My breath comes in sharp gasps, fogging the air. I launch another barrage of ice, but Kata dismantles them without effort. I rush him only to be pushed back effortlessly. He's proving his point. This isn't a fight. It never was. Anger grips me. Not because of him, but because I'm weak. Unable to force him to even take me seriously. The temperature drops further. My limbs feel sluggish. I stop shivering, a dangerous sign of hypothermia. Proof that my body has given up fighting the cold. No, I can't lose like th. You said you wanted to be a hero. Kata's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. What kind of hero will stubbornly refuse to use all his power while people are dying? The words burrow into my mind, deeper than the cold itself. Why do you want to be a hero? He demands. I try to answer but my voice fails me. Why? I don't even realize I've fallen to my knees until I feel the rough texture of the arena floor against my palms. My eyelids grow heavy, my body desperate for warmth, as it compels me to rest. A short nap and my struggle will end. No. If I close my eyes now, it's over. Was it to prove Endeavor wrong? That you don't need him to be the best. His voice remains the same, but I feel insulted. Then, you were never aiming to be a hero. Kata finishes, as my vision entirely fades. Then, it hits me. A memory, buried beneath years of resentment. When I was a child, sitting on my mother's lap and smiling, All Might spoke during an interview. Quirks are passed down from our parents, but that's not all that matters. We shape ourselves. We decide who we become. That's what I mean when I say it. When I say, I am here. I had forgotten. I decide. I decide who I want to become. What kind of hero I want to be. Not my father. Not my past. Was this, what Kata was trying to make me realize? He could have just finished the fight, but instead, he chose to break my resolve. To break the shackles binding me to my past. A bitter laugh nearly escapes me. I see now. Thank you. Class President. Kata POV Sports Festival Stadium. I watch as Todoroki collapses to the floor, frost crawling over his skin. His breath comes in weak gasps, eyes unfocused. Maybe I overestimated myself. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. I'm not Izuku. I can't heal people's trauma with my bullshit. Midnight catches my eye, already raising her hand to call the match. Yeah, it's over. But then. A spark. A flicker of light, small but growing. Fire erupts from Todoroki's body, roaring to life as it pushes back the cold. The frost coating his skin melts away, steam rising in the air. His breath deepens, his body steadying. I narrow my eyes as he slowly gets to his feet. His eyes, once clouded, now burn with an intensity I haven't seen before. It's not over yet, he shouts, his voice raw but firm. I want to be a hero too. His fists clench. And I won't hold back anymore. I exhale through my nose, watching him carefully. A small smile tugs at my lips. Will you do your best? I ask, this time with real curiosity. Todoroki meets my gaze, eyes unwavering. He gives me a slow, deliberate nod. I will. His flames burn hotter. His ice sharpens. I nod back. Then I'll give you my best too. Comment. 25 Comment. Vote. Chapter 24. Kata POV Sports Festival Stadium. We stand still, staring at each other. Todoroki lowers his stance, flames roaring to life around him. From the stands, Endeavor begins his usual brand of encouragement, but neither of us acknowledge him. Right now, it's just me, and him. Todoroki's flames flare even hotter, his face unreadable except for the sheer focus in his eyes. Prepare yourself. Underestimate me now, and you'll regret it. I chuckle, rolling my shoulders. Funny how those words feel more convincing now, but you're still the one underestimating me. I take a deep breath, closing my eyes and letting my radar take over. My surroundings sharpen in my mind: Todoroki's heat signature, the roaring wind, the faint tremors in the ground. My senses stretch, locking onto every shift in his posture. You wanted my best? I'll give it to you. My words echo through the stadium, vibrating through the very air itself, my vibration emission lending them weight. Then, the trembling begins. The ground quakes, the walls hum, and even the air itself vibrates as I open my eyes, locking onto his mismatched gaze. I spread my hands before my chest, focusing. Air is rapidly drawn into a compact sphere, roughly the size of a basketball. Todoroki doesn't hesitate. He hurls a jet of fire at me, but I flick my hand, and the flames swerve off course, dissipating harmlessly. I can't let him interrupt me. With a thought, chunks of loose concrete rip from the ground and shoot toward him, propelled by unseen force. But it's not just a simple attack. I tether the rebel to him, forcing them to chase him down unless completely destroyed. It buys me a few seconds. I focus, feeling the molecules within my sphere begin to accelerate. Molecular acceleration. The temperature spikes instantly, heat compounding within the confined space. I need control. If I don't contain it properly, I could burn everyone in this stadium to ashes. I set the sphere into a violent spin, then form a vacuum around it, sealing it in a deflection field. A miniature storm of searing energy rages between my palms. Good. I know the theory it should hold. Todoroki realizes the rebel won't stop chasing him. With a sharp breath, he sends a wave of ice surging outward, trapping the debris in massive crystal formations. He turns back toward me. Too late. A soft hum fills the air as the sphere in my hand shifts. A brilliant white-blue glow pulses in my grip, its radiance flickering like lightning trapped in my palm. A shockwave ripples outward as the light intensifies white-hot with an eerie blue hue. The sheer heat distorts the air itself. Todoroki's eyes widen. It's over. I smirk, expanding the vacuum for an instant. The plasma interacts with the atmosphere, and boom. The resulting shockwave slams into Todoroki, tearing through his ice and sending him skidding backward. The force rattles the entire stadium. But I'm not done. The temperature continues to climb higher, hotter. Then, at 10,000,000 degrees C. Fusion. A seismic shift occurs as the sphere in my hand undergoes a fundamental transformation. The raw energy within exerts a staggering outward force of nearly 100,000 newtons. It thrashes against my containment, but my telekinesis locks it in place. 3 layers of containment: rotation, vacuum, deflection hold the star-like mass steady. Sweat drips down my forehead. The energy is heavy, its weight pressing against my body, my mind, my power. The heat waves alone make the stadium swelter, but I block them out with my aura. Wind surges past me, powerful enough to shove Todoroki back. The sheer radiance dims the afternoon sun. The crowd falls into stunned silence. The heroes watching from the stands have gone rigid. The scientists among them? Terrified. They understand what I've done. I exhale, my voice strained for the first time. This is it. The best I can do while maintaining control. The plasma hisses, crackling like a newborn star in my palm. Without my vibration emission muting the noise, its deafening hum would drown out every sound in the stadium. The air hums with unstable energy. Lights and screens flicker. Electronic sparks from nearby metals. If my containment had been slightly weaker, there would have been a full-scale blackout. The heat still radiates outward, despite the vacuum barrier, pressing against my aura. My hands tingles from the heat that manages to leak through. I really need to be careful now. I glance toward Todoroki. His ice barely keeps him standing, rapidly forming and melting to counteract the scorching winds and keep him cool. Behind him, a crumbling ice wall shields him from being thrown off the stage. I raise the burning sphere, its blinding glow casting long shadows across the stadium. It's over. The vacuum layer expands for a fraction of a second, before snapping back into place. A sudden pressure wave erupts, slamming straight into Todoroki. He barely has time to react before he's launched backward, crashing through his ice and into the stadium wall, completely unconscious. Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence. Then, a sharp intake of breath from the crowd. Slowly, I let out a long breath, reducing the plasma's temperature with molecular acceleration. The blinding glow fades to a dull shimmer as it cools. A final gust of wind erupts as I release the compressed gases back into the atmosphere. My arms feel heavier than before. That really took a lot out of me. That was my strongest attack. If I had actually used the plasma. I shake the thought away. There was no point dwelling on it. But I know now that I'm strong enough not to worry about getting killed. I turn to Midnight, who carries a tense and serious expression as Todoroki is quickly taken to recover girl. She gives me a deadly glare and I shrug my shoulders calmly. I had it under control. No one was in danger. I reply calmly. Midnight gives me a long look before sighing. Her voice then slices through the tension, as she announces the results. Shoto Todoroki is unable to continue. Kata Akita advances to the next round. Her tone is firm, but I catch the edge of unease in her voice. The stadium erupts. Holy shit! Do you realize what he just did? We could have died. He said he had it under control, though. How the hell is a first year pulling off something like that? Their voices blur together. It's nothing new. Fear. Awe. Confusion. I push it aside and walk back to my seat. I barely have time to sit before my classmates close in on me. What the hell was that? Kirishima exclaims, grinning despite his shock. Ida, unusually flustered, adjusts his glasses. Why, you created plasma, and achieved fusion. Even he sounds hesitant, as if saying it out loud makes it more unbelievable. Kaminari scratches his head. I mean, it looked crazy strong and all, but isn't plasma just, like, fire? I wave a hand dismissively. Plasma itself isn't special. You just need to heat something to 5,000 degrees C. Kaminari's eyes widen. That's insane though. But the smarter ones in the group know just how big the difference between making plasma and achieving fusion is. I finally allow myself to sink into my seat with a tired sigh. The next match is starting, but the energy in the stadium hasn't settled. They're still stuck on my fight. I close my eyes, exhaling slowly, allowing myself a short rest. Seeing my fatigue, my classmates choose to let me be and focus on the upcoming match. Momo's match against Bakugo was more than just a battle of strength, it was a battle of wits. Many underestimated Bakugo, dismissing him as a brute, but in reality, he was just as much a tactician as he was a fighter. The match began with Momo swiftly creating a reinforced shield to absorb his blasts, along with a long staff, a choice meant to keep him at bay while giving her the range to strike back. Bakugo, however, saw through her plan instantly. Rather than engaging her head-on, he blasted himself forward at high speed, launching an enormous explosion at the ground not to attack, but to create a smokescreen. Then, before she could react, he propelled himself into the smoke, zigzagging through the air with sharp, unpredictable movements. Momo turned, following the sound of the explosions, but she was a second too late. Bakugo exploded out of the smokescreen from behind, blasting her in the back. She stumbled forward, barely managing to spin around and retaliate with a flashbang. It worked for a moment. But Bakugo wasn't thrown off for long. When she tried setting up traps spiked on the ground, more shields, even stun guns, he avoided and overcame her every strategy. He flew over hazards, countered long-range attempts by closing the gap in an instant, and overwhelmed her before she could fully execute a plan. In the end, a final explosion to her stomach sent her crashing into the arena floor, unconscious. Bakugo was then declared the winner. Then, the screen lit up with the final pairing as Momo was taken to Recovery Girl. Akita vs Bakugo. The last battle was about to begin. After a 30-minute break, I made my way to the arena. Is there anything else I even need to show? I pondered as I walked. Bakugo's POV Sports Festival Stadium. I stepped onto the arena, rolling my shoulders as I locked eyes with that bastard standing across from me. He had that blank, uninterested look again, like this was nothing to him. TCH. That really pissed me off. A feral grin spread across my face as I clenched my fists, a sharp crackle of explosions igniting in my palms. I'll wipe that smug look off his face. But then, I forced myself to take a breath. I couldn't just rush in like an idiot. He's strong. If I give him even a second, he could end this match instantly. I need to find a way in before that happens. Present Mick's voice boomed across the stadium. At last, we've arrived. The best of the best among you. As first years will be decided. It's the final match, Akita vs Bakugo. My muscles tensed, my blood pumping as I got into position. Start. I blasted forward instantly, my body a missile shooting across the arena. My eyes stayed locked on him, watching for any movement, any sign of his quirk activating. But what I saw was something far worse. A massive, translucent, purple-red gauntlet materialized above him, easily a meter long. Shit. I twisted my arms downward, blasting a powerful explosion to launch myself into the air just in time to dodge as the enormous fist came crashing down. The impact was devastating. The arena and stadium shook, a massive crater forming where I had just been standing. A blast of wind sent me flying further back. My heart pounded as I hovered mid-air, eyes locked on the scene below. The dust began to clear, and the gauntlet re-emerged, razor-sharp claws gleaming, jagged ridges running across its monstrous form. The hell kind of quirk is this? I glare at that bastard. He just stands there, watching me with that same blank expression, as if this whole thing bores him. My teeth grind together, anger flaring in my chest. Is that all you've got, you bastard? You think this toy of yours is enough to take me down? I need to force him to fight me himself. If he just sits back and lets these oversized hands do all the work, I'm screwed. No. I'll make him regret underestimating me. I'll make him see who's the best. For a second, he looks like he's considering something. Then, he shrugs. You're right. I narrow my eyes, unease crawling up my spine. I should take you more seriously. After all, you tried your best to make it this far. My eye twitches. Is this asshole mocking me? My palms crackle, tiny bursts of explosions snapping in response to my rising fury. The hell are you talking ab? Then I see it. More hands. 9. 4 more right hands, identical to the first one. 5 left hands, just as massive. Shit. I don't even get to finish the thought before they shoot toward me at insane speeds. Instinct takes over. I blast off, barely dodging the first one, twisting midair to avoid another. But they don't stop there, closing in, cutting off my escape routes, boxing me in. Damn it! I roar. I need to take out the source. I fire a massive explosion, rocketing toward him, dodging and weaving between the giant hands as they try to swat me down. My arms burn, my body aches, but I don't stop. I won't stop. This bastard's still holding back. I can feel it. You bastard. Stop toying with me. I shout, fury lacing every word. Am I not worth your full power? Another massive claw slams down, barely missing me. I blast myself to the side, gritting my teeth as heat floods my veins. I see him sigh. If you want me to up the difficulty, I can do that. He says it so casually. Then pain. I barely process what happens before I'm smashed in the gut, a brutal shockwave following immediately after, rattling my bones and slamming me into the ground. I choke on my own breath, my body screaming in agony. When? I didn't even see it. I push through the pain, jaw clenched so tight it feels like my teeth might break. But he's still there. Watching. That same blank, indifferent stare. That same goddamn look like this is nothing to him. I hate it. I hate it more than anything. You think you're better than me? I manage to gasp between breaths. No reply, but, the hands move. 8 of them pin me down in an instant. 2 for each limb. I thrash, explosions bursting from my palms. I won't go down that easy, you bastard. I'll blow this entire place to hell if I have to. I suck in a breath, gathering every ounce of strength left in my body. Explosions flicker, building into something massive. Then his voice cuts through the air. I admire that you don't give up. His gaze as indifferent as the moment he stepped into this damn arena. But it's over. Vibration emission. And then. Agony. A shuddering, gut-wrenching pain rips through my body as violent vibrations tear through my bones, my muscles, my organs. I can't move. I can't breathe. Shit. Not like this. My vision darkens. Damn it. Kata POV Sports Festival Stadium. I watch as Bakugo's body finally collapses. The synergy between telekinetic constructs and vibration emission works well. I could do it without the constructs, but this way, much more impactful. I think as I notice the odd and excited looks from the crowd. Midnight's voice echoes through the stadium. Bakugo is unable to continue. So. Akita is the winner. The crowd erupts. Present Mix voice follows, booming with excitement. And that concludes our contest. The first year winner of U.A.S Sports Festival is Kata Akita of Class A. A/N, yo. I recommend everyone read the author's notes for clarification, unless you're just fine with the level of power shown. Comment. 40 comment. Vote. Chapter 25. Kata POV Sports Festival Stadium, Award Ceremony. Fireworks explode in the sky, casting shimmering colors over the stadium. Now, let's move on to the awards ceremony. Midnight announces, gesturing to the podium. I stand calmly on the first place platform. To my right, Bakugo remains rigid on second, fists clenched, his head lowered in frustration. On third, Todoroki and Momo share a space, both standing with composed expressions. Ida is absent, likely due to his brother's incident with Stain. Now for the medals. Presenting them this year is... You know who? Midnight's voice carries across the stadium. He's everyone's hero. All Might. A booming voice echoes above us. I am. All Might descends in a blur, landing before the podium with a knee to the ground. Here with the medals. He finishes with his signature laugh, the crowd erupting in cheers. The first years this year are insane. Even All Might came to watch. The audience buzzes with excitement as All Might hands a small box of medals to Midnight. Taking the first bronze, he approaches Momo. Congratulations, Yaoyorozu. He places the medal around her neck. You fought bravely and strategically. Believe in your abilities more and have more faith in yourself, and you'll go far. Momo smiles, bowing slightly. Thank you, All Might. Next, he turns to Todoroki. Young Todoroki, congratulations. He studies him for a moment before continuing. You used your left side in your final match. That means you gave it your all. Whatever held you back before. I hope one day, you'll find the strength to move past it. Todoroki is quiet, his fingers tightening at his sides. After a pause, he finally speaks. I've always wanted to be a hero like you. But, it's not like I can just forget the past and move on. There's something I need to settle first. All Might nods solemnly before pulling him into a firm hug. I look forward to the day you do. Then, he turns to Bakugo. Young Bakugo. He lifts the silver medal, slipping it over Bakugo's head. Don't let this loss discourage you. Bakugo's fists clench tighter. I don't care about second place. His voice is low, strained. I'll make that bastard take me seriously. I'll surpass him. His teeth grit, his body trembling with restrained anger. All Might places a firm hand on his shoulder. That determination is essential to continue improving. Keep striving forward, young Bakugo. Finally, his gaze shifts to me. And now, our champion. He lifts the gold medal, lowering it around my neck as I slightly bow my head. Congratulations, Kata Akata. Your performance was nothing short of extraordinary. His voice booms with pride. Overwhelming power, strategy, and precision. You have shown what it means to rise above the competition. The crowd erupts in cheers. But as I meet All Might's gaze, I catch something beneath the usual warmth, a flicker of scrutiny. His next words are slightly quieter and more serious. However, raw strength and brilliance alone do not make a hero. I suppress the urge to roll my eyes. Here it comes. A true hero is not measured by how easily they can win, but by what they choose to do with their strength. His voice holds weight, but I already know where he's going with this. That being said, despite the intensity of battle, you carried yourself with control and decisiveness. That too, is the mark of someone with great potential. Potential. Not hero. I chuckle internally. So he's already talked to Nizu and doubts me. He's trying to hide it, but it's quite obvious. Then, just as he pulls me into a hug, his voice drops to a whisper, just for me to hear. You remind me of someone. Someone who carried great power, and had to decide what it truly meant to us it. He doesn't say a name. But I already know. Nanishimura. All Might lets go of me, instantly shifting back into his joyous persona. Let's hear it for our champions. His booming voice shakes the stadium, sending another wave of thunderous cheers through the crowd. But he wasn't done. But hold on, everyone. His voice commands attention, the energy in the air buzzing with anticipation. Remember. Every single one of you here today has the potential to be up on this stage. The sprouts of today will grow into the heroes of tomorrow. He pauses just long enough for the suspense to build. Raising a fist to the sky, he grins brightly. Then. Everyone, say it with me. 1, 2, A&D. Plus Ultra. The stadium erupts, voices roaring in unison. The sheer force of the chant makes the ground tremble. Kata POV Class 1A. The excitement of the festival lingers, but Aizawa's deadpan stare is a sobering contrast. In light of the festival, you all have the next 2 days off, he announces, arms crossed, his voice as plain as always. After the break, scouting reports from pro heroes will be waiting for you. So look forward to that as you enjoy your time off. He dismisses us and leaves. The class buzzes with chatter as some already start making plans, others just relieved for the break. I get up and leave the classroom. I have a few things I need to do. AFO POV. I watch as the students receive their medals, All Might standing tall like the fool he is. In the league's hideout, Tomura watches the scene alongside me, fingers twitching against his neck. See, master. His voice is laced with frustration. That little shit's strong. He beat the Nomu, and it didn't even seem like he was trying. Good. Let that frustration fester. I smile slightly. Let them have their moment, Tomura. A brief taste of victory makes the fall all the more devastating. Tomura clicks his tongue, his nails digging into his skin. I don't care about that. He pisses me off. I just want to grab him and watch him turn to dust. His fingers twitch violently. Ah, how predictable. That would be such a waste. His scowl deepens, but I ignore it as I watch the replay of the boys' fight against the Todoroki boy. Such potential. His quirk would make a fine addition to my collection. My smirk grows as I turn toward Kaihude. Wouldn't you agree? Kaihude's eyes gleam as he watches the footage. Oh, most definitely. He grins wildly. Once you take it, we can modify and replicate it. Imagine every high-end Nomo wielding a variation. They'll be perfect. He launches into an excited ramble, his voice full of reverence. I chuckle. Indeed. That would be perfect. I turn back to Tomura. If the opportunity arises, bring him to me alive. My voice is smooth but firm. Tomura bristles but grumbles his agreement. Yes, master. The screen flickers off, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Kata Akata. I very much look forward to meeting you one day. The smirk remains on my face. Rumi Usagiyama POV Rumi's house. Arg. Damn it. Why do these idiots keep telling me to watch the recaps? I drop onto my couch, arms behind my head, glaring at the ceiling. I'm busy. I've got better things to do than watch a bunch of brats flail around in an arena. I scoff, reaching for the remote. Still, the nagging doesn't stop. Whatever. Let's see what all the fuss is about. I switch on the TV, navigate to some random streaming site, and immediately get blasted with clips of the sports festival. What the hell? One kid keeps showing up the winner. I click on his video, and it starts with the race. He blitzes past everyone, tears through the robots like paper, and turns the entire course into a maze of debris and earth for the others. I raise an eyebrow. Not bad. But those chunks of scrap are weak. I wave it off. Then comes the cavalry battle. The kid teams up with 3 girls. I frown. TCH. And here I thought he might be something special. Just another coward relying on others. A lecture too. At this point, I'm already getting bored. They told me to at least watch the tournament fights. First match? Boring. A bunch of kids who don't know how to fight. Second match? Better, but it was over too fast. Are these the best they've got? I sigh, reaching for the remote to switch it off. Then that white-haired brat shows up again. I pause. Fine. One more. And then I'm done. The moment the match starts, my body tenses as I watch the whole stadium shake. What the hell just happened? I stare at the screen, but I can't figure it out. The pressure, the raw intensity, I almost feel it through the damn TV. I skim through the rest of the matches. Nothing interesting. Then, he shows up again. A slow grin tugs at my lips. There you are. Kata Akita, hey. What'll you show me? And he does, nothing. I scowl as he dodges around like a coward. TCH. And here I thought. Crack. A clean hit to the head but no damage. My eyes narrow. Then, why was he? Then it clicks. I grin. That sly bastard. He's been putting on a show. He's holding back. Excitement burns in my veins. I skip ahead, not bothering with the other matches. He's up against the Ice Kid next. This'll be fun. I lick my lips, eager, but what I see blows past my expectations. Damn it. My foot slams through the floor, my whole body thrumming with adrenaline. I should have been there. I stare at the screen, eyes wide with manic fascination. Raw power. Strength that sings to my soul. I watch him decimate everything, and I know. If I were in that ring, I'd be dead. And it excites me. I watch his final match, absolutely engrossed. And I'm not disappointed. He's dominating. I put myself in his opponent's shoes. Could I dodge those gauntlets? Could I survive those hits? Of course I can. But that last strike? I'm not so sure. I almost didn't even catch it. Adrenaline floods my veins. My heart pounds. I have to see him. I have to meet him. A wild grin spreads across my face. I have to fight him. But how? Then it hits me. The Hero Agency internships. My grin widens. I'll send a request for him. And if he doesn't pick me? I crack my knuckles. Then I'll just go there and beat him up myself. One way or another I'll get my fight. I immediately start writing the letter. See you soon, Kata Akita. Don't you dare disappoint me. Kata POV unnamed city. I let out a quiet sigh as I walk through dimly lit alleyways, my footsteps barely making a sound against the cracked pavement. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, leaving the moon as my only companion in these empty streets. This is pointless. I grumble internally. I don't need to be here. And yet, I keep moving. Wandering the streets. Searching. It's annoying. Since when did I start caring about things that have nothing to do with me? But I don't want to ignore this problem. An hour passes. Then 2. Then 4. Midnight creeps past when my radar finally finds it. I change course, stepping into a particularly narrow alley. The air here is thick and damp. There's little light, making it the perfect place for an ambush. Then, suddenly, a glint of silver. A sharp thrust. A knife aims straight for my face, but it never makes it past my aura. It stops midair, trembling slightly against the invisible force surrounding me. Ooh. That's new. The girl holding the knife steps back, eyes wide with fascination. Then, her smile stretches, toothy and eager. How'd you do that? I meet her gaze, unflinching. What were you trying to do? She tilts her head, as if I'm the strange one here. I just really wanted to see what your blood looks like. Hold still, okay. She lunges again, blade flashing under the dim light. Slash after slash, stab after stab, each attack is effortlessly stopped by my aura. She retreats to what she thinks is a safe distance and pouts. TCH. You're making this hard. Then, suddenly, she stops, watching me closely. Her golden eyes sparkle with intrigue. You're not scared. She recognizes, then her smile widens. You're not even trying to stop me, hey. She hums, tilting her head. You're kinda weird. Have you ever thought of asking nicely for someone to let you see their blood? I ask. She blinks. Then giggles. I've tried a few times, but people don't usually like that, she says, eyes narrowing in amusement. Then, in an exaggeratedly sweet voice, she clasps her hands together. Can I have some of your blood? Pretty please. I sigh. Fine. But I decide where I get stabbed. Her expression flickers with shock, then. A deep blush spreads across her cheeks as her grin turns absolutely ecstatic. Ooh. I like you. She steps closer, practically bouncing on her toes. Tell me where. I extend my arm. They. Before I even finish my sentence, the knife plunges into my forearm. I feel a sharp sting as blood wells from the wound almost instantly, running down my skin in crimson trails. I don't react. I'm kinda numb to pain at this point, but it's been a while since I got hurt. I muse. I make sure the blade doesn't sink too deep or hit anything important. Himiko lets out a quiet, shuddering sigh. Her eyes glaze over in pure, unfiltered euphoria. It's so beautiful. Then. She pulls out a straw. From where? I don't know. But she sticks it directly into the wound and starts drinking. Even I feel a chill crawl down my spine at the sight. I stare at her in silence, watching her suck my blood like it's the best thing she's ever tasted. You carry a straw around for this? I finally ask. Himiko pauses, looking up at me with an innocent tilt of her head. You don't. I sigh again. I let her have her drink, then close the wound with telekinesis once she's done. It should heal within a week, if I keep it tightly sealed like this. So, I say. Who are you? Comment. 38 comment. Vote. Chapter 26. Himiko Toga POV Unnamed City, Alley. He's asking about me. I squeal internally. Does he like me? I giggle, swaying on my feet. I'm Himiko Toga. I chime. He just stares, his expression unreadable. If you keep staring, I'll get embarrassed, I tease, tilting my head. Kata Akata, he responds. Kata. I love it. My smile stretches wider. Why do you drink blood, he asks. His tone is flat, like he's discussing the weather. I twirl on my heel, arms wrapping around myself. Because I love you, silly. That's how love works. My voice is sing-song, dreamy. When you love someone, don't you just want to become them? And drinking blood is how I love. I watch him closely, anticipation curling in my chest. His face remains unreadable, but he doesn't flinch. He's not scared. He's not disgusted. My breath quickens. Does he accept me? My fingers twitch toward my knife. I could make him even more beautiful. The thought makes my cheeks flush. My grip tightens in anticipation. But then. That must be very lonely, he says. I freeze. Hey? Lonely. He nods, his gaze steady. If drinking blood is how you love others, I doubt anyone has ever drunk your blood and returned that love. Isn't that lonely? I blink. The words bounce around in my head, like a puzzle I can't quite piece together. But that's just how love is. I insist. I give and give my love. And in return, they give me their blood. That's common sense. That's love. And yet. No one's ever asked me that before. My heart pounds, something electric buzzing under my skin. Does he understand me? A thrill surges through me. I want more. My smile stretches wider. Kata. You're so sweet. I take a step forward. My grip on my knife tightens. You understand me, don't you? No one else ever has. No one else has ever spoken to me like this. That makes me want to love you even more. I close the distance, breath hitching. Makes me want to cut you up and watch you bleed and shiver. I shudder at the thought, my body tingling with excitement. My knife flashes forward. Clink. Blocked. Again. TCH I press forward, stabbing again and again, but that damn invisible barrier stops me every time. Come on. I whine, frustration bubbling over. Let me cut you. Please. I keep stabbing, desperate now, breath heavy. I just want to love you. Kata POV Unnamed City, Alley. Okay. I don't know what I expected, but this is definitely more than that. I watch as she begs to stab me, excitement dancing in her golden eyes. Her fascination is unnerving, but, strangely innocent. Yep, she's broken. But not malicious. Not exactly. I sigh. No, you can't stab me there. I expect a pout, maybe frustration, but instead, her smile remains. Her eyes widen, sparkling with excitement. There? That means I can stab you somewhere else, right? Right. Before I can respond, she starts jabbing at my chest, arms, legs wherever she can reach. My quirk stops her every time. I don't much like being stabbed, I say, deadpan. Or running out of blood. But here. I extend my arm again, letting the previous wound reopen. Her smile falters for a split second, clearly disappointed that she can't cut me, but she quickly recovers. Pulling out her straw, she leans in, her lips pressing against my skin as she drinks. Her entire body trembles, eyes fluttering shut in bliss. I watch her carefully. Why use a straw? She pauses mid-sip, blinking as if the question has never crossed her mind. I dunno. It's just easier this way. She resumes drinking, her body practically melting in euphoria. I doubt that's the real reason. It's subtle, but I see it now. She uses the straw to keep a barrier between herself and others. She probably doesn't even realize it. I sigh internally. Can't believe I let my sympathy lead me to this. This is self-harm. This is reckless. But I watch her, this girl who the world labeled a monster due to something she couldn't change. She could have been saved. If just one person had accepted her before she joined the league. I think about the other person I want to help. I need to prepare for that. Himiko pulls away with a happy sigh, licking her lips like she just tasted something divine. She beams at me. I really like you, she chirps. I arch a brow. You're awfully carefree for someone on the run. Her hand is on her knife before I even finish speaking. She got cautious when I mentioned I know she's a criminal. But after a few moments of tense silence, she giggles. Ah, are you worried about me? That's so sweet. The silence persists, but then she pouts, crossing her arms. Yeah, the police are such a pain. She huffs. All I did was stab someone and drink their blood. And now they're acting all mean about it. Don't you think that's unfair? I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Yeah, no. You can't just stab people. At the very least, you should get permission first. I say it with obvious sarcasm that she either doesn't pick up on, or chooses to ignore. She shrugs. Tried that before. Doesn't usually work or end well. I exhale through my nose. Do you even have a place to stay? She hums, tilting her head. Nope. Guess I'll just have to find a new alley to sleep in, unless. She drags out the word, giving me an expectant look. I stare at her. What are you suggesting? Toga grins. I could just stick around with you. You'd be way more fun to be with than hiding from the police all the time. Plus, you like me, don't you? Aren't I cute? She strikes a pose, holding up both hands in victory signs. Like. I'm not sure whether to call it that. Do I like her? Or do I just pity her? Maybe I see too much of myself in her, but I doubt I'll figure it out in the next few seconds. You are cute, I admit. But I don't get why you trust me. Or why you think I like you. Toga tilts her head, and for a brief moment, her expression shifts. Neutral. Flat. And serious. You let me drink your blood, she says, voice eerily calm. You get me. And I like you, ... Then, just like that, her usual grin returns. She leans in, her golden eyes gleaming with interest. That was probably the closest I've gotten to seeing the real Himiko Toga thus far. So why not just keep me? She continues. I maintain eye contact, then take a small step back. Just to create a little space between our faces. Akata? Are you feeling shy? She says excitedly. I exhale slowly. I'll ignore her comment. Fine. You can stay with me. I have spare rooms anyway. Her eyes light up like a kid on Christmas. Yay. She jumps forward, grabbing my hand and pulling me along as she starts skipping. Let's go. You'll give me directions. She hums a song under her breath, practically bouncing with each step. What have I gotten myself into? We arrived at my house just as the first light of dawn began creeping over the horizon. I gave Himiko one of the 2 remaining bedrooms. I didn't need to worry about us being tracked as I disabling security cameras I detected along the way. I sighed. This was the easy part. Now for the hard part? Clearing her name. Not that she's actually innocent. But that wasn't the point. Before leaving, I laid down some rules for her. For now, don't leave the house. Don't stab anyone. And definitely don't drink anyone's blood. To my surprise, she agreed without fuss, just a playful pout before flopping onto the bed. That was easier than expected. Maybe it's because I have her my blood, or she finally has a place to rest. Either way, why would I complain? Shoving that thought aside, I left to complete the part of this plan I was dreading the most. Kata's POV Nizu's office. Nizu greeted me with his usual polite smile as I stepped inside. Good morning, Mr. Akata. I didn't expect to see students today, given that you all have the day off. His tone was amused, but I didn't miss the subtle wariness in his eyes. He's still cautious after last time. I had something to discuss with you, so I came, I said plainly. I hope that isn't a bother. Not at all. He laced his paws together. What can I help you with? I exhaled slowly. I wanted to talk about Himiko Toga. His expression remained unreadable as I recounted her backstory, the abuse, the neglect, the way her quirk was demonized from childhood. I didn't sugarcoat what she had done either, but I made sure to emphasize what led her to that point. I understand that she's guilty, I admitted. But if anyone deserves the blame, it's her parents. If you need evidence, it can easily be collected. Nizu closed his eyes for a brief moment, as if in thought. Then, he smiled. That is indeed tragic, he said sympathetically. But I'm afraid I can't help you. As expected. But, he continued, studying me closely, I must say, Mr. Akata, I didn't take you for someone who goes out of his way to help strangers. He's fishing for my motive. It's definitely out of character for me to do this. I'm training to be a hero, I replied smoothly. And All Might said something recently that inspired me and reshaped my views on heroism, how I should conduct myself. As if either of us would believe that. Nizu chuckled, but his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Ah, All Might's influence truly is remarkable. I do hope your future actions align with your words. Silence stretched between us as neither speaks. It's a test, and a trade. I know what he wants in return. I expected to give up this information anyway. I let a small, measured smile cross my lips. I agree completely, Principal Nizu. That's why I came prepared with information that might interest you. His smile widened slightly. Oh? Do tell. But first, I interjected, I'd appreciate your help with Toga's situation. In the pursuit of justice, of course. His smile thinned ever so slightly. There it is. He'll play my game if I play his. Very well, Nizu conceded, tilting his head. Justice is important, after all. I nodded. Good. Now, about this information. I reached into my bag and pulled out a stack of documents, sliding them across his desk. Nizu's ear twitched as he glanced down at the papers. His gaze flicked back up to me, cautious curiosity replacing his usual amusement. An application for legal emancipation. I nodded. I submitted it weeks ago, but the process has been slow. I was hoping you could help push it along. Nizu studied me, his expression unreadable. You wish to become legally independent? Yes, I said simply. As you know, I'm an orphan. Being under the care of an orphanage leaves me vulnerable to anyone with ill intent. I'd prefer to be responsible for myself. Nizu hummed, scanning the documents. Financial independence, a strong track record, and nearing the legal age. He tapped his fingers together, his amusement returning. I suppose it's not unreasonable. Then I assume you'll assist. Nizu's smile sharpened. If I do, I expect to see a return on this investment, Mr. Okada. I smirked. Of course. The last document is a gesture of trust. The page is blank. Nizu raises an eyebrow, his sharp eyes watching as I activate my quirk. The paper floats into the air and rapidly begins to heat up. Faint words appear briefly as the paper burns to ashes soon after. As he reads, Nizu's calm mask falters for just a moment. His beady eyes widen ever so slightly. Is this true? His voice, usually polite and controlled, turns sharp. I nod. Yes. Tomura Shigaraki is actually Tenko Shimura, Nana Shimura's grandson. I pause, gauging his reaction. I assume this is enough for the favors I asked. Nizu remains silent, his expression unreadable as he leans back in his chair. He's probably trying to see how plausible it all is. When Tomura awakened the quirk, if anyone saw the destruction and type of damage, it would look similar to when Tomura uses Daisy. Finally, he exhales. Mr. Okada, this is a highly sensitive matter. Any further information you can provide would be invaluable. So he does believe me. I could hold off and demand he helps with my emancipation first, but that would put unnecessary strain on our relationship. Nizu and All Might are useful allies, and I'd rather keep them on my side for now. All right. I sigh. All for One is alive. Someone saved him after his battle with All Might. And he's the one pulling the strings behind the League of Villains. For the first time, Nizu frowns. A deep one. That is quite the claim. Do you have any proof? I shrug. The Nomo had multiple quirks: hyper-regeneration and shock absorption. Someone had to give it those abilities. And when the villains teleported away, I caught a glimpse of AFO on the other end using my quirk. I proceed to describe his appearance, and missing face. That part, of course, is a lie. But there's no way for him to verify it. And considering I'd be aware of the heavy damage he suffered, it should add credibility. Nizu narrows his eyes. This wasn't in the statement you originally provided. I tilt my head slightly. Naturally. I could only reveal this after I was strong enough to defend myself from any threats that would arise because of it. I had to ensure my own survival first. A moment of silence passes before Nizu finally sighs. It makes logical sense. And he should understand that threat doesn't only refer to villains. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Mr. Okada, Nizu says at last, his voice measured. I'll see to it that both of your requests are handled accordingly. I nod and turn to leave. As I step out of the office, I feel like smiling, but hold it in. That went even better than expected. I wasn't detained, nor did Nizu try to worm his way out of our deal. He accepted my claims far too easily, which means they already suspected AFO was alive. They must have done some tests on the Nomu and confirmed its quirks, giving them some doubts that they dismissed. More importantly, my help in stopping the attack probably added credibility. As for how AFO will respond, they won't be able to find him that easily yet. And he's probably already targeting me after seeing the sports festival. This will only make things harder for him. Besides, I'm not scared of him. Now, there's only one thing left on my list. A/N, please read the author note, as I explain some things in there. This chapter is way more complicated than my skills allow me to express, so I recommend most find clarity in the note. Comment. 40 comment. Vote. Chapter 27. Nizu POV. Nizu's office. I watch as the boy leaves. Calm as ever. A fascinating contrast to my own chaotic thoughts. Yet he walks away without a care in the world. First, the revelation that Nana's grandchild was alive. A claim so audacious I dismissed it immediately, but I wanted to know if he knew about Ofa to have said it to me in particular. Something I have yet to discover. How much does he truly know? My fingers drum rhythmically against my desk. Should I inform All Might? No, he is emotionally compromised where Nana is concerned. If he loses composure and presses Kata for more details, it'd make acquiring more information difficult. But he deserves to know. And he'd get really upset if he discovers this later, which wouldn't be good for our relationship. Tsukachi should be informed as he'll be necessary. His investigative expertise will be crucial in uncovering the truth along with his connection to the police force. My eyes shift toward my desk, where Kata's emancipation application lies. It will be slightly troublesome, but going back on my word would make things more difficult. I press a button, attempting to access the recording of our conversation. As expected, nothing. All surveillance stopped the moment he entered, and resumed once he left. I exhale slowly, taking a sip of my now cold tea. This level of foresight is not typical for a student. Did he plan this? Most likely. But how much of our interaction was planned? Technically, he has committed no crime. He is a model student, his performance at the sports festival has placed him at the center of the media's attention, and every hero agency will be scrambling to recruit for the internship. Any rash action against him would reflect poorly on UA, especially so soon after the USJ attack. And yet, that is not my primary concern. Kata is dangerous. My mind replays the scene. Plasma, heated to temperatures great enough to allow nuclear fusion. Raw destructive potential in the palm of his hands, and he managed to contain and control it. A momentary miscalculation, a lapse in control, and the devastation would be beyond measure. And perhaps most troubling of all, he does not embody the values of a hero. I review our conversation, dissecting every word he said. His body and expressions are completely unreadable, which is as remarkable as it is concerning. He is pragmatic, willing to act as an enemy if he deems it necessary. But enemy is a broad term. It could be anyone. That is not the mindset of a hero. For several minutes, I analyze and weigh possibilities. I calculate the risk Kata Akata poses, and as of now, it's too risky to act against him. There is potential for him to do great things. And then, unexpectedly, I smile. There is more he knows. That much is certain. But it is not all bad. He is growing. The request to aid Himiko Toga, however unorthodox, suggests an evolving sense of morality. Motive-driven, yes. But morality nonetheless. Perhaps, just maybe, there is still a hero in him. Still, precautions must be taken. He will be watched. Not just by me, but by the staff as well. If he crosses a line, proves himself a danger to anyone or this institution, it is my responsibility to act. For now, however, he remains a student of this institution. A very troublesome student indeed. A mischievous smile tugs at my lips before I return to my usual polite expression. I reach for my phone, drafting a message to both All Might and Tsukachi. We need to investigate this information first. If All for One is truly back, we must prepare. And if Tomura Shigaraki is, in fact, Tenko Shimura, then a difficult decision will have to be made. I sink back into my chair, my mind already weaving contingency plans as I await their arrival. Kata Povua nurse's office. I step into the nurse's office, immediately spotting recovery girl seated in her chair. She turns toward me, offering a kind smile. I haven't seen you here before. I thought students had today off, but what can I do for you? I nod in response. Hello, recovery girl. I had something to discuss with Nizu, so I came in. I was injured last night, so I came here hoping for treatment, if that's all right. I say calmly. She gets up from her seat, walking over with a scrutinizing gaze. You don't look injured. Show me the wound. Without hesitation, I deactivate my quirk, allowing the stab wound from Toga to reappear. I deepen it slightly just enough to make it seem more severe than before. I had used my quirk to keep it closed. Her brow raises. How did you get a cut this deep? I was out late last night, and someone tried to mug me. They had a knife and managed to stab me. She nods, unfazed, and gestures for me to sit on the bed. Leaning in, her lips extend forward and she presses a gentle kiss to my arm, and immediately, the wound begins closing at an accelerated rate. I shift my focus inward, activating my radar. I detect a formless energy flowing out of every cell in my body, converging where I'm hurt, my cut. I observe the formless essence at work, memorizing the way it stimulates cellular regeneration and accelerates mitosis. So this is life energy. I attempt to manipulate it with my own quirk, but I fail. I can sense it, but I can't feel or interact with it. I thought as much. I sigh internally. I still lack the necessary control to manipulate energy, but that's irrelevant. Understanding the process is what matters. The wound seals itself completely. Then, as predicted, slight hunger and exhaustion follow. Thank you, recovery girl, I say politely. She smiles. How are you feeling? Any dizziness? No dizziness. Just a bit hungry and tired. She gives a satisfied nod and waves me off. I leave the office, beginning my walk home. I'll need to do more research. I remember the process and I can replicate it with my telekinesis. I wouldn't even need to use life energy, bypassing the exhaustion. But it's better to actually learn the theory before experimenting on myself. The streets are a bit busy as people go about their day. I take a short detour to pick up groceries before heading home. Kata POV Kata's home. I set the groceries down, prepare a quick meal, and eat. Himiko is already asleep, so I leave some food for her before heading to bed myself. When I wake up around 3 p.m., take a quick shower and open my laptop. I download several medical textbooks and begin studying, focusing on cell structures, mitosis, and regenerative biology. I compare theoretical knowledge to my observations, dissecting each principle carefully, searching for a way to refine what I saw firsthand. Copying the process without understanding it is a guaranteed death sentence one day. Besides, I can do better than just accelerating natural recovery. To speed up the process, I decided to abuse my radar, scanning the pages as I scrolled rapidly. Everything on the screen was imprinted into my mind in an instant. Why didn't I do this before? I wondered as knowledge poured into my brain. Unfortunately, I quickly realized I was limited by my scrolling speed. Even with my enhanced perception, I still had to move the pages manually. Each book took around 20 minutes to finish. Halfway through the fourth book, Himiko woke up. She groggily sat up, stretched, and stumbled out of her room, looking half asleep. I made breakfast and left you a portion in the fridge if you want it, I said without looking away from my screen. Himiko POV Kata's home. I opened my eyes. An unfamiliar ceiling above me and beneath me, a soft bed, for the first time in a long time. I'm still alive. Not in jail. Not surrounded or hurt. My thoughts trickled in slowly, then fell into silence. I sat up, stretching lazily before stepping out of the room. There he was. Kata. Sitting on the couch, scrolling through something on his laptop at an insane speed. He didn't report me. I made breakfast and left you a portion in the fridge if you want it, he said plainly, still focused on the screen. No hesitation. No disgust. No shouting. My neutral expression morphed into my usual bright smile. Ah, did my new favorite person make me breakfast? I teased, before noticing the time. Even though it's not breakfast anymore? That's so sweet. He cares about me. My excitement bubbled up. He even made me breakfast. That's something people in love do. I practically skipped to the fridge, pulling out the meal rice, miso soup, and grilled fish. I microwaved it quickly before plopping down beside him, watching the screen flicker so fast I couldn't read a single word. What ya doin'? I asked through a mouthful of rice, savoring the taste. So good. Studying biology, he answered flatly. I leaned in, nudging him with my shoulder. Why? That's so boring. I groaned before giggling. He didn't react. No irritation, no snapping at me. Just kept scrolling. He doesn't mind. My grin widened. He accepts me. You like blood, and I don't have an unlimited supply, he explained casually. So, to avoid dying, I want to learn how to heal myself and regenerate blood, among other things. He said it like achieving that was the most normal thing in the world. A task easily accomplished. But my mind latched onto one thing. He's been thinking about me. A warm blush spread across my cheeks, and my heart pounded in my chest. I really like him. I really love him. And I really want more of his blood, so I can show him just how much I love him. The thought sent a shiver through my body as my hand instinctively reached for my knife. My fingers curled around the handle. I wanted to stab him. But I hesitated. He did say, "Can I have some blood?" I asked curiously, tilting my head. Would he recoil this time? Look at me in disgust? No. He just extended his arm without hesitation, eyes still locked on the screen. Do you need to stab me for it, or do you just need the blood? He asked, completely unfazed. I blinked. I don't know. You need to stab someone to get blood. There's no difference. He simply nodded, and a small cut opened up on his arm by itself. No flinch. No complaint. My eyes locked onto the fresh blood pooling on his skin. My grin stretched wider. Wait a sec. I chirped, dashing back to my room to grab something. Moments later, I returned with a clean straw. Sliding it into the wound, I took a long sip. A satisfied sigh left my lips as the familiar, intoxicating taste flooded my mouth. Kata's so nice. He lets me drink his blood whenever I want, and he's always thinking about me. A shudder ran down my spine. I want him. I love him. I giggled to myself as I continued drinking, while Kata simply let me his attention still focused on his work. Kata POV Kata's house. Being fully aware of everything happening around and within you can be unsettling, especially when you feel and see your blood leaving your body in real time. Still, I focus on the silver lining. Himiko's drinking habits create the opportunity to experiment with my newfound knowledge. After finishing 4 medical textbooks, I finally have enough confidence to attempt accelerating my blood regeneration. I'll start slow. I shift my focus inward, delving deep into my body as my awareness settles on my bone marrow. From my studies and a few tests I discovered that my quirk factor isn't just concentrated in my brain. It exists in every single cell in my body. Simply put, every cell in my body can generate telekinetic energy, and hence use telekinesis as well, if they were capable of thought. I intend to abuse this discovery. Directing my cells, they produce the energy and I stimulate the stem cells in my bone marrow, urging them to multiply and differentiate into red blood cells at an unnatural rate. The process is delicate. Slips-ups could result in cancer or my blood becoming too thick. Other risks are present, but I could just as easily detect them all and fix them. But better safe than sorry. To fuel the process, I shift focus to my intestines, manually breaking down the food I ate for breakfast, forcing my body to absorb the nutrients faster. I regulate my hormones, control my blood sugar levels, and ensure my hydration remains stable by pulling moisture from the surrounding air, amongst many other things. Really glad I studied first. After a while, Himiko finally pulls away, satisfied. I barely acknowledge it as I direct my focus to the wound she drank from. Healing it is simple, far easier than achieving homeostasis while actively disrupting it. Within seconds, my arm is as good as new. A few minutes later, my body fully recovers as my blood volume returns to normal. Almost. A wave of hunger and thirst crashes over me as the price of my little experiment. Without hesitation, I pull food from the kitchen towards me with my quirk, eating and drinking while continuing to enhance my digestion. Only once the sensation fades do I let out a breath, my mind settling. Still, a frown forms on my face. This isn't viable yet. At best, it could greatly enhance my recovery rate. In combat, it would be too risky and inefficient unless I learn to manipulate and convert energy directly. Which is a far ways off. The thought sends a spark of excitement through me. Even if this attempt wasn't perfect, the knowledge is very applicable in other areas. Before I can dwell on them, something soft presses against my side. Himiko leans against me, her signature grin in place. I'm bored. Let's do something fun. I sigh, wondering what types of fun her twisted mind can think of. Yet, my peaceful days are over. But strangely enough, I don't mind it as much as I thought I would. Comment. 29 Comment. Vote.